Welcome to AI Otaku Studio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy this video. Chapter 1: Transmigration. Yellow sand swirled across the sky. In the endless desert, a large caravan of over 1,000 people struggled to move forward against the wind and sand. They looked small in the vast golden desert, like tiny black ants. As the weather grew worse, the caravan slowly came to a stop and began setting up camp to rest. Inside one of the separate tents, Lin Yan sat quietly, his expression dazed. He had just finished sorting through the memories of the original owner in his mind, and everything still felt a little unreal. I didn't expect to transmigrate into the goo world. What bad luck. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary university student on Earth, living a normal and uneventful life without anything special worth mentioning. After reading Reverend Insanity, he became curious about all kinds of goo worms. Because of that curiosity, he personally traveled to a remote region in southern China to explore it himself. Unexpectedly, he slipped and fell off a cliff during the trip. He died, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already transmigrated into this body, which coincidentally had the same name as his own. Lin Yang clearly understood how dangerous this world was, especially for transmigrators like him. The natives called them otherworldly demons and would kill them as soon as they were found. Above everything stood the heavenly court. They controlled the fate goo, which could influence the will of heaven, and decided the fate of all living beings. Below them, clans and sects held most of the power, making it very hard for ordinary people to rise. Throughout history, there have also been 10 rank 9 venerables. They stood at the very peak, and their methods and schemes had shaped the entire world. This world was dark and unforgiving. It felt like a mix of a lawless game, ancient times, and strange cultivation stories, where power decided everything and no one could escape fate. Even Fang Yuan struggled through 2 lifetimes. He was controlled by heaven's will and powerful people, and never truly free. Luckily, I was born in the Western Desert. I'm part of a clan, and far from all this trouble. And I know the story and its rules, Lin Yan thought. Lin Yan felt a bit relieved because the goo world was divided into 5 main regions: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Southern Border. And the Central Continent was controlled by the Heavenly Court. If a transmigrator showed up there, they would be killed immediately. Southern Border was where the story began, and where Fang Yuan was most active. It was watched closely by Heaven's will, and controlled by powerful cultivators. A small mistake that could easily turn someone into a pawn or cannon fodder. Northern Plains was ruled by Longevity Heaven, the peak of the clan system. There was even a venerable watching from behind the scenes, making it just as hard to rise there. Compared to these places, the Eastern Sea and Western Desert were better. The Eastern Sea was rich in resources and full of opportunities, while the Western Desert was barren and harsh. However, there was one thing about this place. In the original story, most transmigrators who appeared here, they were rarely noticed by Heaven's will and were able to grow more easily. Could this be because of the thieving heaven demon Venerable? He was the only transmigrator among the 10 rank 9 venerables, and he also came from the Western Desert. Lin Yan thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. It doesn't concern him at the moment. What mattered was that his situation was still good, and his identity as a transmigrator had not been exposed. For now, he just needed to settle in and adapt to this world as quickly as possible. At that moment, footsteps came from outside the tent, followed by a low voice. "Goo Master Lin Yan, it's getting hot during the day. Please help cool the camp." Hearing this, Lin Yan came back to his senses and replied, "Coming." He steadied himself and went through the original owner's memories again, making sure he wouldn't make any mistakes. The previous Lin Yan was just over 15 years old. He had opened his aperture half a year ago and was a rank 1 mid-stage goo master, mainly handling logistics while following the caravan to gain experience. He already understood the system of this world. Cultivation was divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to rank 5 were mortal levels, and each rank had early, middle, high, and peak stages. Rank 6 to rank 9 were immortal levels, and rank 9 was the highest, reached only by the 10 venerables in history. His current primeval essence was called the Green Copper Sea, something every rank 1 goo master had. It was formed from essence, energy, and spirit, and showed a person's foundation. The Green Copper Sea filled most of the aperture, around 78%. That meant his aptitude was B grade, but at the peak, very close to A grade. Good aptitude depends on how much of the aperture is filled by primeval essence, divided into A, B, C, and D grades. A grade is 80 to 90%, and D grade is only 20 to 30%. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt a bit relieved. Aptitude at the early stage was very important. The more primeval essence one had, the faster the cultivation speed, the more goo one could use, and the stronger one's overall strength would be. He didn't think about having the best aptitude. For him, being good enough was already enough. D grade could only reach rank 1 or 2 at most, and most of them ended up doing support work, and C grade might reach rank 3. B grade, however, had the chance to reach rank 5 peak among mortals. With a good opportunity, it might even be possible to step into the immortal level. After sorting out his thoughts, he walked out of the tent. Chapter 2, Using Goo Worm. After sorting out his thoughts, he walked out of the tent. What entered his sight was a vast and empty desert. Golden sands stretched endlessly in every direction, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining down with intense heat. Around 300 to 400 mortals in the caravan were busy setting up camp. Some gathered firewood, some cooked, while others handled different tasks to keep things running. Under the desert heat, which was close to 50 degrees, everyone was soaked in sweat. A few people were already showing signs of heatstroke and were about to collapse. Seeing this, Lin Yan checked his green copper primeval essence C and the 3 goo inside it. He didn't have time to study them carefully. Following the original owner's memory, he activated one of them. It looked like a small silver fish, moving quickly and giving off a faint shine. With a thought, the level of his green copper primeval essence began to drop. He raised his hands, and a cool wind burst out from his palms. A soft green light spread outward, quickly covering the entire camp. The burning heat faded, and the air turned cool, like a refreshing breeze in summer. This was the rank 1 cool wind goo. It had no offensive power, but its range was wide, making it a common support goo in the western desert, similar to a portable air conditioner. This was Lin Yan's first time using a goo. Seeing it work with his own hands made him feel a sense of excitement. The fear of being in a new world faded, replaced by curiosity and interest. Since I'm already here, I might as well live properly. I had nothing in my previous life anyway. If this life is more interesting, then I lose nothing, Lin Yan thought. He calmed himself and checked his primeval essence. Only about 0.5% had been used, which was very little compared to offensive goo that usually consumed around 1% each time. But that was only for him. For D-grade goo masters, even using a support goo a few times could drain them completely, let alone fighting. As the cool wind spread through the camp, everyone relaxed, their expressions turning much more comfortable. The western desert was full of sand, with a huge difference between day and night temperatures. The daytime heat was unbearable, and even goo masters could suffer heat stroke or die if they were not careful. Because of this, cool wind goo was very important, and that was the role of logistics goo masters. After that, Lin Yan did not use the cool wind goo again, since it only needed to be activated once every hour. He then walked around the camp to get familiar with the surroundings and better understand his situation. Tents were being set up one after another across the desert. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt a bit fortunate. He was glad he had transmigrated as a cultivator, since his treatment was much better than mortals. He had his own tent, could rest earlier, and did not need to handle basic chores. For mortals, life here was much harder. The difference in status in this world was very clear. In the center of the camp, surrounded by hundreds of tents, stood a 3-story yellow-brown building. Lin Yan recognized it at a glance as a rank 3 goo house, the earth brick house. It could transform into a solid building with strong defense, suitable for the desert environment. The people staying inside were naturally the leaders of the caravan. Lin Yan only glanced at it before moving on, since he still had work to do as part of logistics. He went to several large water vats placed around the camp and used his second goo. It was clear green in color, smooth like water, and about the size of a fist. With a thought, he activated it. A stream of clear water appeared out of thin air and flowed steadily into the vats. Before long, they were filled, and the nearby mortals quickly came over to collect water. This was the rank 1 clear water goo, a common support goo in the western desert. It could create water directly, which was extremely important in such a dry place. It also used very little primeval essence. About 3% was enough to fill a large vat. In places with more moisture in the air, it could produce even more. Lin Yan was not done yet. He turned and walked to the edge of the camp, where hundreds of large camels stood in a circle, forming the first line of defense. If enemies attacked, they would have to get past these thick-skinned beasts first. He then moved outside the camel line and used his third goo. It was a yellow-brown longhorn beetle with a hard shell and a rough back, the rank 1 sand pit goo. With its help, he created many sand pits, working together with other goo masters to change the terrain and build a second layer of defense. The desert outside was dangerous, so every time the caravan set up camp, they had to prepare defenses to avoid sudden attacks. After finishing all this, Lin Yan's primeval essence had dropped by about half. The other logistics goo masters looked tired and annoyed, clearly bothered by the same repeated work every day. But Lin Yan was different. He still felt interested. This was something new to him, and he did not feel tired using it. All of this was seen by a fierce-looking middle-aged man standing on the top floor of the central earth brick goo house. His eyes showed a hint of approval as he nodded. Not bad, Lin Yan is steady, works actively, and has a sense of responsibility. It seems I can give him more tasks. Chapter 3: Flame Paths. After using the 3 goo, Lin Yan understood their effects much better and became more familiar with them. Still, he felt a bit regretful. It's a pity I don't have any offensive goo. At that moment, he heard respectful voices from behind him. Greetings, Vice Caravan Leader. He turned and saw a tall, muscular, middle-aged man walking toward him. The man looked fierce, and Lin Yan was slightly startled before quickly recalling his identity. This person was the Vice Caravan Leader, a rank 3 peak goo master, and also his original body's maternal uncle, Shan Sheiyuan. A rank 3 goo master was already considered strong in this world, an elite among goo masters and a key pillar in any force. In a clan, someone at this level would usually be an elder, and rank 3 was the minimum needed to travel alone in the wilderness. Rank 4 and rank 5 were usually the leaders of large clans. Above them were goo immortals, who rarely appeared and almost never took part in normal conflicts. Lin Yan opened his mouth, then still called out, "Uncle." The wilderness was dangerous. A rank 1 goo master was nothing more than cannon fodder and could die at any moment. But the original Lin Yan was not someone without support. He had a background. Shan Sheiyuan looked at him with clear affection. Lin Yan's parents had died during a mission, killed by sand wolves, leaving him as their only child. Since Shan Sheiyuan had no son of his own, he had long treated him as his successor. "How is it? Are you getting used to life in the caravan?" he asked. Lin Yan felt a bit unfamiliar with this kind of concern. Following the original owner's personality, he answered carefully, "It's quite comfortable." That was the truth. With different goo serving different purposes, the living conditions here were not worse than his previous life. Shan Sheiyuan laughed. "That's because you haven't faced real danger yet. Once you do, you'll understand how cruel the wilderness can be." He paused slightly, then added, "But this route has been developed by our family over many years, so it's mostly safe." Then he took out a goo worm from his arms. It looked like a black and red beetle, with a thin red line running along its back. He handed it to Lin Yan and said, "I've seen how hard you've been working in the caravan. This is your reward." Hearing this, Lin Yan took the goo and looked at it. His heart started beating faster. "Is this a rank 1 fireline goo?" "That's right," Shan Sheiyuan said with a hint of pride. "Our Huang family is a large force. In the past, family heads have all reached rank 5, and we have true legacies in both Earth Path and Flame Path. Fireline goo is the core of our Flame Path legacy. It has strong power, can be used in many ways, and can keep advancing through refinement." He looked at Lin Yan and added, "You haven't chosen your vital goo yet. Take this and refine it as your vital goo." Goo masters were divided into 9 ranks, and goo worms also had 9 ranks, matching each other. The path of goo was simple in concept: refine goo, raise goo, and use goo. Refining meant creating goo worms using different recipes, but the process was dangerous and could easily fail or damage the goo. A vital goo was different. It could be used in refining without being damaged. Each goo master could only have 1 vital goo, and once it was chosen, it would decide their future path. Changing it later would cost a lot. Flame Path, does that mean I'll follow the Flame Path in the future? Lin Yan thought about it for a while, then decided to make it his vital goo. First, he wasn't someone who aimed too high. Right now, he didn't have the luxury to choose. Having a goo worm was already good enough. Most goo masters struggled to get even one, let alone think about future growth. Second, the Flame Path suited the Western Desert well. Flame Path, Wind Path, and Earth Path were common here. The 5 element paths had always been the main paths, so it would be easier and cheaper to collect related goo in the future. Compared to others, he was already very lucky. He could cultivate, his aptitude was better than most people, and he had the support of his family, a proper legacy, and an uncle to guide him. At least his situation was much better than Fang Yuan at the same stage. The Gu Yue clan was only mid-sized, with its strongest member at rank 4, and their inheritance followed the less popular moon path. Lin Yan couldn't help but think that his uncle must have spent his own primeval stones to get this Gu. He felt a bit moved and said, "Thank you, uncle." To be honest, his transmigration was not something he chose, and even how the original owner died was unclear. But from this moment on, he was willing to treat Shan Sheiyuan as his family. "It's nothing, we're family," Shan Sheiyuan waved his hand and said with a smile. "I'll be satisfied if you can go back and enter the top 10 in the family competition." Hearing this, Lin Yan's face turned slightly red. Just like in many stories, the Gu world also used this kind of competition to train the younger generation. Even Fang Yuan had gone through the same thing. However, the Shan family was a bit different. After opening their aperture at 15, new talents had two choices. One was to choose a vital Gu from the family's Gu room and stay behind to train. The other was to join a caravan, where they would be given 3 Gu along with some resources. The second option allowed them to earn more and buy the Gu they wanted, which helped them grow faster and gain more Gu. But it was also much more dangerous. Lin Yan had chosen the second path, and now, with his uncle's help, his future looked much better. After that, he said goodbye to his uncle and quickly returned to his tent, ready to refine the Gu. Chapter 4: Dream Paths. After that, Lin Yan said goodbye to his uncle and quickly returned to his tent, eager to refine the Gu. Shan Sheiyuan watched his nephew leave in a hurry and laughed softly. "That boy." Inside the tent, Lin Yan sat cross-legged. Beside him were several smooth, milky white stones about the size of goose eggs. These were primeval stones, the main currency of the Gu world. They were very valuable. A single stone could restore most of a Gu master's primeval essence and could also help with cultivation. For mortals, 1 stone was enough for a family of 3 to live for a month. Meanwhile, a rank 1 Gu usually cost 200 to 300 stones. From this, it was clear how much Shan Sheiyuan cared about him. Lin Yan focused inward and looked at his aperture. The fire line Gu was moving inside the green copper primeval essence sea, pushed around by the waves. Its body was slowly turning green, but it resisted strongly. Refining a Gu was not easy. It meant removing its natural will and replacing it with one's own. This required constant use of primeval essence to wear it down. For a rank 1 early stage Gu master, refining a rank 1 Gu would take more than 10 days and consume 7 or 8 primeval stones. Lin Yan was already at rank 1 mid-stage, so it was much faster for him, and 3 days was enough. Several days passed quickly as the caravan moved on. Lin Yan handled small tasks while refining the fire line Gu, and in the end, he completely subdued it. Sitting on a camel, Lin Yan closed his eyes and focused on the 4 Gu inside his aperture. "Next, I need to turn it into my vital Gu," he thought. Just as he used the method to transform the fire line Gu into his vital Gu, an accident happened. He failed. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. In the next moment, an unfamiliar Gu suddenly appeared above the green copper primeval essence sea. It looked like a small mirage insect, about the size of a thumb, its body clear like crystal, shining with faint 7-colored light, with thin smoke around it forming shapes like mountains and rivers. Lin Yan's mind went blank for a moment. What kind of Gu is this? I already have a vital Gu. What's going on? Lin Yan was shocked. There was no record of this Gu in the original owner's memories, and he didn't recognize it at all. He frowned and tried to identify it using what he knew from the original story. Soon, a thought came to his mind. Could this be the legendary Dream Path Gu? Gu were refined, raised, and used. When it came to using, they were divided into different paths based on their nature, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with rarer paths like Kai Path, Strength Path, Soul Path, Enslavement Path, and others. The 4 Gu Lin Yan currently had were Cool Wind Gu, Wind Paths, Clear Water Gu, Water Paths, Sand Pit Gu, Earth Path, and Fire Line Gu, Flame Paths. But Dream Path was extremely rare. It had not even fully appeared yet, and related Gu were almost never seen. According to the original story, it would only show up in the future Great Era. Fate Gu once revealed that the 11th rank 9 Venerable would be Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who cultivated Dream Path. It was said that she would surpass the previous 10 Venerables and become the strongest. In a way, this path was like a top-tier build, the strongest choice. The main trait of dream path goo was that they focused on illusions, and the goo themselves were often very beautiful, almost like a dream. This goo matched those traits perfectly. If Lin Yan had not tried to choose his vital goo, he might not have noticed it at all. He couldn't understand how a dream path goo had appeared inside him. Even Fang Yuan's biggest advantage was his knowledge of dream path, and he only obtained such goo after becoming a goo immortal. Wait, could it be? Lin Yan's eyes lit up slightly. In the goo world, transmigrators, also called otherworldly demons, were nothing new. There had been all kinds of them, from powerful experts to ordinary people. Fang Yuan was one, and now so was Lin Yan. They came from different worlds, such as mecha worlds, Earth, and even worlds with advanced technology. Every otherworldly demon had one special trait. They were born with something called otherworldly Dao marks. What are Dao marks? Dao marks were fragments of the great Dao. This also led to a well-known saying in the goo world: humans are the spirit of heaven and earth, and goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo worms themselves carry fragments of the great Dao. Because of this, goo with flame path Dao marks can produce fire, while water path goo can create water. Lin Yan thought about it and could only come up with this explanation. Creating a new goo out of nowhere had to involve Dao marks, and that was something usually only goo immortals dealt with. Dream path has huge potential. Should I focus on dream path and keep flame path as support in the future? Chapter 5: Practice. Dream path has huge potential. Should I focus on dream path and keep flame path as support in the future? Lin Yan felt excited. If he had a choice, he would naturally choose the strongest path, but his knowledge was limited, and he didn't understand the full situation of the goo world. He didn't know the exact timeline, whether Fang Yuan had already started cultivating or even become an immortal. He knew nothing. He also didn't know if the Great Era had begun. For now, he could only move step by step. Staying steady was the most important thing. Most likely, the chaotic era hasn't started yet, otherwise, things wouldn't be this peaceful. Lin Yan made a rough guess, but he didn't rush to use this goo as his vital goo. Every goo had different effects. Some consumed lifespan, while others could even harm the user. They couldn't be used carelessly. On top of that, this was only his guess. He still wasn't sure if it was really a dream path goo. He would wait until he returned to the family, check the records, and make proper preparations before trying anything. If I can use these otherworldly Dao marks, then I won't be without support. Each one is like a special advantage against goo immortals, and it can be my biggest edge. Lin Yan let the 7-colored mirage worm stay hidden inside his aperture, then got up and walked out of the camp. After finishing his work, he took out the fire line goo and prepared to practice using it. In the goo path, refining, raising, and using were all important. If he didn't understand a goo well, its limits and its strength, it would be easy to make mistakes in battle. There was no shortcut for this, only one way: practice. Being in the Western Desert had both good and bad sides. The bad side was that many opportunities from the original story were not useful to him. Very few were in this region, and the ones that existed were extremely hard to obtain, usually needing at least a rank 6 goo immortal. For Lin Yan, those were too far away. If he got them, it would be luck. If not, it didn't matter. He could only rely on himself. Even Fang Yuan had help from powerful people, but more than that, he relied on his own effort. Fire line goo. Lin Yan activated the goo and pointed forward. A red fire line shot out from his fingertip and flew dozens of meters before hitting a rock in the desert. Boom! The fist-sized rock shattered instantly, leaving behind a blackened mark. He continued to tap his finger, sending out more fire lines. They flashed through the air one after another and struck their targets, fast and sharp. As its name suggested, fire line goo released a straight line of fire. Its function was simple, but it had clear advantages: strong power, long range, and high speed. For a rank 1 goo master, it was almost impossible to dodge. It was worthy of being a family legacy goo. And the consumption is acceptable, Lin Yan thought. He checked his aperture. Each use of fire line goo consumed about 8% of his primeval essence, slightly lower than the usual 10% of normal attack goo. But it also had a weakness: the attack was too direct. Once released, it could not change direction. It was easy to use but hard to master. It worked well on still targets, but against moving ones, it was easy to miss. He quickly formed a plan. First, practice hitting fixed targets without aiming, then move on to shooting at moving targets. Fire line goo works best with a detection-type goo, like a vision goo or a sure-hit goo, he thought. Soon after repeated use, his primeval essence ran out. He waited for it to recover before continuing his practice. Using primeval stones to keep going would be too wasteful. After 3 rounds of practice, Lin Yan stopped. His body and mind were already tired, and he still had other work to do. More importantly, this was the wilderness. It was full of danger, and he could not push himself too far, or he might not even know how he died. This scene was seen by his uncle, Shan Sheyuan, who felt satisfied with his diligence. Beside him, a woman in a red dress walked over. She had a calm and graceful presence with a beautiful face. After watching from a distance, she nodded slightly. Not bad, he is steady and knows his limits. With B-grade aptitude, he has a chance to reach rank 4 in the future. Shan Sheyuan replied respectfully, he cannot compare to you, leader. The leader of the caravan was actually a woman. Her name was Shan Zia, the second daughter of the clan leader and a rising talent in the Shan family. Shan Zia watched Lin Yan with interest. She was ambitious and wanted to compete for the position of young clan leader, so she needed capable people by her side. She had first valued Shan Sheyuan. But now it seemed his nephew was also worth paying attention to. She said, we'll be entering the Flame Wolf Desert soon. Stay alert and be careful of wild beasts. On the other side, Lin Yan had no idea he was being watched. He walked to a patch of sea buckthorn near the edge of the camp, opened his hand, and released the sand pit goo. The small goo floated unsteadily as it began to gnaw at the plant. Soon, the surface of the sea buckthorn became full of pits and holes. Chapter 6, Dream Realm. Soon, the surface of the sea buckthorn became full of pits and holes. Indeed, goo were living creatures and needed to be fed. If not, they would starve and die. This was also part of the goo path, and something every goo master had to deal with. Lin Yan first fed the clear water goo a piece of aloe. The cool wind goo was easier, it only needed to absorb wind, but the fire line goo was more costly, as it required the leaves of a rank 1 material, flame marsh grass. He spent 2 primeval stones to buy 9 palm-sized red leaves, which were enough to feed the fire line goo for about a month. The stronger the goo, the more valuable its food. I only have 4 goo worm and it's already this troublesome. If I have a dozen later, won't I spend most of my time just feeding them? And with daily work as well, will I even have time to cultivate? At this moment, Lin Yan truly felt how difficult cultivation was. There was no limit to using goo, but there was always a limit to resources. Even support-type goo were already hard to maintain. Once a full set of goo was gathered, the daily cost would be heavy because of this. One could not collect goo without thinking. By the time Lin Yan finished his tasks, it was already night. He did not rest and sat cross-legged inside his tent, moving his green copper primeval essence to wash against the aperture wall again and again. Each attempt was weak, like a small ripple against a vast sea. But he did not stop. This was the only way to improve. Only when he was completely tired and sleepiness took over did he stop. A rank 1 goo master still needed proper rest. Darkness covered his vision, and his mind slowly went blank. Then suddenly, a faint, colorful mist gathered in a strange space, forming an open area around him. Lin Yan appeared there, looking around in confusion. He had clearly fallen asleep, so how did he end up here? Lin Yan felt uneasy. Everything had happened too suddenly. He immediately took out the fire line goo and carefully observed his surroundings. But after standing there for a long time, nothing happened. The space remained empty and silent. He frowned, unable to figure out where he was. He didn't hesitate and directly made a move. Pointing forward, a red fire line shot out and struck the clouds at the edge of the space. The temperature rose instantly, and the clouds turned red, rolling and boiling. However, after everything settled, there was still no change. Lin Yan felt uncertain and continued using the fire line goo. Streaks of red light flashed across the space again and again, followed by dull explosions. The edge clouds were destroyed layer by layer, yet they quickly recovered as if nothing had happened. Soon, his primeval essence was almost exhausted, and he was about to stop. But at that moment, his aperture suddenly returned to a full state, with green copper primeval essence surging again. Lin Yan was stunned and quickly thought of a possibility. He said in a low voice, "Return." In an instant, the scene in front of him changed. The colorful light disappeared and turned into darkness. He was back inside his tent. As expected, this is a dream. Seeing this, Lin Yan let out a breath. steadied himself, and looked into his aperture. The 7-colored mirage worm was moving inside, looking lively. Is this the effect of my vital goo, creating a dream space? So it really is a dream path goo. Lin Yan couldn't hide his excitement. At first, he planned to slowly study this goo, but this unexpected dream had already shown part of its ability. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. He moved his primeval essence and poured it into the 7-colored mirage worm, activating it. Soon, his consciousness sank, and the same empty dream space appeared again, with his figure inside. Lin Yan laughed. I was searching everywhere, and it turned out to be right in front of me. Now that he understood its basic use, he began testing it again and again. After entering and leaving the dream space several times, he confirmed its ability. It could create a dream space almost the same as reality. The cost of using it was very low in terms of primeval essence. Instead, it mainly used mental energy, so staying inside too long would make him tired. Another point was the flow of time. Time in the dream was faster. 1 hour outside was equal to 3 hours inside the dream. Lin Yan quickly understood what this meant. His training time could be 3 times that of others. In the dream space, his primeval essence was unlimited, so he could keep using goo without stopping. His actual training results could be dozens or even hundreds of times higher. Of course, there is still the limit of mental energy, he thought. At my current level, it's better to train in the dream for about 2 hours each night and use the rest of the time to sleep. He thought it through carefully. If he had Soul Path or Wisdom Path goo, it would be even better. Soul Path could strengthen his spirit, while Wisdom Path could help him generate thoughts and keep the dream going longer. Wisdom Path goo are rare, but Soul Path goo are more common. If I get the chance, I can buy one. Lin Yan thought to himself, feeling more confident about the future. Now that he understood the effect of the Dream Path goo, he knew his plans would have to change. Chapter 7, Dream Derivation Goo. Originally, Lin Yan planned to focus on Flame Path before reaching the Immortal stage. First, the Western Desert had plenty of related resources and strong combat power. Second, Flame Path still had potential in the later stages. In the future, when the sun collapsed, most of the fragments would fall into the Western Desert, causing Flame Path to rise greatly, and even a rank 9 Immortal goo, Fire goo, would appear. After reaching the Immortal stage, he planned to move into Dream Path and follow the trend of the Great Era, since there were very few Dream Path goo at the mortal level right now. As for other paths, he also knew about some opportunities, like Kai Path. With the coming of the Great Era, Kai Tides would appear, and it would become important. However, in the early stage, it was very weak and hard to develop, so he did not plan to choose it. Wanting everything was not realistic. A person's energy was limited, and even focusing on one path was already difficult if he wanted to stand out. If he tried to learn everything, he would end up knowing a little of each but mastering none. His combat system would be messy and easy to break. Just like the 4 goo Lin Yan had now, they covered different paths and looked versatile, but his actual combat strength was average. But with this Dream Path goo, things were different. He could spend much more time training and work on multiple paths at the same time. He planned to include Refinement Path and Wisdom Path. Refinement Path was the base for everything, and Wisdom Path was important to deal with the plans of Heaven's Will and other powerful figures. And in the dream, I don't have to worry about getting injured. I can even practice killer moves. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. What was a killer move? It was when multiple goo worked together, linking their effects and releasing much stronger power. In theory, any goo could be combined into a killer move. But in reality, because of limits in energy and resources, most people only started creating them at rank 3, when their goo was stronger and more compatible. This compatibility meant more than just being from the same path. The goo also had to support and strengthen each other. Even then, it was not easy. It took a lot of time, many failures, and often injuries before a goo master could create a working killer move. There were many cases of people getting seriously hurt while trying. It was said that the Shan family's Flame Path inheritance only had 3 rank 5 killer moves, and from those, many rank 4 and rank 3 moves were developed. And I don't have that problem, I have time. Lin Yan felt confident. Even though the 4 goo he had were not well matched and their effects were average, as long as he had enough time, he could still develop his own killer moves. There were no useless goo, only goo masters who lacked ability. I might be one of the few rank 1 goo masters trying to create killer moves this early, he thought. But then he paused. That wasn't completely true. From what he remembered, someone named Shah Zyro had once created a rank 1 killer move using 3 support-type goo. That person was the guardian of Thieving Heaven demon Venerable, so his talent was naturally exceptional. Coincidentally, Thieving Heaven also came from the Western Desert, and the goo he used included clear water goo and sandpit goo. If he followed a similar idea and spent enough time improving it, he should be able to recreate something similar. Of course, his priority was still to improve his control over fire line goo. Lin Yan closed his eyes and focused. In the quiet dream space, another figure soon appeared. It was Shan Sheiyuan. He smiled faintly and said to the figure, "Run." In an instant, he raised his hand, and a red fire line shot out. Time passed slowly, about 2 hours. Lin Yan withdrew from the dream space, his mind completely exhausted. He lay down at once and fell into a deep sleep, faint snoring soon filling the tent. Early the next morning, he woke up and got ready as the caravan packed up and set off again. While moving, he recalled his training from the dream last night, his expression turning bitter. After 2 hours of fighting, he had not landed a single hit. Shan Sheiyuan was a rank 3 expert, experienced and fast. It was normal that he couldn't hit him. For now, he had no better training target. To bring someone into the dream, he needed to be very familiar with them. Only his uncle had shown his strength clearly, and he didn't know the others well enough. "Sai, I'll take it step by step. Maybe after getting used to fighting stronger opponents, dealing with rank 1 or 2 later will be easier." Lin Yan felt both frustrated and excited. Even though he kept losing, he did not feel discouraged at all. He named his vital goo, Dream Derivation Goo. For a rank 1 goo to have such an effect was already incredible. It truly showed the strength of Dream Path. No wonder it was said that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would surpass all the previous Venerables. Lin Yan also had another concern. What should he feed the Dream Derivation Goo? He had no way to get rare Dream Path materials right now. He had no answer and could only take it step by step. This goo was too valuable, so he had to keep it safe. Fortunately, there were other ways to feed goo. For example, a rank 2 feeding goo could be used once to feed another goo. Using a rank 2 goo to feed a rank 1 goo was clearly expensive, but in this case, it was worth it. As the days passed, the caravan moved closer to the Flame Wolf Desert. Lin Yan trained day and night, not slowing down at all. Seeing this, even the other goo masters were affected and started to train more seriously. Shan Zia noticed his constant effort and felt satisfied. There were many hardworking people, but very few who could keep going like this every day. She decided to invest in him and called Shan Sheiyuan over. Shan Sheiyuan asked, "Leader, what do you need?" Shan Zia smiled slightly and raised her hand. In her palm was a silkworm-like goo, glowing with a soft white light. Its body was round and looked very delicate. "This is..." Shan Sheiyuan's expression changed in shock. Chapter 8, Liquor Worm. When Lin Yan entered his uncle's tent and saw the small goo, his eyes changed slightly. Thinking of what he knew, he asked with some doubt, "Is this liquor worm goo?" "Haha, that's right," Shan Sheiyuan said with a satisfied look. "Seems like you've been studying well." "And this is for me." Lin Yan spoke a bit unsteadily. Liquor worm was rare. Even a rank 1 cost several hundred primeval stones, and in practice, the price could go up to around 1,000. It was something that could strengthen a family's foundation. "Nonsense," Shan Sheiyuan scolded. "Do you think I have that kind of money?" He continued, "This belongs to the caravan. We got it by chance when passing through another family. You can use it for now, but once we return it must be handed back. Don't lose it. It was only because the leader agreed that you got this chance. You owe her a big favor." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed, but after thinking for a moment, he accepted it. Whether it belonged to him or not didn't matter. Being able to use it was already enough. The liquor worm was well known in the Great Love Immortal Venerable's biography. Its effect was to refine primeval essence and raise its quality by 1 level. For example, it could turn rank 1 low-grade green copper essence into rank 1 mid-grade pale green essence. Cultivating with higher quality essence was much faster, and using it to activate goo would also greatly increase power. With this liquor worm, Lin Yan felt confident he could reach rank 1 high stage within 2 months. By then, he would be among the top of his peers. It was a pity that he was still behind Fang Yuan. Unless he could reach rank 2 at 16, the remaining 5 months were not enough. It was too rushed. "Then please thank the leader for me." Lin Yan smiled, took the liquor worm and returned to refine it. At the same time, he recalled what he knew. He remembered the refinement methods for rank 2, rank 3, and even rank 4 liquor worm. If used well, this could bring great benefits to the family. But this was not urgent. It needed careful planning. It would be better to consider it later, after the rank 2 liquor worm was no longer useful to him. Inside the tent, Lin Yan looked into his aperture. The chubby liquor worm absorbed primeval essence and then released it. In a short time, the pale green primeval essence sea shrank by half, but its quality became higher, turning into a deeper green. After that, Lin Yan used primeval stones to recover his essence, then controlled the stronger primeval essence to wash against the aperture membrane again and again. The caravan moved forward through the desert and finally entered the Flame Wolf Desert. Once they crossed this area, they would reach the next oasis and trade with a local family. In the evening, wolf howls echoed across the desert. Lin Yan's expression turned alert. During this time, he had been cultivating and training in the dream at the same time. His breakthrough to the high stage was close, and his control over fire line goo had improved a lot. Even against Shan Sheiyuan, he could sometimes hit by predicting movement, reaching about 30 to 40% accuracy. With the help of the liquor worm, he had enough confidence to deal with danger. Sure enough, on the third day after entering the Flame Wolf Desert, trouble came. Awu, awu. Under the blazing sun, hundreds of crimson giant wolves moved across the golden desert, facing the caravan from a distance. Shan Sheiyuan quickly appeared and began directing people to set up defenses. Looking at the size of the wolf pack, his expression turned serious. They had met small groups of flame wolves before, but those usually avoided a large caravan like this. This time was different. There were several beast kings among them, which gave the pack the confidence to attack. Our luck isn't good, we still got targeted, Shan Sheiyuan said, then turned to Lin Yan. When the fight starts, don't rush forward, stay by my side. Lin Yan nodded. Soon, sand rose everywhere as the wolf pack charged. Their movements were fast and violent, kicking up waves of sand as they rushed forward like a tide. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt the strength of these beasts. Normal wild beasts could be handled by rank 1 Gu masters, but mutated beasts were different. They carried Dao marks. Flame wolves, for example, had resistance to fire and were stronger in hot environments. Above them were beast kings. Their bodies were much larger, and wild Gu often attached to them. Some even had rank 2 Gu, making them stronger than ordinary rank 2 Gu masters. Above that were 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings and beast emperors, matching rank 3, rank 4, and rank 5 Gu masters. However, when the flame wolf pack reached about 50 meters from the caravan, something strange happened. It seemed to be blocked by an unseen force, and their speed suddenly dropped. Bangs, bangs, bang. Chapter 9, Fight. The dozen or so flame wolves in the front stumbled and fell straight into the sand pits, even causing the wolves behind them to collide. This was the caravan's first line of defense. This distance was already within the attack range of ranged Gu masters. The Shan family Gu masters activated fire line Gu and stone throwing Gu, sending out fire lines and huge rocks crashing down. Boom, a loud explosion spread, and the flame wolf pack was torn apart, with blood and bones flying everywhere. About a quarter of them died. Through the smoke, 4 fierce flame wolf kings avoided the pits and charged toward the camp. Another round of fire and earth attacks followed, and Lin Yan also made his move. However, the fierce flame wolves had their own Gu. Their crimson fur moved, and a red light gathered on their bodies, forming a layer of fire armor. The attacks landed but had no effect. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Seeing this, Shan Sheiyuan said, "It's rank 2 fire armor Gu." The Gu masters in the caravan became tense. Facing 4 beast kings, they tried to attack, but the wolves were too fast, and most attacks missed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yan held his breath and kept pointing forward. Crimson fire lines flashed through the air and struck one of the beast kings that had no defensive Gu, leaving charred marks on its red fur. He was one of the few Gu masters who could hit a beast king accurately. For some reason, as he watched the charging flame wolves, their speed didn't feel fast at all. He could clearly follow their movements and even predict where they would dodge. After fighting so many stronger opponents, dealing with this feels much easier. Lin Yan understood this, but he also knew his cultivation was still too low. His Gu were limited and lacked enough power to seriously threaten a beast king. Shan Sheiyuan noticed this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought it was just luck. After all, it could be beginner's luck. At the same time, Lin Yan's thoughts shifted. A new idea came to him. He calmed himself and focused completely on the Beast King with weaker defense. At that moment, he entered a strange state. The movements of the huge flame wolf seemed to slow down, becoming clear in his eyes. Now it's time. Just as the Beast King was about to land from midair, Lin Yan decisively activated the sand pit goo. Buzz buzz, the fierce flame wolf's front paws stepped straight into the suddenly collapsing sand pit. Its body lost balance and tilted forward, its speed slowing for a moment. Lin Yan immediately used the fire line goo. A fire line shot out and at the right moment hit the wolf's eye. The heat burned through the pupil and went straight into its brain. Ow! The fierce flame wolf king let out a painful howl. Its body rolled forward several times, then twitched on the ground and could no longer stand up. Shan Sheyuan was shocked. Shan Zia, who had been watching and ready to act, was also surprised. The Gu masters in the caravan reacted at once, shouting in excitement. Ha ha, it worked. Lin Yan felt his spirit rise, a sense of confidence growing inside him. No matter how strong a body was, without the right Gu, the eyes and brain were still weak points. He had planned this. Hitting such a large target was easy, but hitting a specific point was difficult. So he used sand pit goo to slow it down, turning it into an easy target, then aimed for a fatal strike and finished it in one move. In his dream training, he had used this method many times against his uncle. Of course, this success also depended on fire line goo itself, fast, strong, and quiet, along with a bit of luck. Good boy, you're a genius, Shan Sheyuan shouted with surprise and joy. It seemed that Lin Yan's earlier hits on the Beast King were not just luck. At this moment, the battle became urgent. One Beast King had already died, and another was heavily injured, but two were still charging straight into the camp. Shan Sheyuan had no time to speak to Lin Yan and acted at once. He activated the rank 3 rock wall goo. With a rumble, the ground shook as he raised his hand. A thick, earth-yellow rock wall rose from the sand, about 10 feet high and several meters wide, blocking the two Beast Kings. Thump thump. The two fierce flame wolves slammed into the wall and became dizzy. Shan Sheyuan immediately followed up, using iron sand goo and sand manipulation goo. A black light spread across the ground, then a yellow light covered a wide area. The sand quickly turned dark and hard like iron, then began to move. In the next moment, the iron sand rose and formed chains, tightly binding the two Beast Kings. Sharp spikes formed and pierced into their bodies, damaging them from inside. While they were trapped, the other Gu masters attacked together. Under the combined attacks, the two beasts were quickly killed. After that, Shan Sheyuan stopped and let the others deal with the remaining wolves. The battle was soon under control. Shan Zia walked over and said, as expected of Shan Sheyuan, one move decided the battle. Shan Zia then looked at Lin Yan and said, your nephew's combat talent is impressive. A rank 1 Gu master was able to kill a Beast King, and in such a short time, his control over fire line goo has already become very good. Shan Sheyuan replied calmly, it's nothing special. He can't compare to you, leader. At your age, you can already lead a caravan across so many deserts. Lin Yan also remained calm and said, I should thank the leader for the liquor worm. Without it, the fire line goo alone wouldn't have been enough to break through the Beast King's skull. Chapter 10 Rewards. Lin Yan also remained calm and said, I should thank the leader for the liquor worm. Without it, the fire line goo alone wouldn't have been enough to break through the Beast King's skull. Shan Zia raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling that she had not made a wrong choice. He was hardworking, talented, and not arrogant. She smiled and said, calling me leader is too formal. We are both from the Shan family. If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister. Lin Yan understood her meaning. Shan Zia was also very beautiful, so there was no loss in calling her that. He changed his tone at once. Thank you, elder sister. This Beast King was mostly killed by you, Shan Zia said as she looked at the large corpse in the distance. You can handle it. Hearing this, the surrounding Gu masters showed clear envy. The Beast King Lin Yan killed was almost intact, so it held the most value. The other 3 corpses were damaged, and most of the Gu on them were likely destroyed. Lin Yan also felt excited. He hadn't expected to gain the most from this attack. This would greatly speed up his growth. His luck was indeed good. Shan Sheyuan laughed and said, not bad, kid, you deserve this. Soon, under his uncle's guidance, Lin Yan began collecting the spoils. He found 4 intact Gu from different parts of the Beast King's body. Then he carefully removed the hide, took the meat, and stored the bones. The fierce flame wolf itself was a flame path material and could be used as food for many gu, so it had good value. The 4 gu were even more valuable. Even a normal rank 1 flame path gu could sell for 2 to 300 primeval stones. He obtained 3 rank 1 gu, fire coal gu, fire smoke gu, and gentle fire gu, and 1 rank 2 streaming fire gu. Including the corpse, the total value was about 2,500 primeval stones. Lin Yan's heart beat faster. He had gained a huge amount in a short time. A rank 1 logistics gu master like him would normally earn around 500 stones in half a year. This was equal to more than 2 years of income. The best part was that these flame path gu suited him well and could be used directly. At this moment, Shan Sheiyuan spoke. I don't suggest you keep all of them. First, your cultivation is still low. You can't properly use so many strong gu, especially a rank 2-1. Second, most of these gu are not part of the Shan family's flame path inheritance. They are not very flexible, and their future growth is limited. It will be hard to replace them later, and you won't be able to afford to raise them. Some of them need rare food. Shan Sheiyuan gave an example. Take fire smoke gu. It's a concealment type gu. When used, it releases a large amount of fire smoke. For normal gu masters, it stands out too much, but for flame path users, it works well with large flames. The problem is its food. It needs smoke from a volcanic eruption. We don't have volcanoes here. Even if we did, how long would you have to wait for one to erupt? Lin Yan thought about it. It was true, some of these gu were too specialized. Gentle fire gu reduced the power of flames and was usually used by refinement path gu masters. Its cost was also high. The rank 2 streaming fire gu was powerful, but it used a lot of primeval essence and needed meteor fire to feed it. Overall, they were not suitable for him. Shan Sheiyuan continued, I suggest you keep the fire coal gu and sell the rest. This one is cheap to maintain. It only needs normal charcoal and its effect is very useful. It's a support type gu. It can reduce the primeval essence cost of your other rank 1 flame path gu by half. It's like giving the flame something to rely on, making it last much longer, and our Shan family also has a method to advance it. Lin Yan agreed without hesitation. His uncle had experience. Without guidance, he would likely keep all the gu for short-term strength, only to struggle later when he couldn't afford to maintain them. At first, it would feel like a gain, but after a few months, he would be forced to sell them anyway, wasting resources. Selling them was simple. The caravan would buy them at market price. Flame path gu were always in demand. Shan Zia looked at the streaming fire gu and said, Luckily you killed it quickly. If that beast king had broken through, it could have caused losses. Lin Yan gained about 2,300 primeval stones. With what he already had, his total was now quite high. It was not easy to carry so many stones. Storage gu started at rank 2, but they had many drawbacks. Only rank 3 ones were truly practical. For now, he could only carry them with him. Fortunately, after killing a large number of flame wolves, the caravan was covered in their blood scent. Other wolf packs would not dare approach. The rest of the journey was safe. After crossing the flame wolf desert, there would be an oasis where he could trade and spend his stones. About 5 days later, the caravan reached the edge of the Red Willow Oasis. From a distance, the green oasis looked like an emerald in the middle of a golden desert, full of life. Lin Yan looked into his aperture. 6 gu floated inside, already more than what most rank 1 gu masters had. Chapter 11, Liu Family. Lin Yan looked into his aperture. 6 gu floated inside, already more than what most rank 1 gu masters had. The newly obtained fire coal gu had already been refined. It looked like a black-grey beetle, long and oval, with a rough back that would sometimes spark like burning charcoal. During these 5 days, Lin Yan kept entering the dream space. He could now create new training scenes, including groups of flame wolves, and practice moving and attacking while being surrounded, improving his control over fire line gu. He didn't have Fang Yuan's experience of 2 lifetimes and hundreds of years, nor his deep understanding of gu. He could only rely on himself and improve step by step through training. The Shan family caravan slowly entered the Red Willow Oasis. This place was controlled by the Liu family, a mid-sized force with a rank 4 clan leader. Their strength was similar to the Gu Yue clan and far below the Shan family. Lin Yan looked at the green fields and the lively people in the oasis. A gentle breeze passed by, and he felt much more relaxed, as if the heat and fatigue from the desert had been washed away. Not long after, the Liu family sent a rank 3 elder to discuss business. and arrange where the caravan would stay. Soon, the Shan family caravan set up many shops, forming a small market street. All kinds of goods and resources were displayed for trade. The Gu masters still had to stay and guard the shops to prevent trouble, but logistics Gu masters like Lin Yan were much freer and could move around as they wished. The Gu world is huge. Even one region is as big as several Earth regions, but production is low, there are many wild beasts and travel is difficult, so caravans are very important. Lin Yan walked through the streets, looking around and learning more about this world. It was not just the Western Desert. Except for Central Continent, the other regions were similar. Even in southern border, caravans often passed through places like Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan had once gained a lot from caravan trade, using it to greatly improve his cultivation and strength, but it also brought trouble, as he was targeted by the Jia family caravan. I wonder where my opportunity is. Lin Yan thought about it. If he continued with Flame Path, he already had attack and support Gu. What he still lacked were movement, defense, detection, and healing. Normally, only rank 3 Gu masters would build a complete set like this. Rank 1 and rank 2 usually just used whatever they had, but Lin Yan was already thinking ahead and preparing for the future. There's no need to prepare everything. Once I reach rank 2, all my Gu will need to be refined again, and that will cost too much. It's better to pick one movement or defensive Gu for safety. Lin Yan thought clearly. With the liquor worm, reaching rank 1 high stage was close. Spending too much now to complete a full set would not last long, and feeding them would also be troublesome. He walked to the central brick Gu house, which mainly sold Gu. There were rank 1 to rank 3 Gu, including Wolf Strength Gu, White Pig Gu, Jade Skin Gu, Earth Thorn Gu, Earth Wave Gu, 3 Watch Gu, and many others. Even the Streaming Fire Gu he had sold earlier was displayed there. As expected of a large caravan, there were many types of Gu, and their quality was high. After looking around for a while, Lin Yan found what he wanted. Rank 1 Fire Cloak Gu. It was one of the Shan family's Flame Path Legacy Gu, with a clear path for future refinement. Flame Path was strong in offense, not weaker than Lightning Path or Sword Path, but its defense was weak. Fire Cloak Gu was considered a very good defensive Gu. Its food was also easy to get. It needed the roots of flame marsh grass, which has the most fiber. Doesn't that sound familiar? That's right, the Fire Line Gu feeds on the leaves of flame marsh grass, while the Fire Cloak Gu uses its roots. They just consume different parts of the same plant. This was the strength of the Shan family's true legacy, using the same material to feed most of their Gu. This not only reduced the burden of feeding, but also made it hard to target them. Flame marsh grass was easy to grow and found everywhere, so it was impossible to cut off the Shan family's supply. Lin Yan spent 200 primeval stones to buy the Fire Cloak Gu. He still had about 2,500 primeval stones left. It had to be said that Flame Path Gu were relatively cheap. He recalled that Fang Yuan chose Strength Path in the early stage. A rank 1 Strength Path Gu cost 600 or 700 primeval stones, almost twice the normal price, and there were no follow-up refinement methods. Every Gu had to be carefully planned, making it very costly. Lin Yan thought this is the general trend. Flame Path is mainstream. Going against it is not wise. Of course, Fang Yuan chose Strength Path to plan for the 3 Kings' inheritance, and later obtained rank 6 Immortal Gu. If there were such opportunities, even a declining path would be worth choosing. Gu Immortals were on a completely different level from rank 5. Those who did not become Gu Immortals were nothing in comparison. The fall of Qingmao Mountain, the struggle in Shangclan City, the 3 Kings' inheritance, Fox Immortal Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, the Imperial Court contest. Lin Yan's mind went through several key opportunities and events from Fang Yuan's early journey. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. Before and after the arrival of the Great Era, chaos would spread everywhere. Only Gu Immortals could barely protect themselves. He had to quickly improve his cultivation and understand the situation of the 5 regions. Chapter 12, Relic Gu. After that, Lin Yan walked around the market and saw Liu family Gu masters selling different Gu. Some rare and powerful ones tempted him, and he wanted to buy them on the spot. But he was not Fang Yuan. He didn't have that level of experience or control over resources. The best choice was to save his stones and only act after he was clear about his direction. It was like saving items in a game when you don't yet know how to use them. At that moment, a group of Gu masters gathered in the distance, talking loudly. Someone shouted, "I have a green copper relic Gu. Auction on the spot, highest price wins." Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved through the crowd. Relic goo had a strong effect. It could directly raise a goo master's level by a small stage without any side effects. For example, from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage, saving a lot of time while keeping a stable foundation. The green copper relic goo was used for rank 1, while the red steel relic goo was for rank 2. Because of this, even though it was only rank 1, its value was very high, close to a rank 2 goo. Many people were competing for it. Lin Yan realized this was his chance. Buying a relic goo would not be a loss. It was one of the best ways to use his resources. In the center of the crowd, a middle-aged goo master held up a bronze-colored round goo. The surrounding people stared at it and kept calling out prices. 500 primeval stones. 600. In just a few minutes, the price rose to 900. After that, the bidding slowed down. No matter how useful it was still only rank 1. Very few rank 1 goo masters could afford more. Lin Yan watched for a moment, then decided to act. Right now, only ordinary goo masters were bidding. Once the Shan family or Liu family stepped in, the price would rise again. Relic goo was always something important for big families. 1500. As Lin Yan spoke, the crowd fell silent. The goo masters around him showed uneasy expressions. At this price, it was enough to buy 2 rank 2 goo. The seller was overjoyed. 1500 was already higher than he expected, so he quickly agreed. Soon after, Lin Yan got the green copper relic goo, placed it into his aperture, then turned and left. Shan Sheyuan had already heard the news and rushed over. Seeing this from a distance, he smiled slightly. This kid. Lin Yan now had only 1,000 primeval stones left. He went straight back to his tent and focused on cultivation, no longer paying attention to the market. Such restraint was not something most people could do, but he had a clear goal and was not easily distracted. He did not plan to use the relic goo yet. With the help of the liquor worm, he was already close to breaking into rank 1 high stage. Using it now would be a waste. He would wait until he reached rank 1 high stage, then use the relic goo to push directly to the peak stage, crossing 2 levels at once and saving a lot of time. After all, the higher the cultivation, the harder it became to progress. The Shan family caravan stayed in the Liu family for 8 days before setting off again. This was already the return journey, so they would not stop at other oases. They had earned enough, and it was better to leave while things were good. During this time, Lin Yan kept cultivating without rest. Using the refined primeval essence from the liquor worm, he continued to wash against the aperture membrane, which was now full of small cracks. At the same time, he increased his dream training, constantly fighting flame wolf packs and Shan Sheyuan. Inside the empty dream space, a black-clothed youth moved through a group of raging flame wolves. Sometimes he dodged, sometimes he rolled, and sometimes he raised his hand and fired red flame lines. Flame wolves fell one after another, but the youth was also getting injured. This was Lin Yan in his dream. His blood was boiling as he forced himself into dangerous situations to improve his combat skills. Facing several beast kings and hundreds of flame wolves, even a rank 3 goo master would be careful, but he kept going. Raw. One of the beast kings, a fierce flame wolf, grew impatient. It activated a rank 2 streaming fire goo and spat out a solid fireball the size of a head. The fireball shot forward at high speed, leaving a long red trail behind it, like a falling meteor. Lin Yan sensed the danger and quickly rolled to avoid the center of the attack. Boom, the ground exploded, flames spread out, and a crater nearly half a meter deep appeared. The shockwave and fire rushed toward him. Fire cloak goo, Lin Yan reacted at once and activated it. Orange-yellow flames wrapped around his body, forming a bright fire cloak that covered him completely like Naruto in Ninetales mode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the flames that reached Lin Yan were absorbed by the fire cloak around his body. The cloak grew even stronger, burning brighter, and showed clear suppression against flame path attacks. With fire cloak goo active, Lin Yan's combat strength increased a lot. Even though he kept using the goo, the deep green primeval essence in his aperture still decreased slowly. A charcoal-like goo glowed faintly, sending its power into the other 2 flame path goo, reducing half of their primeval essence cost. Originally, using fire line goo once needed 8/10 of low-grade primeval essence, and fire cloak goo needed 1/10. Now the first only needed 4/10, and the second only 5/10, almost like endless firepower. These 3 goo formed a strong system of attack and defense. With the boost from the higher quality primeval essence refined by the liquor worm, even 7 or 8 normal rank 1 Gu masters would not be able to defeat him. But no matter how strong Lin Yan was, or how well he dodged, he was still small under the siege of so many beasts. Soon his primeval essence ran out. The wolf pack overwhelmed him, tearing into him as intense pain spread, and his vision went dark. Chapter 13, Peak Stage. In the next moment, Lin Yan appeared again. He looked at the wolf pack. Many were injured and 37 corpses lay on the ground. He nodded slightly. 23 minutes, 37 kills. I improved again. With a calm expression, he waved his hand. The wolves returned to their original state, and he charged forward to fight again. After repeating this 6 times, Lin Yan dismissed the wolf pack. The image of Shan Sheyuan appeared in front of him. He looked at him, his eyes steady. Suddenly, Shan Sheyuan's expression turned cold. He raised his hand, and a black light swept out. The ground turned into iron sand, shaking violently as it rose and fell. Lin Yan could not stand steadily. Relying on instinct, he jumped away just in time. A sharp iron spike burst out from where he had been standing. While moving, he tried to counterattack with fire line goo. Even on the unstable ground, his steps stayed steady, and he tried to pressure Shan Sheyuan. But the gap between him and a rank 3 elder was too big. In just a few breaths, Lin Yan was forced into a corner. A mass of black iron sand fell from above, crushing his body. 20 breaths again. Lin Yan appeared once more. His expression did not change, as if death meant nothing to him. He had already gotten used to this kind of training. What others would find unbearable, he accepted calmly, watching his strength slowly improve. With his current control over Gu, he felt he might not be much weaker than a rank 3 Gu master. If the dream space were larger, he believed he could last even longer. After testing several times and confirming his progress, he moved on to the next stage of training. The dream space turned empty, leaving only Lin Yan standing there. 3 support-type Gu floated around him. He focused his mind and activated cool wind Gu, sand pit Gu, and clear water Gu at the same time, their effects appearing with slight delays. As a result, nothing happened. Lin Yan coughed up blood from the backlash. The 3 Gu trembled and cracks appeared on their bodies, showing heavy damage. He didn't get discouraged. After recovering, he tried again. He was trying to develop a killer move. Every killer move was complex. The order of activating the Gu and the timing between them would change the result. Even these 3 Gu had many possible combinations. Failure and backlash were normal during this process. After some time, he made a small breakthrough. He found that the 3 Gu could not be used together for more than 3 seconds. Once it passed that limit, they would not connect and would only act separately. With this confirmed, the only method left was to test all possible combinations one by one. This was still manageable with 3 Gu. If it were 10 or more, the workload would be overwhelming, but such large combinations usually belong to rank 5 killer moves. At the same time, Lin Yan also gained some understanding. Creating a killer move was about combining the effects of Gu, arranging them properly, like following the logic of elements or how wind could strengthen fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yan activated the 3 Gu, sand pit Gu, cool wind Gu, and clear water Gu, one after another. A strong wind suddenly rose in the space, carrying sand with it. His eyes were hit at once. The wind and sand rushed in, causing sharp pain, and he could no longer see clearly. Even when tears came out, it only made things worse, burning like lime. But instead of panicking, Lin Yan felt excited. This meant he was on the right path. Back in the tent, Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. A faint trace of colored mist seemed to remain in them. He was mentally tired, but a small smile appeared. In just 8 days, his progress had been huge. In another 1 or 2 months, he could likely create several killer moves with his current Gu. The caravan set off again, leaving the oasis and entering the desert. Time passed quickly. Over the next 1.5 months, the caravan moved steadily without any major trouble. They were now close to returning to the clan. That night, Shan Sheyun came to him and said, "We rest here tonight. Tomorrow we'll be home. In a few days, the newcomer Gu battle will begin. Are you confident?" Lin Yan answered calmly, "Top 10 is easy." Shan Sheyuan did not say much and only reminded him, "All right then, and remember to return the liquor worm to the caravan." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a bit regretful. The liquor worm's effect on a Gu master was simply too great. However, he was about to break through the upper stage barrier tonight. and then refine the green copper relic goo to directly reach rank 1 peak, so he would no longer need it. After reaching rank 2, he could obtain another liquor worm and try to refine the rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm to continue accelerating his cultivation. He returned to his tent and focused on observing his aperture. The dark green primeval essence surged like waves, constantly striking the surrounding aperture membrane. Cracks spread across the membrane, and with another heavy impact, it finally shattered. At the bottom of the sea, the flowing primeval essence was no longer pale green, but upper stage dark green. This was not the end. Lin Yan took out the green copper relic goo and began refining it. Above the primeval sea, a bronze light spread out, forming a solid membrane that slowly transformed the aperture. After an hour, the membrane shattered once again, and his aura rose further. This time, the primeval essence became black-green. Rank 1 Peak Stage. Chapter 14, Timeline. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Early in the morning, the Shan family caravan set off. All the Goo masters were in good spirits. After being away for so long, they were finally returning home. Lin Yan looked into his aperture. The dark green primeval sea was calm and steady, and he felt at ease. For ordinary people, even if their cultivation rose like this, their combat strength would not change much. But for him, who trained day and night in the dream, his experience was already ahead of his cultivation. Using the relic goo to raise his level allowed him to fully match his strength. He walked to the rank 3 earth brick goo house and returned the liquor worm. Shanxia looked at him carefully, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Reaching rank 1 peak at your age, you're only 15 years and 7 months, right? Your cultivation can definitely rank in the top 10 of your generation. Lin Yan smiled. I was lucky and got a green copper relic goo. It was normal for others to see his cultivation at a glance since he didn't have a concealment goo, but that didn't matter. His real strength was not just his level. Shanxia smiled and said, if you're interested, after the newcomer competition, you can join my caravan. Doing some trade can help your cultivation. I'll think about it, elder sister. Lin Yan gave a vague reply. He really needed to think about how to earn resources in the future. Cultivation consumed too much. Being able to reach rank 1 peak so quickly was partly because of his uncle's support. Reaching rank 2 and rank 3 would require even more. Fortunately, he had ways to earn. He remembered many goo recipes from the original story. He could test and restore them in the dream, then sell them to the family. As for working as a trade runner that was just working for the family, the profit was too small and he didn't care for it. The family system protects people, but it also takes from them step by step. Only those at the top truly benefit. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. This was normal. It had always been like this. People at the bottom had little choice, and lone cultivators had it even worse. In the evening, the caravan saw a large oasis ahead. At its center were 3 big lakes, far larger than the Red Willow Oasis, several times its size. At the edge stood rows of tall, ancient trees. Their leaves were sharp and red like needles. These were acupuncture trees, a type of fire and wood path plant. They were usually calm but would attack fiercely if threatened. This was the Shan family's outer defense. Inside the oasis were many villages, while the main family controlled the area around the lakes, where streets and buildings were developed. We are finally back. I wonder if my wife prepared something for me. The Goo masters in the caravan talked casually, their mood relaxed. When Lin Yan heard the name of the oasis, he was stunned. Shaging Oasis, the Shan family. No wonder is this that Shan family. He quickly recalled part of the original story. This place had been mentioned before. The Shan family itself was not very famous, but the key point was that a person named Han Li would be born here. In the future Great Era, he would rise step by step, reach immortal ascension, and even reach rank 7 peak, becoming well known across the 5 regions. This was from Fang Yuan's first life. At that time, Fang Yuan took 300 years to become an immortal through blood path, then ruled for 500 years. Later, he refined the spring-autumn cicada and was reborn, starting everything again. His advantage was too great. He had knowledge of the future, 500 years of experience, and the ability to rebirth again. It was almost like having a second chance every time. If someone pushed him into a desperate situation, he could simply return and change everything. Even before others could act, they might already be dealt with. Facing such a person, Lin Yan did not plan to confront him early. He would wait until he found a way to deal with the spring-autumn cicada. However, it also had a weakness. Every time it was used, the user's luck would become very poor. Even things that should succeed could go wrong. In any case, nothing went smoothly for Fang Yuan in the early stage of his second life. He kept facing setbacks, almost like the story was made to suppress him. After becoming an immortal in his second life, because his luck became extremely poor, he planned to connect his luck with others to share the burden. That was when he went to find the young Han Li, who had not yet opened his aperture. Really? Lin Yan felt a chill run down his back. He had no preparation at all to face Fang Yuan. Right now, he just wanted to confirm one thing, whether Han Li had already been born. If Han Li was already around 10 years old, it meant Fang Yuan had already finished the early stages. 10 years had passed, and he had likely completed the Imperial Court contest and reached immortal ascension. If that was the case, Lin Yan could only leave. The spring-autumn cicada, its advantage is too great. Lin Yan felt a headache as the caravan entered the oasis. Shan Zia and Shan Sheiyuan still had to report back and deal with the caravan matters, but he was free. He didn't even return home and went straight to find Han family village. This was not hard. He knew it was near the edge of the oasis, close to a grassy area. As a Shan family Gu master, it was easy for him to find it. Soon, he arrived at Han family village. Under the watch of the surrounding mortals, he looked toward a stone house not far away. An ordinary-looking boy was squatting outside, playing in the dirt. Lin Yan thought, there's no child named Han Li in this village. Does that mean he hasn't been born yet? Could this boy be his father, or maybe they aren't even married yet? He quickly figured out the timeline. Han Li would be born about 10 years later, and around the same time, Fang Yuan would rebirth in the southern border. 20 years after that, Fang Yuan would reach immortal ascension. I still have 10 years, no, 20 years. Lin Yan's tense mood eased. He almost wanted to laugh. The pressure from Fang Yuan was too great. That man was walking a path of destruction, with no regard for anything. Damn it, all because of heaven's will. Lin Yan complained inwardly. Being controlled and pushed for 500 years, forced to struggle non-stop, it had shaped Fang Yuan into something extreme. Even so, Lin Yan did not relax too much. Reaching immortal ascension in 20 years was almost impossible, even for top talents. Not everyone was Fang Yuan. Logically, since he came 10 years earlier than the original timeline, he should be in Fang Yuan's first life, with hundreds of years ahead. But things were not that simple. The Fang Yuan he would face would only be the one after rebirth, not the earlier version. The only thing Lin Yan could rely on was himself. Whether he could reach that level or not was uncertain. He could only move step by step. Just as he was about to leave, the Gu master guarding Han family village arrived. It was an old man with a worn face. The old man spoke with a respectful tone. My name is Mo Han. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? Hearing this, Lin Yan turned and looked at him. From the waist token, he could tell the man was a rank 2 Gu master. It was normal for him to act this way. First, Lin Yan was from the Shan family, so his status was higher. Second, reaching rank 1 peak at this age meant his future was promising. Lin Yan asked Dr. Mo. Chapter 15, Inheritance. Oh, young Master Lin, you give this old man too much face. Mo Han waved his hands repeatedly and said humbly, I only know a few healing methods, nothing worth your esteemed family's attention. I don't deserve to be called a doctor, just call me Mo Han. Lin Yan's gaze deepened. He remembered this person. 20 years later, in order to extend his lifespan, he would target Han Li and try to refine him into a rank 3 human medicine Gu. However, Han Li was a child of luck and killed him instead. That would become the starting point of Han Li's rise. The human medicine Gu is a rank 3 Gu, and as a longevity type Gu, it is extremely rare. This man is only rank 2, far from enough. That means he must have a clue to a rank 4 or rank 5 inheritance. Lin Yan thought as he looked at the still young Mo Han. He wondered if that inheritance had already been taken. If not, then this opportunity would naturally go to whoever could seize it. If the other party had already obtained it, then he would decide based on the situation. But if Mo Han still tried to use children to refine Gu for longevity, killing him would not bring any burden. On the surface, however, Lin Yan said humbly, I wouldn't dare, I'll just call you Senior Mo. He spoke politely with Mo Han for a while, not revealing anything, then returned to the family's station. He only kept a quiet watch on him. At this moment, Mo Han looked at Lin Yan's departing back, his brows slightly furrowed. He felt uneasy. This Shan family disciple suddenly came to Han family village. Could he have discovered that inheritance too? Then jealousy rose in his heart. Less than a year after opening his aperture, and already at rank 1 peak, he had spent most of his life and still couldn't reach that. Was it just because Lin Yan was from a big family? One day I will also rise above others. Mohan's heart burned again. Even at his age, his fighting spirit had not faded. On the other side, Lin Yan walked lightly. Not only had he confirmed the timeline, but he had also found a clue about a legacy. In this world without a legacy, it was very hard to move forward. There was a common practice in the Gu world. Whether righteous or demonic, when people were about to die, they would leave behind a legacy, passing on their methods and ideas. Because of this, legacies appeared everywhere. There were always stories of people rising in one step after finding one. At the start of the original story, Qingmao Mountain had a rank 5 legacy. Shaging Oasis likely had one as well. Lin Yan felt some anticipation. He planned to gather people and explore it after the newcomer competition. He passed more than 10 villages and soon saw the area around Wen Lake. There were many large courtyards and busy streets. This was the Shan family's main base, where only family members usually lived. Lin Yan's parents had once owned a 3-part residence here, with front, middle, and back courtyards. It even had an artificial lake connected to Wen Lake and many servants to take care of it. After their death, the residence passed to Lin Yan. Thinking about this, a faint smile appeared on his face. In his previous life, even a small room was hard to get, but now he lived in such a place easily. Lin Yan arrived at his residence. 2 strong guards stood in front of the red wooden gate. When they saw him, they paused for a moment, then quickly bowed. "Young master, you're back." They pushed the door open at once. Inside, the maids had already heard the news and hurried over. Among them, a graceful woman stepped forward, followed by several maids. She looked at Lin Yan and said gently, "Young master, this trip must have been tiring. You've become more steady. It seems the journey has tempered you well." "Aunt Liu thanked you for taking care of everything at home." Lin Yan took a breath. With his memories, everything here felt familiar. This woman was his mother's personal maid, someone she trusted deeply. Now she managed the entire residence. "It's nothing," Aunt Liu said softly. "You're the one who has worked hard managing things at such a young age." She then turned to the maids. "Prepare hot water and food for young master." After that, she smiled. "You've just returned, so rest well. I won't disturb you." Lin Yan felt at ease. Aunt Liu was still as thoughtful as ever. He walked alone through the large mansion, watching the faint white mist rising from the lake. After being used to the heat of the desert, the warm air here felt familiar. Among the 3 lakes of Shaging, Wen Lake was always hot like a natural spring. An artificial lake in a desert, a bit wasteful. Lin Yan shook his head. He didn't care much about such things and turned toward his room. He wanted to try breaking through to rank 2 before the newcomer competition. The Shan family valued this competition a lot. The top 30 would each receive 500 primeval stones. The top 10 would get 1,000. The top 3 would receive 1,000 stones and a rank 2 family Gu. Lin Yan had already set his goal. He wanted to win and prepare for his rank 2 resources. At the same time, in the center of Wen Lake, on a small island, several pavilions stood in the mist, giving a quiet and distant feeling. A young woman stood in one of them. She had delicate features and a calm, confident presence. She was one of the 3 A-grade talents of this generation in the Shan family, Lin Qingyao. Chapter 16, Flame Demon True Body. Qingyao, a kind-faced elder with a profound aura, approached and gently asked his granddaughter, "Are you confident about the grand competition?" "Yes," Lin Qingyao's lips curved slightly as she said proudly, "Even those 2 won't be my match. I've already reached 2nd rank." He, don't be careless. You should know that there are always stronger people out there." The grand elder reminded her, then took out a gu and handed it to Lin Qingyao, saying, "Take this rank 2 fireball gu. It can be used as a trump card." Lin Qingyao frowned, clearly unwilling. In her opinion, this was close to cheating, but she couldn't refuse her grandfather's insistence. In the center of Flame Lake, the largest of the 3 lakes, a sturdy city stood. It was also the clan chief's residence, storing the Huang family's richest foundation. In the council hall, Huang Ming, the current clan chief of the Huang family, sat upright. He had a tall physique, fiery red eyebrows, and a domineering presence. Looking around, his 5 children were all present, and the atmosphere was solemn. Shan Zia was among them. She softly reported on the caravan's situation and mentioned Lin Yan's performance. A rank 1 Gu master killing the king of beasts left a deep impression. Huang Ming showed some interest. "Not bad. His combat talent is outstanding. In recent years, our clan has seen a continuous emergence of outstanding talents. This is truly gratifying. Regarding this evaluation, the eldest son, Huang Yi, stood by, as if it had nothing to do with him. The eldest daughter, Huang Qin, said with interest, "My sister has good luck. She has gained another capable subordinate." The second son, Huang Qi, was a little jealous and said neither warmly nor coldly, "It's just good luck. A rank 1 Gu master could never defeat the king of beasts in a direct confrontation." Shan Zia smiled faintly, not debating. The youngest son, Huang Xin, remained silent. The Huang family clan chief did not show much reaction. He looked at his youngest son and asked, "Zina, the grand competition is about to begin. There are many talented people in the clan. Are you confident you can take first place?" Hearing this, Huang Xin was slightly stunned. He recalled his mother's words, "You were born too late. Most resources have already been taken by your elder siblings. If you want to compete for the position of clan chief, you must endure and wait and benefit when others clash." He thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "I will not bring shame to father." On the central island of the last turbid lake lived Huang Feng, the youngest rank 5 family elder of the Huang family. He stood by the shore of the murky yellow lake. Though middle-aged, his features were still handsome, and his bearing was refined. Behind him stood a handsome young man with his head lowered. "My disciple, the Huang family mainly cultivates fire and earth paths, but I walk the wind path and am subtly excluded among the elders. Today, I will give you a rank 2 water arrow gu. It restrains fire and earth. I hope you can defeat strong opponents and uphold my name." The handsome young man, Huang Zai, replied calmly, "I understand Master's teachings. Using gu should not be limited by paths. Adaptability is the true way. I will prove Master's path." As the grand competition approached, the atmosphere within the family grew lively, and everyone was discussing the geniuses who had appeared this year. Lin Yan continued to cultivate tirelessly, but for now, he could not break through to second rank. He shifted his focus to improving his combat power, making use of the remaining 1,000 primeval stones he had. He did not dare to underestimate others. Even Fang Yuan, after being reborn, was not invincible among his peers on Qingmao Mountain. As a large peak force, the Huang family occupied a vast oasis on its own and had several affiliated Gu master families. Its foundation was deep, and talented individuals emerged continuously. Take greater talents as an example. On Qingmao Mountain, the 3 clans would only produce one every few decades, but the Huang family had them in almost every generation. This generation was especially strong, with as many as 3. Fang Zheng, the younger brother of the Fang Yuan in the original novel, was a grade A genius. He cultivated diligently for a year and advanced to second rank and with the Huang family's foundation. How could they not obtain liquor worm and green copper relic gu? That was impossible. Even a rank 3 family elder on Qingmao Mountain had the means to acquire these 2 gu. How could rank 5 experts of the Huang family lack them? It was very likely that those 3 grade A geniuses had already reached second rank. There was nothing Lin Yang could do about this. His aptitude and resources were still somewhat lacking. Fortunately, his advantage lay in Dream Realm training. His combat experience and gu control had already reached a terrifying level, and he could continuously develop killer moves and trump cards. But even so, it was not completely safe. After returning to the family, he carefully examined the gu available and set his eyes on a rank 1 gu, fire pattern gu. This gu was a unique specialty of the Huang family. Its original secret recipe was not sold to outsiders, and only verified Huang family disciples could obtain it. It was connected to a rank 5 killer move of the Flame Path True Inheritance, Flame Demon True Body. The Huang family itself is the strongest legacy, Lin Yan sighed. Chapter 17, Formation Kogu. The Huang family itself is the strongest legacy, Lin Yan sighed. In the gu world without gu immortals, rank 4 meant status and territory, and rank 5 was like a mortal emperor. The 3 kings' inheritance that allowed Fang Yuan to rise, setting aside the immortal blessed land, was essentially just a legacy left behind by 3 rank 5 peak gu masters. The Huang family had never lacked rank 5 experts throughout its history. Its legacy could truly be called powerful. He headed straight to the family's gu chamber, located beside Wen Lake. A basement had been dug beneath it, and a gu house stood above, heavily guarded. The ones recording entries at the entrance were all rank 3 gu masters. People came and went from time to time, most of them young gu masters preparing for the family's gu battles. Lin Yan registered his name, took a rank 1 bookworm gu, and used his mind to browse the information stored inside. There were many types of gu, from rank 1 to rank 3. The Huang family has more than one gu house. The three most important ones are on the Three Lake Islands, and they also store rank 4 and rank 5 gu. With this thought, he focused his search and quickly found his target. Rank 1 Fire Pattern Gu, a single-use consumable gu. After use, it can imprint a crimson divine pattern on the host's body, increasing skin defense by 10% and enhancing the power of flame path gu by 10%. Note, human skin has limits. Each person can use fire pattern gu at most 9 times, forming 9 flame patterns and increasing flame path power by up to 90%. Seeing this, Lin Yan took a sharp breath. As expected of the Huang family's signature gu, its effect was terrifying, almost doubling the combat strength of a flame path gu master. Of course, fire pattern gu was still only rank 1. Even with 9 patterns, it gave a 90% boost to rank 1 gu. For rank 2, the effect would drop to about 45%, and for rank 3, just over 20%. By rank 4, it would be almost negligible. That makes sense. If it kept that effect, it wouldn't be rank 1, but a rank 6 immortal gu. Lin Yan had also read about its drawback. This kind of body-modifying gu conflicted with others. Once used, gu from other paths, like the rank 1 white pig gu that increases strength, could no longer be used. Then I'll walk the flame path to the end. Gains and losses go together. This kind of enhancement will still be useful even at rank 5. Lin Yan spent 600 primeval stones to buy 2 fire pattern gu, feeling a bit of pain. They were much more expensive than normal flame path gu. He continued browsing, searching for other suitable gu. Soon Lin Yan's gaze stopped, fixed on a rank 1 gu formation core gu. He was both surprised and pleased. He didn't expect such a rare formation path gu to appear here. After thinking for a moment, he spoke to the family gu master beside him and managed to get it at a lower price. A moment later, he left the gu house with 3 gu, having spent all 1,000 primeval stones. Fortunately, he only needed to provide food for the formation core gu, otherwise his finances would become very tight. Formation core gu was considered rare, but since no one in the Huang family cultivated formation path, it was sold at a reduced price. Back in the quiet room, Lin Yan took out the fire pattern gu. It looked like a crimson centipede, its translucent shell forming red patterns. He injected primeval essence and activated it. At once, the fire pattern gu bit into his palm and drilled into the wound. Lin Yan broke out in cold sweat. Pain spread through his entire body. He gritted his teeth and endured it, watching as a crimson pattern spread from his palm, covering his arm and glowing faintly. Body-modifying gu were always like this, bringing intense pain along with the change. He could feel a stronger affinity with flame path gu. He clenched his fists slightly. His skin tightened and gave off a faint reddish jade glow, his defense clearly enhanced. Then Lin Yan used another fire pattern gu. He stood up, both arms now marked with crimson divine patterns that reflected each other, looking quite striking. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The large training ground was already filled with spectators. 200 to 300 young gu masters stood ready, full of anticipation. Some were Huang family disciples, some came from affiliated families, and some were even mortals. Soon, the 3 well-known Grade A geniuses appeared, drawing exclamations from the crowd. Lin Qingyao, the granddaughter of the first elder. I heard she specializes in the flame path. Huang Xin, the youngest son of the clan chief, has the most outstanding talent among his siblings. He's a Grade A genius, cultivating the earth path. And Huang Zai, from a poor background. After awakening his aptitude, he was taken in by the second elder as a disciple. The 3 geniuses stood with different temperaments, glancing at one another. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, completely ignoring everyone else around them. Indeed, only they had reached second rank among those present. They possessed liquor worm and had refined relic gu, completely surpassing ordinary people. Lin Yan stood within the crowd. At first he felt a bit tense facing such a large gathering, but soon he noticed that most people around him were only at rank 1 middle stage. A smaller number were at upper stage, and only a few had reached peak. Only then did he realize that with his Grade B top-tier aptitude and the resources he had, his cultivation speed was already quite fast. Lin Yan understood that the Huang family, as a major power, had 3 rank 5 experts and more than 10 rank 4 elders. It could be called a peak period. Internally, it was divided into 3 factions: the clan chief, the first elder, and the second elder. The newcomer grand competition seemed like a contest among juniors, but in truth, it was also a contest between these factions, comparing their future strength. The three Grade A geniuses each represented one of the three factions, and the rank 5 experts behind them. Lin Yan looked at the three geniuses, surrounded by others like stars around the moon, and smiled slightly. But all of you are too arrogant. Chapter 18, Fight. Not long after, Huang Ming, the family head, appeared along with the three rank 5 family elders and more than a dozen rank 4 family elders. They sat high on the viewing stands of the training ground, looking down at the young generation. The three in the front exuded powerful auras. Behind one of them, a crimson sun seemed to hang high, illuminating layers of red clouds. Above another's head, a thick yellow auspicious cloud gathered, heavy like a mountain. The last was surrounded by murky green wind, filled with sharp killing intent, making his figure hard to see clearly. Everyone looked at them with respect. These were the peak powerhouses of the mortal world. A rank 4 family elder with a strong aura presided over the Gu battle. The rules were simple: arena fights, 2 participants at a time, until only one remained. Each young Gu master, whose name was called, stepped onto the stage, nervous yet eager, and began their battles. Lin Yan also stepped onto the stage. He looked at his opponent, a rank 1 middle stage youth, and felt speechless. The other party was not even skilled in using Gu, standing stiffly and focusing only on controlling it, as if Gu battles were just about exchanging attacks. Lin Yan casually raised his hand. A fire line flashed, its power deliberately reduced, and instantly defeated the youth. A healing Gu master quickly came forward to treat him. The first round ended as soon as started. At the training ground, the newcomer grand competition was in full swing. Lin Yan instantly defeated his first opponent, and the following rounds were no different. Whether they were at rank 1 middle stage or upper stage, he defeated them all in a single move, using only fire line Gu. His strength was difficult to gauge. He had gone through countless brutal battles in his dream. Now, facing this level of competition, everything felt easy, like cutting through water. Most of his opponents were far slower in both thought and reaction. By the time they finished channeling primeval essence into their Gu, his attack had already arrived. For Lin Yan, in real combat, using Gu had to be fast. A slight delay could cost one's life. Compared to that, the young Gu masters here were clearly lacking. Only 3 others showed the same overwhelming strength: Lin Qingyao and the other 2 top geniuses, backed by rank 5 experts. However, their way of fighting was different from Lin Yan's. They relied on their second rank, initial stage red steel primeval essence, activating 3 or 4 rank 1 Gu at the same time, and crushing their opponents with pure force. After all, red steel primeval essence was 3 times more durable than bronze primeval essence. For a rank 1 Gu master, continuously activating 3 Gu was a desperate gamble, while for a rank 2 Gu master, it was only a basic method. Lin Yan's performance quickly attracted the attention of the Huang family experts on the stands. Family head Huang Ming's eyes lit up as he laughed. "This is the talent my second daughter recommended, truly outstanding." The surrounding family elders, with their sharp perception, could see that Lin Yan's experience was far beyond his peers. They nodded and said, "This child is worth nurturing. He has the potential to reach rank 5. On the training ground, the other 3 top geniuses began to pay attention to Lin Yan. Lin Qingyao frowned slightly and murmured, "This person." They had already revealed 3 or 4 Gu, while Lin Yan used only 1 move from beginning to end, yet still dominated his opponents. The difference in skill was obvious. Those in the same realm were clearly not his match. In the end, Huang Xin thought it through. His own aptitude and cultivation were still his advantages, and there was no need to overestimate others. His expression gradually eased. On the other side, Lin Yan's expression remained calm. Participating in the newcomer grand competition was to show his value to the family and obtain more cultivation resources. As long as his methods were not as extreme as Fang Yuan's, the family would naturally invest in talented individuals. Of course, Fang Yuan's situation had been different. First, his aptitude was limited, so he had to rely on ruthless methods to seize resources and maintain his growth. Second, he had no strong backing. Lin Yan suddenly realized that the path he was walking was completely different from Fang Yuan's. Just then, a loud voice sounded from ahead. "Lin Yan, remember my name. I Huangzai am the one who will defeat you." Hearing this, Lin Yan came back to his senses and looked over with slight surprise. The young man before him was not weak. He had already reached rank 1 peak and was one of the top 10 contenders. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost the moment the battle began, Lin Yan raised his hand, and a scorching fire line shot forward. But Huangzai reacted quickly. The ground beneath his feet rippled with an earthy yellow glow. Layers of waves carried him backward, allowing him to narrowly dodge. Huangzai laughed, "Ha ha, I have the movement goo, earth wave goo, you won't be able to hit me." Hearing this, Lin Yan nodded. Good, that confirmed his initial judgment. Now it was time to test his next approach. Chapter 19, Lin Qingyao. Lin Yan indeed had no movement goo, which made things a bit troublesome. But in his dream training, whether it was the King of Beasts or Shan Sheiyuan, both were far faster than Huangzai, yet he had still managed to last against them. Huangzai stayed just outside the attack range of Fire Line Goo, eager to make a move. From time to time, he controlled the earth wave, pretending to attack, trying to bait Lin Yan into wasting his primeval essence. But Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze steady, unmoving like a mountain, quietly waiting. Huangzai tried several times, moving along the edge of the attack range, but still failed to draw any reaction. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. His grandfather had personally trained him and explained the attack range of Fire Line Goo in detail. He had thought that by understanding its weakness, he could defeat Lin Yan and rise to fame in one move. He hadn't expected to miscalculate. The Earth Wave Goo consumed a large amount of primeval essence, and his repeated attempts had already put him at a disadvantage. In the end, Huangzai chose to attack first, using speed to control the flow of the fight. His figure flickered as he feigned an opening, then suddenly burst forward, charging straight at Lin Yan. But the moment he entered the attack range, a crimson fire line shot toward him. How is that possible? Huangzai's expression changed. He quickly activated his defensive goo, the rank 1 jade skin goo. A layer of jade light covered his body, clear and solid. The next moment, the fire line struck. Boom! The jade light trembled and cracks spread across it. Huangzai immediately retreated, his primeval essence dropping rapidly. He said unwillingly, "I don't believe it," again. Buzz, 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 don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Another fire line answered him. The scene quickly became strange. Lin Yan barely moved, yet it felt as if he was controlling the entire battle, while the fast-moving Huangzai was being led around. Bangs, bangs, bang. Several fire lines hit in succession. Huangzai could no longer hold on. The jade light shattered, he spat out blood, and his body was thrown back, falling to the ground with his primeval essence exhausted. Seeing this, the other 3 top geniuses all became serious. Lin Yan had still only used 1 goo. That alone was already enough to pressure everyone. This intense match came to an end. After that, Lin Yan did not encounter any worthy opponents and easily entered the top 10. Then, using the same method, he dealt with another rank 1 peak opponent and advanced to the finals. Only 4 people remained, himself and the 3 top-tier geniuses. Next were the 2-on-2 duels. Lin Yan learned that his opponent was the beautiful young girl Lin Qingyao, a clash between 2 Flame Path Goo masters. The other match was between Huangzin and Huangzai. When Lin Yan and Lin Qingyao stepped onto the stage, the proud young girl spoke. "Lin Yan, I've already seen through your weakness. You will lose this match." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt speechless. Why were the younger generation of the Huang family so average, yet so confident? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the battle began, Lin Qingyao immediately activated her defensive goo, the classic rank 1 fire cloak goo. Her delicate body was wrapped in a magnificent crimson flame cloak, and fire lotuses bloomed beneath her feet, increasing her speed. That was not all. She activated her offensive goo at the same time. Crimson fire lines streaked through the air, attacking like a storm. The originally beautiful young girl now looked like a red flame fairy, launching continuous attacks. Lin Yan moved at once, retreating quickly while controlling his fire line goo to counter. Boom! Explosions echoed across the arena. Flames spread everywhere and smoke filled the air. Lin Qingyao endured the attacks, her fire cloak flickering, as she pushed forward toward Lin Yan. Sigh. Lin Yan sighed softly. This method of relying on strong primeval essence to overwhelm the opponent directly targeted his weakness. Once Lin Qingyao closed within 3 meters, no matter how well he moved, it would be hard to avoid her fire line goo. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Yan activated his 3rd goo, fire cloak goo. Crimson flames rose around his body, forming a bright cloak, with 2 golden patterns on it like dragon marks. Lin Qingyao saw through Lin Yan's methods at a glance. It was too familiar. She sneered, "Fire pattern goo, fire cloak goo, fire line goo. It's a pity you don't have enough fire patterns, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to defeat you." "Heh, then let's see who lasts longer." Lin Yan's black hair moved in the wind, his gaze deep and calm, without any fear. The reason he called Fire Cloak Goo his third goo was because Fire Coal Goo had already been activated in secret. The two of them moved across the arena, dodging and attacking at the same time. When they failed to avoid an attack, they endured it head-on. The battle became intense and eye-catching. The crowd below watched closely, unable to look away, voices rising in excitement. Chapter 20, Lin Qingyao, Roman 2. Lin Qingyao watched Lin Yan being drawn into a battle of attrition and laughed inwardly. So he had already run out of tricks, trying to compete in endurance with a rank 2 Gu master. Her confidence rose, and she intensified her attacks, not giving him any chance to breathe. Time slowly passed, and their battle lasted for 10 minutes. By now Lin Qingyao was drenched in sweat, her aperture's primeval essence greatly depleted. She assumed Lin Yan must be in a similar state and close to exhaustion, so she looked up. In the next moment her expression changed. Lin Yan's breathing was still steady, showing no signs of fatigue. "This isn't right. How can a rank 1 Gu master have more primeval essence than me?" Lin Qingyao immediately sensed something was wrong. Her attacks slowed and she stopped. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly understood and said angrily, "Lin Yan, you were hiding a fire coal Gu." She hadn't expected that Lin Yan, with his ordinary background, would have such deep reserves, with 4 Gu working together. Logically speaking, with Lin Qingyao's red steel primeval essence, even if her opponent had fire coal Gu, she should not lose in a battle of attrition. However, there were 3 reasons. Firstly, Lin Yan activated fewer Gu worms, using only fire cloak Gu and fire line Gu. Fire pattern Gu was passive, similar to a strength type Gu. Fire coal Gu reduced the consumption of the other 2 by half, making his primeval essence consumption extremely low. In contrast, Lin Qingyao was maintaining 3 Gu at the same time, which drained her rapidly. Secondly, Lin Yan's fire line Gu, enhanced by the crimson flame patterns, gained an additional boost in power, forcing Lin Qingyao to spend even more primeval essence to resist it. Lastly, it came down to technique. Lin Yan's fire line attacks were far more precise and frequent than hers. "I can't let this continue. Who knows where his limit is? I have to end this." Lin Qingyao had no choice but to use her trump card. She suddenly took a deep breath and quickly retreated, opening a large distance between them. Raising her hand, violent flames gathered in the air. Lin Yan frowned, this aura, a rank 2 Gu. As expected, Lin Qingyao said coldly, "Fireball Gu, if you can withstand this, then you win." Hearing this, not only the audience below, but even the high-ranking members on the stands felt that Lin Yan was about to lose. The first elder smiled and said, "This child has always been strong and unwilling to bully the weak. To be pushed to this point, even in defeat, Lin Yan can still be considered outstanding. With the family's support, his future achievements will not be inferior to Qingyao's." The rank 2 Fireball Gu was not only stronger than Fire Line Gu, but its range and impact were also much greater. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly chuckled. He had already expected this situation, so how could he be unprepared? He released 3 Gu worms, Cool Wind Gu, Sand Pit Gu, and Clear Water Gu. The crowd was confused, frowning as they muttered, "What can logistical Gu even do?" In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Even the rank 4 and rank 5 experts on the stands showed surprise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yan's aura surged as green, yellow, and blue lights intertwined. The power of the 3 Gu merged together, producing a strange fluctuation. Rank 1 killer move, wind and sand swirl to blind the eyes. Whoosh, 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 a fierce wind suddenly rose on the arena, carrying thick sand and dust as it swept toward Lin Qingyao. "Ah!" the young girl cried out, her vision instantly turning grey. The fireball she had just gathered dispersed on the spot, and a sharp pain struck her eyes. Even so, she gritted her teeth and endured it, forcefully activating her fire cloak Gu to protect herself. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt a trace of admiration. There was no strength without reason. Anyone who reached this level had their own determination. "But you will lose, Lin Qingyao." Lin Yan's movements changed. He activated another killer move, Sinking Mud Pit, Bone-Chilling Cold. The same 3 logistical Gu were used, but in a different order. The previous move had been sand pit goo, cool wind goo, clear water goo. This time it was sand pit goo, clear water goo, cool wind goo. In the more than a month since returning from the caravan, he had trained in the dream realm with triple time flow, suffered countless injuries, and explored multiple combinations. Only these two could be considered complete. This would seal his victory. Gurgle, gurgle, the ground beneath Lin Qingyao suddenly gave way, forming a mud pit that trapped the lower half of her body. At the same time, bone-chilling water soaked into her flame cloak, and the crimson fire protecting her gradually faded. Water overcame fire. Lin Qingyao had no way to resist. Covered in mud and in a sorry state, she was quickly carried off the stage by a healing goo master to treat her eyes, preventing any lasting damage. On the stands, the first elder let out a long sigh and said, "The younger generation is truly impressive. A rank 1 goo master actually created a killer move." Huang Ming was clearly moved. Does this child have the potential of a goo immortal? This killer move has great value. It even uses the family's logistical goo. If dozens of people activate it together, the effect would be extraordinary. The second elder, a refined middle-aged man, nodded. After the competition ends, approach Lin Yan privately. Offer to purchase it sincerely, but do not force him. If he refuses, let it go. Do not damage the heart of a talent. More than a dozen family elders nodded in agreement. After her eyes were treated, Lin Qingyao clenched her teeth and said to Lin Yan, "I lost this time. Next time I will win." Chapter 21, Goo Formation. More than a dozen family elders nodded in agreement. After her eyes were treated, Lin Qingyao clenched her teeth and said to Lin Yan, "I lost this time. Next time I will win." Lin Yan ignored her and sat down cross-legged. His primeval essence had been heavily consumed, even reaching depletion for the first time, so he needed to recover quickly for the next battle. Seeing this, Lin Qingyao pouted slightly in anger, but did not disturb him further, turning and returning to the stands to wait quietly. Below, Huang Xin and Huang Zai exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. This opponent, even at rank 1, could not be underestimated. As geniuses, they were being challenged across ranks. Huang Zai suddenly spoke in a calm voice, "Let's go, it's our turn, we'll decide the winner first." The two stepped onto the arena, facing each other from a distance, and quickly began. This battle was just as intense. Huang Zai's wind path was swift and sharp, full of killing intent, while Huang Xin's earth path was steady and silent, each move carrying weight. In the end, Huang Xin was too passive and was forced to use his trump card first, a rank 2 rock armor goo, known for its defense, almost forming an unbreakable barrier. But Huang Zai showed no panic. He laughed and said, "Rock armor may be strong, but it's still countered by water arrow goo. Go." In the next moment, a clear water arrow formed in his hand and shot forward, piercing through Huang Xin's defense with precision and defeating him in one strike. The crowd below erupted in discussion. Many felt Huang Zai's method was somewhat underhanded. The western desert was dominated by earth and flame paths. Although both were restrained by water path goo were rare here and difficult to develop. Using such a method just to win felt a bit excessive. Lin Yan also opened his eyes and watched carefully, his expression turning serious. If water arrow goo could pierce rock armor, then it could just as easily break through his fire cloak. After the battle ended, Huang Zai held primeval stones and recovered his essence. A moment later, he stood up and smiled. "Lin Yan, come up and fight." Hearing this, Lin Yan showed no hesitation and stepped onto the stage. Boom, Lin Yan first used fire line goo in a normal way to probe his opponent. He quickly discovered that Huang Zai possessed a rank 1 wind track goo. Its speed was extremely fast, even better than Lin Qingyao's flame path movement, greatly lowering his hit rate. Lin Yan immediately understood that a battle of attrition would not work and decisively used his killer move. Wind and sand swirl to blind the eyes. "Ha ha ha, that move may have worked on Lin Qingyao, but it's useless against me." Huang Zai laughed loudly and activated wind-blowing goo, dispersing the wind and sand. For a moment, Lin Yan fell into a difficult position. His other killer move, sinking mud pit, bone-chilling cold, was too slow to activate and could not trap such a fast opponent. As his offense weakened, Huang Zai seized the moment. He activated the rank 2 water arrow goo, intending to finish the battle in one strike. The crowd sighed, thinking the outcome was decided. It was a pity for such a talented genius. But Lin Yan remained calm. 5 goo worms appeared around him: cool wind goo, sand pit goo, clear water goo, fire coal goo, and the formation core goo he had obtained earlier. Seeing this, Huangzai felt a sense of unease and said coldly, HMPH, just struggling before defeat. 4 elements Gu formation. As the water arrow shot forward, Lin Yan focused completely. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as his mental energy was pushed to its limit. He activated all 5 Gu worms, arranging them in a precise and mysterious order. Earth, fire, wind, water, yellow, red, green, and blue lights intertwined as brilliant colors spread outward. At that moment, with formation core Gu at the center, a Gu formation took shape. 4 Gu worms of different paths revolved around it, forming a stable structure that enveloped Lin Yan within. With a thought, clear water Gu trembled, releasing a surge of blue light that spread through the entire formation. The incoming water arrow struck the formation, but instead of breaking through, it melted like ice, merging into the formation and strengthening it further. Huangzai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Gu formation, how is that possible? On the training ground, when Lin Yan revealed the 4 elements Gu formation, the entire audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into shock. What move is that? Even the family elders on the stands could not remain seated. If they could barely accept a self-created rank 1 killer move, then a rank 1 Gu formation was beyond their understanding. The formation path was extremely difficult to enter. Normally, only rank 6 Gu immortals came into contact with it. Mortals rarely saw Gu formations, and even a rank 1 formation was comparable to a small Gu house, with strength on par with a rank 2 Gu master. Huang Ming was no longer calm and murmured, such talent, breaking conventions, going beyond common sense. Could he truly be a Gu immortal seed? The first elder was even more excited. Family head, this child must be nurtured with everything we have. Isn't he the seed our family has been waiting for? Only those who step beyond the limits of ordinary Gu masters have the chance to ascend to immortality. Chapter 22, Tournament End. The Huang family had dominated this oasis for too long. With rank 5 experts appearing generation after generation, their ambitions had naturally grown higher. However, the scattered oases and countless desert obstacles in the Western Desert made it difficult for ordinary forces to expand, though this also acted as a form of protection. But for the Huang family, it became a kind of restraint. It was not realistic to conquer other oases and accumulate strength step by step. The only true path was to break through to rank 6, become a Gu immortal, and only then gain the ability to cross the desert freely and unify multiple oases. In recent years, the Huang family had invested heavily in the younger generation. The rise of the second elder, Lin Feng, was a result of this. Unfortunately, most of these people exhausted their potential at rank 4 or rank 5. This was the dilemma of most families. They even doubted whether Gu immortals truly existed, let alone understood the path to immortal ascension. A talent like Lin Yan was different. He did not rely purely on aptitude. A family elder nodded and said, aptitude is important, but it is not everything. In ancient times, there were Gu like Man Conquers Heaven Gu, Pure Gold Gu, Root Wood Gu, and Source Water Gu that could improve aptitude. But true talent is the most valuable. None of the 10 venerables had the 10 extremes physique, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who came from our Western Desert, only had D-grade aptitude. Another family elder shook his head and said, there's no need to rush. There have been cases before where someone was brilliant at rank 1 and 2, but once they reached rank 3 or 4, their talent faded. Besides, we still need to confirm Lin Yan's loyalty to the family. Second elder Huang Feng frowned slightly. The words clearly carried another meaning, but he did not respond. His own position within the family had become somewhat delicate. On the arena, after the initial shock, Huangzai repeatedly activated his water arrow Gu, but still could not break through Lin Yan's 4 elements Gu formation. Instead, each attack only strengthened it. In the end, he could no longer continue. He admitted defeat and sighed, I lost this match. You are indeed the strongest among your peers. Lin Yan smiled faintly. His 4 elements Gu formation did not come out of nowhere. In the original work, Fang Yuan had once encountered a similar concept while exploring the dream of a formation grandmaster. Any 4 Gu from earth, fire, wind, and water paths, combined with a formation core Gu, could form the most basic 4 elements Gu formation. In the history of formation path, the 4 elements theory once flourished for a time. Its greatest strength was its strong restraint over Gu masters of those 4 paths. Of course, the theory was simple, but the execution was extremely difficult. Lin Yan had tested it countless times in his dream training, building upon his earlier experience of developing killer moves using logistical Gu. Through researching killer moves, he had gained a deep understanding of rank 1 goo like cool wind goo. Looking at it this way, I should already be considered to have stepped into the realm of fire, earth, wind, water, and formation paths. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement. Goo were raised, refined, and used, and they were also divided into paths and attainment: ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. The strict requirement for becoming a Goo immortal was to reach master level in at least one path. Only then would one have the foundation for immortal ascension, meeting the minimum threshold. What was having master attainment meant? It meant using Goo with flawless control, reaching a level close to art, and possessing an almost instinctive understanding of how to use Goo within that path. With the same Goo, a master could defeat 10 ordinary Goo masters. Creating rank 5 killer moves would be as natural as breathing. In many ways, Realm directly represented combat power. At this moment, Lin Yan saw a clear path toward immortal ascension. He had trained day and night in his dream realm, endured countless trials, and his talent was not lacking. As soon as Huangzai admitted defeat, Lin Yan secured first place and became famous in a single battle. Defeating 3 A-grade geniuses, he completed a clean comeback. For a time, discussions spread throughout the arena, and even mortals across the oasis heard of his name. Family head Huang Ming personally met Lin Yan and encouraged him, "Continue to work hard. As the first place winner, in addition to 1,000 primeval stones, the family will allow you to choose 2 rank 2 Goo. Do not slack off." Lin Yan was delighted and replied humbly, "Thank you, family head. All of this is due to the family's support." Hearing this, Huang Ming and several family elders smiled in satisfaction. The newcomer competition soon came to an end. The 3 A-grade geniuses were still unwilling to accept defeat, and all challenged Lin Yan to a rank 2 battle. Lin Yan only chuckled. His 4 elements Goo formation had only shown a small part of its power. It had 4 variations in total. The water path variation could neutralize water path attacks and even heal injuries, while the fire, earth, and wind variations each had their own uses. At first glance, the battle seemed dangerous, but in reality, he had controlled everything from the beginning. The 3 A-grade geniuses were not much of a threat to him. This formation was enough for Lin Yan to use up to rank 3. Achieving this with just 5 rank 1 Goo was extremely cost-effective. Aside from the formation core Goo being somewhat difficult to feed, the rest was simple. On the other side, Shan Sheiyuan was stunned for a long time after hearing the results of the competition. He had originally thought his nephew would do well just by entering the top 10, but he had not expected him to take first place. He laughed loudly, "Good, good, good. Our line finally has someone to carry it forward." Shan Zia was also surprised and quietly pleased. With such talent and their previous connection, it was almost certain that Lin Yan could be drawn into her side, becoming an important support in her future bid for the family head position. Lin Yan received praise from many Goo masters, but he did not get lost in it. He politely refused various banquet invitations, took the 1,000 primeval stones rewarded by the family, and returned to his residence. He planned to enter seclusion, break through to rank 2, and then choose 2 rank 2 Goo. This would raise his combat power further, so he instructed Aunt Liu not to disturb him. When this news spread, not only did it not lower his reputation within the family, it actually increased it even more. Chapter 23, Rank 2 Initial Stage. When this news spread, not only did it not lower his reputation within the family, it actually increased it even more. The Goo masters praised him, as expected of this generation's #1 genius, always cultivating diligently, never satisfied with past achievements. Lin Qingyao and the other 3 A-grade geniuses felt pressure in their hearts. Some immediately began intense cultivation, while others accepted family missions to gather resources and practice using rank 2 Goo. In the quiet room, Lin Yan sat cross-legged, recovering his essence, Kai, and spirit. His expression was serious. There were specific methods to break through to rank 2. The aperture wall, which would transform into a crystal membrane, was different from previous barriers like the light membrane, water membrane, or stone membrane, as it possessed a self-repairing nature. Because of this, the breakthrough to rank 2 had to be completed in one attempt. It could not be slowly worn down like minor attainments. Fortunately, Lin Yan clearly understood the key points and had already practiced it many times in his dream training. He could divide his focus, attacking the barrier while absorbing primeval stones to restore his essence. Everything is ready, only the final push remains. He immersed his consciousness into the aperture, controlling the vast dark green primeval sea. Waves surged violently, crashing again and again against the surrounding crystal walls. Rumble! Lin Yan worked without rest, neither sleeping nor eating for an entire day and night, and finally succeeded. The primeval sea within his aperture roared continuously, and dense cracks spread across the surface of the white crystal wall. Under the final surge, it shattered completely. The fragments of the crystal wall turned into countless rays of white light and merged into the bronze-colored primeval sea. The aperture expanded significantly, replaced by a brand new layer of white light membrane, far more radiant than the rank 1 light membrane. He had stepped into rank 2 initial stage. At the bottom of the dark green primeval sea, faint traces of red steel primeval essence began to appear, thick and condensed. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes. His aura rose sharply, yet his face was pale. He let out a long breath, almost unable to hold on any longer. He couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. With only C-grade aptitude, he had endured 3 days and 3 nights to break through. From this day on, Lin Yan had taken the lead. Fang Yuan had needed a full year to reach rank 2 at Qingmao Mountain, while he had done it in just 7 months. Lin Yan checked the consumption of primeval stones. Only 100 had been used, which was acceptable. As he stepped outside, Aunt Liu revealed a joyful smile and said, "Young master, at not even 16, you've already reached the same level as your father and mother. If they could see this, they would surely be at ease." Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly. How could rank 2 be his goal? Now that he had surpassed his peers and stepped into rank 2, his ambition only grew stronger. He wanted to reach rank 5 as quickly as possible and challenge the path of becoming a Gu immortal. Aunt Liu then remembered something and took out a stack of letters. "Oh right, young master, many people came looking for you while you were in seclusion." Lin Yan took the letters, opened a few, glanced through them, and then put them aside. They were nothing more than invitations from various Gu master teams, offering different benefits and conditions. This was normal in the Gu world. From awakening at 15 to 1 year of academy training and graduating at 16, one would officially become an adult. After that, the family's direct support would end. From then on, he would need to take on family missions and earn resources on his own. However, even a rank 2 Gu master could not be proficient in all aspects such as offense, movement, reconnaissance, and defense, which was why mission teams came into existence. 4 or 5 people working together on a mission could not only greatly improve efficiency, but also significantly increase safety. Ordinary D and C-grade individuals often went unnoticed by such teams and would remain in the academy, shifting toward auxiliary or logistical roles. In contrast, B-grade and A-grade individuals were highly sought after and could even graduate early. But choosing this path is the worst option. Lin Yan clearly understood the nature of this system. It was essentially using contribution points to extract value from others. What one gave was always more than what one received, while those at the top of the family benefited the most. If he got involved in these repetitive missions, it would only waste time and dull his ambition. He might spend years struggling just to reach rank 3, or even rank 4. Moreover, he was well aware of the conflicts within these mission groups. Competition, suppression, even betrayal were not uncommon. A dead genius was no genius. This was not where his advantage lay. He needed to play to his strengths and avoid unnecessary risks. Fortunately, Lin Yan had another path. He smiled faintly. Flames rose in his hand and burned all the invitations. He told Aunt Liu to write polite replies to decline them, but 2 of the invitations were not easy to refuse. One came from Shan Xia, who had several elite teams under her command. The other came through Shan Sheiyuan. Although he was already rank 3 and a pillar of the family, he still had to speak on behalf of his old teammates. There was no easy way out. Lin Yan could only delay, using the excuse of breaking through to rank 2, refining Gu and becoming familiar with his Gu. Once his strength increased rapidly, others would naturally understand and withdraw. Lin Yan let out a quiet sigh. Human relationships were like a web, difficult to escape. Once a favor was owed, it would have to be repaid sooner or later. But he had talent. There was no need for him to walk the ruthless demonic path. Geniuses were always given special treatment. Chapter 24: Selling Killer Moves. After that, he went to the family's Gu chamber to select Gu, planning to choose new ones and refine all his rank 1 Gu. It was time for him to step deeper into the path of Gu refinement. When he arrived at the Gu chamber beside Wen Lake again, the rank 3 Gu master there showed a noticeably different attitude, nodding to him with a faint smile. Although it was still the same goo chamber, the list of goo Lin Yan received was different, with many rarer options added. The goo master in charge noticed his confusion and said, "Since it is the reward for first place, the family will not be stingy. Goo can be transferred from other chambers." Lin Yan understood. He opened the list and first looked at his 3 core goo: fire line goo, fire coal goo, and fire cloak goo. All of them had ranked 2 refinement paths. Refining them further would be the most cost-effective choice, covering offense, support, and defense. However, he was not in a hurry to decide. He planned to consult his uncle first. As for the 2 rank 2 goo he could choose, he wanted ones that could make up for his weaknesses. Reconnaissance was one aspect, but movement was even more important. He already had a target in mind, and sure enough, rank 2 fire eye goo and rank 2 walking fire goo were both listed. The goo master in charge looked surprised. "Are you certain you want these 2? There are even rarer options available, and there are no restrictions on your reward." Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly. "These 2 are enough." Indeed, some rare rank 2 goo had extraordinary effects and could greatly enhance a goo master's combat power, even turning the tide of battle. However, they did not fit Lin Yan's development system and lacked follow-up refinement paths, so he had no intention of choosing them. Moreover, fire eye goo and walking fire goo were themselves valuable. The flame path was naturally weak in reconnaissance and movement. Ordinary rank 2 flame path goo usually costs 600 to 700 primeval stones, while these 2 together were worth nearly 3,000, which was enough to show their rarity. Soon, Lin Yan obtained both goo. Fire eye goo resembled an oval silkworm, its back covered with a layer of clear crimson jade, with a pattern like 2 fused pupils. Walking fire goo looked like a red and white praying mantis, with long and slender legs. The former was easier to feed, requiring only the eyes of flame path beasts. The latter was more troublesome, needing blazing grass as food, a rank 1 material with volatile properties that would explode upon contact. For Lin Yan, this was still manageable. Some easy-to-feed goo, like cool wind goo, were usually handed to Aunt Liu to manage, saving him a lot of time. After that, he did not return immediately. With 900 primeval stones remaining, he decisively spent them all to buy 3 more fire pattern goo. His ability to drain Lin Qingyao's primeval essence earlier had largely relied on fire pattern goo. With 5 flame patterns enhancing both offense and defense, the advantage was already significant, even against a rank 2 goo master. Lin Yan returned fully prepared and once again entered seclusion, but before he could enter his cultivation chamber, someone came to see him. Shan Sheyuan looked at his nephew and laughed loudly. "You brat, your trump cards never seem to end. You actually took first place. You really kept me guessing." "It's all thanks to Uncle's guidance," Lin Yan replied with a faint smile, though inwardly he added, "and the best sparring partner in my dreams." "Ha, I didn't help much. This was your own achievement." Shan Sheyuan waved his hand and continued, "If anything, you should thank her. She came here specifically to see you today." Hearing this, Lin Yan turned his gaze to Shan Zia. She was dressed in a red robe, her features elegant and composed. His expression remained calm as he greeted, "Sister Zia." Shan Zia, however, was visibly surprised. "I didn't expect you to break through to rank 2 so quickly." "That speed is incredible." She was genuinely shocked. It had only been a short time since the newcomer grand competition ended. If this pace continued, wouldn't he reach rank 3 within a year or 2, standing on the same level as her? After exchanging a few polite words, Shan Zia revealed her purpose. As expected, she had come for his rank 1 killer moves. Wind and sand swirl to blind the eyes, and sinking mud pit, bone-chilling cold. Lin Yan did not mind. These 2 killer moves were effective against rank 1 goo masters, but their value dropped significantly against rank 2. He had already planned to exchange them for resources. 10,000 primeval stones for 1, Shan Zia frowned, her tone turning sharp. "No, even for a killer move, the level is too low, and it relies on logistical goo. You should understand that its value to the family is limited." The 2 negotiated back and forth, their words clashing like sparks. Neither side was willing to give in easily. Lin Yan could clearly feel Shan Zia's experience in such matters. As expected of someone who led a caravan, her skill in negotiation was far beyond his. In comparison, his own experience was lacking. Fortunately, Shan Sheyuan occasionally stepped in, pointing out key points and helping to stabilize the situation. In the end, Lin Yan reached an agreement with the family. He sold the 2 killer moves for 10,000 primeval stones, with the condition that he could not sell them to any other force in the future. 10,000 primeval stones was enough to purchase several rank 3 goo, showing just how valuable these moves were. He also made an additional request. 8,000 of the amount would be used to exchange for a red steel relic goo from the family's internal treasury, which could raise a rank 2 goo master's minor realm. This price was not excessive. Relic goo had always been costly, often worth several times more than goo of the same rank. Shan Zia agreed to his condition. Chapter 25, Thermal Vision. Lin Yan did not lack foundation. With dream derivation cultivation, his attainment would rise rapidly, allowing him to perfectly digest the increase in his strength. What he lacked was time. The further one progressed as a goo master, the slower cultivation became. If one wanted to ascend to the level of a goo immortal within 10 or 20 years, then in the early stages like rank 1 and rank 2, one had to advance as quickly as possible and not be stingy with resources. After that, Shan Zia proposed to purchase the construction method of the 4 elements goo formation. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused. Although selling it would bring great profit, the 4 elements goo formation was still useful to him and formed the core of his strength. He planned to consider selling it only after reaching rank 3. Shan Zia was not disappointed. On one hand, the family had already instructed her not to force him. On the other hand, formation core goo were rare, and formation path was difficult to cultivate. Even if one possessed the method, it did not mean they could successfully construct a goo formation. Did he think anyone could control 5 goo at the same time, maintain their sequence, and complete the activation without error? Even Lin Yan himself did not fully realize that constant use of dream derivation goo had strengthened his mind, making his thoughts far more stable and resilient than ordinary goo masters. In the end, Shan Zia once again invited him to join her team, but Lin Yan used an excuse to delay. After Shan Zia left, Shan Sheyun took out a bookworm containing information and smiled. Inside are the rank 2 refinement recipes for fire cloak goo, fire coal goo, and fire line goo. Some were left by your parents and some I collected. Take them. Lin Yan was slightly surprised. It had come without any effort. He said sincerely, "Thank you, uncle." "No need to thank me." Shan Sheyun waved his hand. "These aren't worth much. Flame path is widespread, so these recipes are common, only costing a few dozen primeval stones each. Focus on your cultivation and refine your goo well. That is the most important thing." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a bit emotional. A mainstream path was indeed convenient. In the original work, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path, where not only were goo difficult to obtain, but most also lacked refinement recipes and had long been lost. Even when available, they were extremely expensive. After everyone left, Lin Yan immediately entered seclusion to digest his gains. Inside the quiet room, he first took out 2 fire pattern goo, activated them, and endured the intense pain of body modification. Crimson divine patterns spread across his legs, while another coiled around his abdomen. His entire skin glowed with a reddish jade luster, appearing smooth yet tough. Raw. A moment later, Lin Yan's body trembled. Wisps of orange-yellow flames intertwined around him, forming a flame cloak. Crimson divine patterns spread across his limbs and abdomen, coiling like dragons. The entire fire cloak instantly thickened by 50%, giving off a noble aura. His slender figure stood upright as golden firelight illuminated his face, making him look like a descending fire deity, carrying an imposing presence. The originally simple fire cloak now appeared refined and powerful. But Lin Yan paid little attention to appearances. What he cared about was its strength. The fire cloak's enhancement has increased by 50%. The effect is obvious. Combined with the body's 50% defensive boost, it nearly doubles, approaching the defensive level of a rank 2 goo, and it does not consume additional essence. He nodded in satisfaction and began refining the 2 newly obtained rank 2 flame path goo. First was Fire Eye goo, also a body-modifying goo. After successfully refining it, he took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and placed it over his eyes. A sharp pain struck instantly. Even Lin Yan, who was used to enduring pain, could not help but let out a low cry. Fire Eye goo split into 2 parts, like soft flesh merging into his eyeballs, flickering faintly with firelight. After nearly an hour, the intense pain finally subsided. Lin Yan was soaked in sweat, breathing heavily. He picked up a mirror and looked at his reflection. His calm face remained the same, but his eyes had turned completely crimson red. He slightly activated his primeval essence, and his vision instantly changed, as if a layer of fresh blood covered everything, turning the world into a crimson hue. Looking toward the doorway of the quiet room, through a faint red illusion, a clear and graceful figure appeared, glowing with bright orange red. It was the maid standing outside. Infrared, thermal vision. Lin Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. The range is at least 300 meters. Excellent. He was both surprised and pleased. The consumption of primeval essence was minimal, and it could be used even at night, making darkness no obstacle. Its drawbacks were also clear. It would be ineffective against cold-blooded beasts or concealment-type goo, and it conflicted with other eye-modifying goo. Even so, it was more than enough. The pain he endured had not been in vain. Thinking back to the torment just now, Lin Yan still felt a trace of lingering fear. The goo world truly produced ruthless individuals. In the original work, Fang Yuan's reconnaissance goo, the earth-listening flesh-ear grass, required cutting off one's ears. The fire eye goo also has a refinement path. Combined with golden gaze goo, it can become rank 3 fire eyes and golden gaze, which is highly effective against transformation path goo and illusions. There's even a rank 4 version. Recalling the family records, he felt somewhat relieved. At least he would not have to go through such pain repeatedly. Next, he refined walking fire goo. It smoothly merged into his aperture. When activated, flames burst beneath his feet, granting explosive speed. The drawback was obvious, it left behind clear flame footprints. However, in a sea of fire, its consumption was nearly zero, and his speed would increase by another 30%. Creating a sea of fire was simple for flame path goo masters. As long as an attack landed on dry ground, it could easily ignite into a raging blaze. Lin Yan refined 4 flame path goo in succession, greatly increasing his combat power and giving him several new trump cards. With the amplification from fire pattern goo, he was confident that his burst speed was among the best at his level. All that's left now is refinement. Chapter 26, Rank 2 Goo Worm. Lin Yan turned his attention to the 3 rank 1 flame path goo floating within his aperture. This part was not difficult. With Dream Realm simulation, refinement path had already become one of his main focuses, as it was the foundation of a goo master. In a sense, the refinement path was like the industrial capacity of a modern nation. The stronger the foundation, the faster resources could be converted into strength. Fang Yuan was the best example. In the later stages, he relied on refinement path to reach rank 9, becoming heaven refining demon venerable. When facing other venerables, he could mass-produce goo, with rank 9 immortal goo appearing continuously, overwhelming his opponents. Lin Yan had already instructed Aunt Liu to purchase the necessary materials. The primeval stones came from his earlier transaction. Shan Zia had delivered the red steel relic goo along with 2,000 primeval stones, and he had also provided her with the written details of the killer moves. However, he was not in a hurry to refine the red steel relic goo, planning to use it at a later stage, just like before. The materials required to refine the 3 rank 1 flame path goo were inexpensive, only around 300 primeval stones, enough to endure several failed attempts. If the refinement succeeds, it's far more cost-effective than directly buying rank 2 goo, but if my refinement skills are lacking, then it's just a loss. Lin Yan shook his head. His uncle likely did not expect him to successfully refine goo yet, only to gain experience. Dream Realm, forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. In the next moment, he silently called out, and his consciousness sank into an empty space. Within the dream realm, Lin Yan waved his hand, and various goo materials emitting firelight appeared. He began with refining fire line goo. Its rank 2 form was fireball goo, which Lin Qingyao had used before, possessing considerable power. The method was to first place fire line goo into the flames, then gradually add fire oil, a small sulfur sphere, and finally the heart of a flame wolf. Lin Yan carefully controlled the fire and added each material step by step, adjusting the temperature accordingly. Bang! Before he could finish adding all the materials, the flames suddenly erupted. The explosion sent a shockwave outward. Lin Yan's face was instantly burned and distorted by the blast. The fire line goo, lying within the flames, was covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse. The temperature was slightly too high again. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month went by. Lin Yan refined goo in his dreams every day, while also deducing new killer moves, using his recently acquired goo worms. Only after thoroughly perfecting each refinement method in the dream realm did he proceed to refine them in reality. In the end, he successfully refined rank 2 fireball goo and rank 2 fire armor goo, the latter being the advanced form of fire cloak goo. During the process, he failed only 3 times. This was normal. Even a grandmaster of refinement path could encounter failure, no matter how familiar they were with a goo recipe. Fortunately, refining rank 2 goo was relatively safe and would not completely destroy the goo worms upon failure. As for fire coal goo's rank 2 refinement, kindling goo, he had already mastered its method. It retained the same effect, reducing the primeval essence consumption of rank 2 flame path goo. The reason he had not refined it yet was because fire coal goo was a core component of his 4 elements goo formation. He planned to wait until reaching rank 2 peak, when it would no longer be needed, before upgrading it. At present, his goo worms were as follows. First rank cool wind goo, sand pit goo, clear water goo, fire coal goo, and 5 fire pattern goo already integrated into his body. Second rank fireball goo, fire armor goo, fire eye goo, walking fire goo, and red steel relic goo. In total, he possessed more than a dozen goo worms, far exceeding others of the same level, which naturally made feeding them quite costly. Rank 1 goo were easy to maintain, but the newly refined rank 2 goo, fireball goo and fire armor goo, required the leaves and roots of Yanzi spiritual plant as food. Yanzi spiritual plant was a rank 2 material, the superior form of flame marsh grass. The fortunate part was that the family cultivated it and could supply it steadily, though the cost was not low. It's a good thing the family's goo recipe inheritance is complete, otherwise, feeding alone would become a problem. Lin Yan let out a quiet sigh, feeling a trace of pressure in his heart. What about rank 3 and rank 4? He couldn't help but wish he had access to food path goo. Food path was a niche path, but its potential was immense. It not only simplified the feeding of goo worms, but also provided great benefits to the goo master himself. Unfortunately, recalling the original work, there were very few food path inheritances. Most goo masters had never even heard of it. It only began to flourish after the arrival of the Great Era. There's still one goo I must refine, the 4 flavors liquor worm. Its method was to refine 2 liquor worms using 4 types of fine wine: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. With dream derivation, this will allow me to maintain rapid growth even after reaching rank 2. As Lin Yan thought about this, a new idea surfaced. With his dream derivation goo, he could potentially earn resources by deducing killer moves and goo recipes for others. Back then, when Fang Yuan first became an immortal, he had been extremely poor and relied on wisdom goo to deduce immortal goo recipes for others to survive. However, this was not urgent. Lin Yan instructed Aunt Liu to quickly acquire 2 liquor worms. Each rank 1 wine goo cost around 500 to 600 primeval stones, and with the 16 to 1700 he had, it was more than enough. Now I just wait for news. Lin Yan sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, preparing to re-enter the dream realm and spar with Shan Sheiyuan to further temper his newly acquired flame path goo worms. With 4 goo covering defense, movement, offense, and support, his setup was already extremely strong for rank 2. As expected, he made clear progress in the dream. He could now exchange a few moves with Shan Sheiyuan, though in the end, he was still defeated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Yan revived again in the blank dream realm, the entire world suddenly began to tremble. At the edges, swirling clouds lit up with colorful radiance, brilliant and dreamlike, spreading outward without stop. The previously empty ground began to shift, forming soil and grass, while in the distance, forests and streams gradually took shape. What's going on? Lin Yan was startled by this sudden transformation. Fearing something had gone wrong, he immediately withdrew from the dream. In the next moment, his consciousness returned. Seeing the familiar walls of the quiet room, he let out a breath of relief and quickly examined his aperture. Within the primeval sea, his vital dream derivation goo had clearly changed. The originally chubby, mirage-like worm had grown longer, dividing into 2 segments, surrounded by a thicker, more vibrant halo. Its aura had unmistakably reached rank 2. It actually advanced to rank 2. Chapter 27, Rank 2 Middle Stage. Lin Yan was astonished. It was truly mysterious. Ever since he obtained dream derivation goo, it had never required feeding and had always remained in perfect condition. Because of this, he had long formed a speculation. The dream derivation goo fed on dreams. Each time he entered the dream realm, it was equivalent to nourishing it. Now that it had advanced on its own, Lin Yan came to a conclusion. It must be related to the influence of those mysterious Dao marks, refining the dream derivation goo, alongside his own advancement to rank 2. This is excellent. I never managed to find its refinement recipe. Lin Yan was quietly delighted, and immediately began testing the effects of the rank 2 dream derivation goo. After several attempts, he confirmed that the time ratio within the dream had increased once again, now reaching a shocking 10-1. At the same time, its range had expanded significantly, allowing him to construct far more complex environments. This made his combat training far richer and more realistic. Using dream derivation goo alone is too wasteful. He began to think further. I should find other goo worms to combine with it and develop killer moves. If I can pull others into dreams and let them fight real, intelligent phantoms, it would greatly improve combat experience. At the same time, it could even be used to exchange information. A new direction slowly took shape in his mind. Lin Yan considered it for a moment, but in the end, his current cultivation was still insufficient, and the number of goo worms he possessed was limited, so he temporarily set the idea aside. Even drawing others into dreams required careful preparation, otherwise it would be too easy to expose his own trump cards. A few days later, Aunt Liu successfully acquired 2 liquor worms, and the 4 types of fine liquor were also prepared. Lin Yan repeatedly simulated the refinement process in the dream realm before carrying it out in reality, eventually refining the rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm. Haha, success! He held the small goo worm in his hand. Compared to the liquor worm, the 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly larger, but still resembled a soft silkworm, with a pair of bright black eyes. 4-colored lights swirled continuously around its body, red for spicy, blue for bitter, yellow for sweet, and green for sour. In the original work, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed with the liquor worm was already comparable to a grade aptitude. Now, with his top-tier B-grade aptitude combined with the 4 flavors liquor worm, Lin Yan could surpass the 3 A-grade geniuses in cultivation speed. At the same time, he used the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine mid-grade red steel primeval essence, partially replacing the function of fire coal goo, reducing consumption when activating goo worms and further increasing his combat strength. He sat cross-legged and placed the 4 flavors liquor worm into his aperture, continuously refining essence. Around him, primeval stones were consumed one after another. The light red primeval sea gradually deepened in color, surging against the rank 2 light membrane, which already showed several cracks. Lin Yan had not slacked off in this past month, cultivating diligently day and night. He was confident that with just over a month more, he would step into the middle stage. Time flowed like water. The temperature of Sheijing Oasis gradually cooled, and winter quietly arrived. Within the Huang residence, upon hearing that Lin Yan had come out of seclusion, Aunt Liu gracefully walked into the courtyard, a trace of joy on her face. Ever since the newcomer competition, young master had been in seclusion for nearly 3 months. Such relentless cultivation even made her uneasy, fearing he might have pushed himself too far. When she saw Lin Yan standing in the courtyard, she paused slightly. The young man's features were sharp and refined, his robe fluttering lightly. His figure was tall and slender, his bearing calm, his spirit full. His entire presence carried a quiet, captivating aura. Lin Yan noticed her daze and asked, slightly puzzled, "What's wrong?" Aunt Liu snapped out of her daze, covering her lips with a soft laugh, her eyes lingering on him a moment longer than usual. Young master is becoming more and more imposing, just like those heroic young lords from the stories. Those young lords don't live long, Lin Yan replied with a faint, helpless smile, glancing at her before looking up at the sky. It's been a year, I'm 16. 9 years remained until the start of the plot. He lowered his gaze and inspected his aperture. The primeval sea had already transformed into a vast scarlet red sea, marking his rank 2 middle stage cultivation, while the wall membrane had evolved into a water membrane, flowing with a steady rhythm. The 4 flavors liquor worm continuously refined deep red high-grade primeval essence, circulating with a quiet, powerful pulse. If it were his original self, he would still be struggling just to reach rank 1 peak. Now, he had completely broken through the limitations of this body. The price, however, was clear. His primeval stones were exhausted, and his resources had been pushed to the limit. Lin Yan's expression grew thoughtful. He considered whether to use the red steel relic goo to directly step into upper stage, then rely on the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine peak-level primeval essence, and finally sell the 4 elements goo formation to replenish his reserves. At that moment, Aunt Liu's voice sounded again, gentle yet carrying a hint of urgency, pulling him back from his thoughts. Dr. Mo, the Gu master stationed in Han family village, had begun acting unusually. As expected, it was related to the inheritance. Lin Yan had long instructed Aunt Liu to place a sharp and discreet servant to keep watch, and now at last, traces had surfaced. Chapter 28: Hidden Opportunity. Lin Yan acted decisively. He personally mobilized his servants, preparing to search the grasslands near Han family village for traces of the possible legacy, while specifically warning them to stay discreet and avoid drawing attention. Fortunately, 3 months had already passed since the newcomer grand competition, and the storm of his fame had long settled. As for the earlier attention from various mission teams, Lin Yan had already handled it in advance. He deliberately leaked news that he had traded killer moves and obtained a large amount of primeval stones, claiming he needed time in seclusion to stabilize his foundation, successfully buying himself a period of quiet peace. No wonder, if I had 10,000 primeval stones, I'd shut myself in and cultivate too. I'm envious. When he comes out again, who knows how strong he'll be. Truly, talent makes all the difference. The surrounding Gu masters discussed it for a while before gradually losing interest, though deep down, their anticipation only grew stronger. Because of this, when Lin Yan quietly set out for Han family village, he encountered no suspicious followers. With Fire Eye Gu activated, his vision turned into a crimson world, every living presence outlined in heat and vitality. Within that range, no one could hide from his perception. Arriving at Han family village on the edge of the oasis, Lin Yan immediately split his forces, sending his subordinates to conduct a carpet search across the surrounding grasslands, while he himself went straight for Dr. Mo. The latter was the key. Whether this trip succeeded or failed depended entirely on how much he could extract from him. At this moment, Mo Han, the stationed Gu master of Han family village, had already noticed unfamiliar faces appearing in the village. His expression darkened as he instantly realized that the inheritance information he possessed had been exposed. Otherwise, why would outsiders suddenly come to such a remote and impoverished place? Damn it, I was so careful, how was it still discovered? Mo Han's thoughts churned, and he quickly recalled the Huang family Gu master who had inexplicably visited the village a few months ago. A cold sneer appeared on his face. It must be him, damn it. If I can't obtain it, then you won't have it easy either. He made up his mind to spread news of the inheritance and stir the waters. However, before he could act, a young Gu master with an extraordinary bearing appeared before him. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Dr. Mo, it's been a while. Mo Han's heart tightened. In an instant, he understood that any chance to sabotage had already slipped away. Forcing a stiff smile, he replied, Gu Master Lin, what a coincidence. I happen to be busy at the moment. That's fine, Lin Yan said calmly, his smile unchanged. I have time. Wherever you're going, I'll accompany you. Mo Han's anger surged, and a trace of killing intent flickered in his eyes. But the moment that thought appeared, it was crushed by reality. Killing a Huang family disciple meant being hunted down by the entire Huang family, 3 rank 5 experts and more than a dozen rank 4 elders. The sheer weight of that power pressed down like a mountain, leaving him suffocated. His momentum instantly collapsed. He was only a rank 2 Gu master, not some notorious demonic expert, and he was already past his prime. Then he carefully observed Lin Yan and felt another shock. In just a few months, the other party had already reached rank 2 middle stage. If they truly fought, he might not even win, he might even be the one silenced. Mo Han let out a bitter laugh. Fine, I admit defeat. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lin Yan smiled and nodded, but inwardly remained vigilant, his hands subtly ready to activate fire armor Gu at any moment. In the Gu world, no one could be taken lightly. Even Fang Yuan, with 500 years of experience in his second life, had suffered losses from underestimating others. For now, Lin Yan had no intention of acting rashly. He would first secure the inheritance, then decide what to do with Mo Han based on the situation. As a member of the righteous path and part of the family system, he could not casually kill. Even a direct descendant would face scrutiny. The family was both a shield and a set of chains. If it were a rank 3 or rank 4 inheritance, Lin Yan was confident he could secure it. Even if the news spread, it would not cause too much trouble. But if it were a rank 5 inheritance, the situation would be completely different. He would have to force Mo Han to swear a vow using a vow Gu, or directly enslave him with a slave Gu. As for the servants who knew anything, they could not be left untouched. There was no alternative. The Gu world was never kind. Even someone like Mo Han, a mere rank 2 goo master, could commit atrocities, using the lives of children to refine human medicine goo. Mo Han had no intention of resisting, and quickly revealed the clue to the inheritance. His aptitude was poor, and his lifespan was nearing its end. Wanting to extend his life, he had searched for solutions, but longevity goo was something he could never hope to obtain. In the end, he could only turn to old records, looking for any possible method. By chance, he found a record in the family's local gazette. It described an incident from years ago. A demonic path goo master had once infiltrated Sheijing Oasis, capturing talented children and refining them daily into longevity-type goo. Eventually, his actions were discovered, and he was hunted down by Huang family experts. Yet, despite being surrounded, he had mysteriously vanished. The place where he disappeared was Han Family Village. The family at the time believed he had escaped. After all, Han Family Village stood at the very edge of the oasis. Beyond it lay the boundless desert. Once someone entered that wasteland, tracking them down would be like searching for a needle in the sea. However, Mo Han pieced together scattered clues from old records and reached a startling conclusion. The demonic path goo master back then had most likely been gravely injured and had died on the spot. At this point, Mo Han let out a long sigh. I originally planned to rely on my identity as the station goo master and search slowly over time, but now. So that's how it is, Lin Yan thought, his gaze deepening. Opportunities in the goo world were everywhere, and it was not uncommon for even a rank 2 goo master to rise because of a single encounter. At the very beginning of the original story, on Qingmao Mountain where the heaven-refining demon Venerable once started, there had been such a case. Wang De, a mere rank 2 goo master, had stumbled upon an inheritance and comprehended the poison path, mastering the infamous love separation goo. He was ruthless enough to refine goo by killing his own wife, yet in the end, he provoked Fang Yuan and was killed. Not long after, Lin Yan received a report from his servants. Something unusual had been discovered within a patch of shrubs on the grassland. Lin Yan glanced at Mo Han and said calmly, "Let's go." Chapter 29, Hidden Opportunity, Roman 2. Without delay, Lin Yan escorted Mo Han and hurried toward the location. The surroundings were a barren stretch of grassland, sandy soil mixed with scattered thorns, gradually giving way to rolling yellow sand further ahead. They were already close to the edge of the desert. Between heaven and earth, the space felt vast and empty, offering nowhere to conceal oneself. To be cautious, he activated Fire Eye Goo. A faint flame flickered within his pupils, and the world turned crimson in his vision. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. No one had followed them, and his own servants had not secretly interfered or taken anything in his absence. Then his gaze settled on an unremarkable bush. Through its surface, he could vaguely see clusters of warm halos beneath the soil, indicating living things underground, their outlines resembling tightly packed flower buds. Lin Yan did not dare act carelessly and immediately ordered a servant to dig. Before long, a shallow pit was opened, and a faint, ethereal fragrance began to drift out. Wait, this scent, rich yet restrained, luxurious yet elegant, could it be Daizang flower goo? The thought flashed through Lin Yan's mind. In the next moment, a trace of dark golden light bloomed within the pit. He signaled the servant to withdraw, then activated Fire Armor Goo and the Four Elements Goo formation, personally stepping forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strands of crimson flames coiled around his body, condensing into layers of red steel armor that tightly covered him from head to toe, forming a complete suit of armor. 5 flame patterns shimmered faintly, and the armor's color shifted toward a reddish-gold hue, noble and imposing. Compared to the loose defensive flames of Fire Cloak Goo, Fire Armor Goo was far more solid, as if condensed from illusion into substance, its defensive strength increasing by several times. At the same time, 5 more goo worms flew out from Lin Yan's aperture. 4-colored light, blue, yellow, red, and green, circulated and intertwined, their auras merging into one. Above his head hovered the formation core goo, surrounded by 4 radiant points. With Earth Path as the core, a vast yellow-brown glow erupted outward, pressing down with a heavy, suffocating force. Earth Path transformation excelled in suppression and sealing. Rank 1 goo were directly restrained and rendered unusable, while even Rank 2 and Rank 3 goo suffered noticeable suppression, their power greatly diminished. With both Fire Armor Goo and the 4 Elements Goo formation active, Lin Yan's defenses were layered and airtight. Whether it was a trap left behind by that demonic path goo master, or Mo Han attempting something reckless out of desperation, he had nothing to fear. His caution had reached its peak. Mo Han, who had originally entertained some hidden thoughts, felt his heart tremble at the sight and immediately suppressed them. With this level of defense, even rank 3 goo might not be able to break through. Not long after, Lin Yan carefully brushed away the surrounding soil, gradually revealing a dark golden flower bud buried beneath. It lay about 2 inches underground, roughly the size of a millstone, shaped somewhat like a tightly closed cabbage. Its surface was smooth and delicate like silk, dark gold in color, exuding a quiet sense of mystery and nobility. This was Dai Zhang flower goo, a rank 3 consumable goo used specifically for sealing other goo worms. Since goo worms required feeding to survive, goo masters had developed various sealing methods to place them into dormancy. Dai Zhang flower was one such method. It was more commonly seen in southern border, while in the western desert, a similar function was fulfilled by stone bud goo. Lin Yan gently peeled back the soft, thin petals. Everything proceeded smoothly, without triggering any danger. Soon, within the golden liquid of the pistil, several goo worms could be seen sleeping quietly. He first picked up the bookworm that stored information and refined it on the spot. This should contain the true inheritance, left behind by that demonic path goo master. A moment later, Lin Yang closed his eyes, letting the information flow into his mind. Countless fragmented memories and records merged together, and he quickly grasped the essence. So, the one who left this inheritance was called Boneherb Devil, a wood path goo master. No wonder he used Dai Zhang flower goo. Chapter 30, Heaven Will. Inside the bookworm, the Boneherb Devil recounted his past. In his youth, he had merely been a lowly attendant under a demonic path goo master, destined to be refined into a human elixir goo for longevity. At that time, he had no strength to resist, his fate already decided. Yet fate shifted. Righteous path goo masters suddenly pursued and killed that demonic cultivator. Amid the chaos, he narrowly escaped death and even obtained a fragment of that man's inheritance. From then on, he awakened his aperture and stepped onto the path of cultivation, specializing in the wood path. Having once brushed against death, he resolved to punish evil and aid the weak. For a time, he saved many mortals and low-level goo masters, earning himself the title of a healer. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Through perseverance and opportunity, he cultivated to rank 4 peak, but his lifespan was nearing its end. Between life and death lay the greatest terror. He searched everywhere for a longevity goo, yet found nothing. In the end, he recalled the human elixir goo recipe from his youth. Laughing and weeping at once, he picked it up again, and secretly began harming others to refine goo. The Boneherb Devil, once a respected righteous path cultivator, ultimately fell into the demonic path. As for his state of mind in his later years, no one knew. Only one thing was certain: he had succeeded, extending his lifespan 3 times in succession. To the outside world, he still appeared righteous, his reputation intact. Others were deceived by that image, unaware of the truth beneath, and even if some suspected, they were merely mortals, who would dare seek justice against a rank 4 goo master. After that, he lived another 30 years, only to once again face the end of his life. This time, however, the human elixir goo could no longer save him. Aside from longevity goo, all methods of extending life had limits, let alone something only at rank 3. He had tasted longevity, how could he willingly let it slip away? He went mad and focused entirely on human elixir goo, attempting to push it further, to create a higher-ranked longevity method, or even derive a completely new goo. To achieve this, the Boneherb Devil spared no effort. He used every connection he had to gather resources, sold off his own goo in exchange for primeval stones, and slaughtered numerous goo masters to fuel his experiments. In the end, he did manage to achieve some results. But the heavenly Tao is never predictable. His actions were eventually exposed. He fled across the desert, hiding among different oases, until he was finally cornered by the Huang family at Shijing Oasis, suffering grievous wounds that could not be healed. Unwilling to accept death, he hastily left behind his legacy before dying at the edge of Han family village, not even having the time to set up proper demonic path safeguards. After reading all this, Lin Yan understood. No wonder Mo Han, a mere rank 2 goo master, had been able to obtain the human elixir goo recipe so easily. But at the same time, his heart sank slightly. In his obsession with longevity, the Boneherb Devil had consumed vast amounts of resources. After being exposed and hunted, his core goo were likely destroyed one after another. Although this was inheritance left behind by a rank 4 expert, the actual gains might not be as great as one would expect. Lifespan and heaven will, Lin Yan murmured quietly. His gaze grew deep. Goo masters shared a cruel truth: their cultivation did not extend their lifespan. Whether rank 1 or rank 9, their natural lifespan was no different from that of an ordinary person. Only lifespan goo could change that. Some granted a year, others decades, centuries, even thousands of years. At the goo immortal level, their methods reach the heavens, allowing them to gather large amounts of lifespan goo and extend their lives. Mortal goo masters, however, rarely encounter such opportunities, and most eventually turn to dust within a few hundred years. In theory, with enough lifespan goo, even mortals could live forever, and rank 9 immortal venerables could exist endlessly. But in reality, that is impossible. Lifespan goo cannot be refined by humans; they are naturally formed between heaven and earth. If classified by path, they belong to the rarest path known as heaven path. Because of this, lifespan goo is also one of the ways heavens will controls the fate of all beings. If your end has arrived and heavens will has decided your death, then no matter how hard you search, you will never obtain a lifespan goo. But if your life is not meant to end yet, even at your lowest point, a lifespan goo might appear before you. Heavens will governs all beings, not only one's experiences and rise or fall, but even birth and death itself. None of it is truly in your hands. That is why everyone wants to destroy Heavenly Court's fake goo. Lin Yan looked at the sky. The main plot of the original work was very simple. Heaven's will and the 10 great venerables, based on their respective positions, some wanted to destroy, some wanted to preserve, and some wanted to interfere without destroying. They entangled and intertwined, forming a vast, unseen game, with Fang Yuan as one of the key pieces. I wonder, am I even worth Heaven's will's attention? Probably not. He thought to himself that Heaven's will was not truly hostile toward otherworldly demons. It brought transmigrators into this world to make use of the foreign Dao marks on their bodies, gradually completing the goo world itself. It did not go out of its way to suppress them. In the original story, many such people lived quite freely. After all, once they entered this world, they were already within it, like meat placed in a pot. Sooner or later, they would age, weaken, and die. And when that time came, everything would return to Heavens. As for why Fang Yuan's life had been so miserable, it was likely due to his uniqueness. The otherworldly Dao marks on his body were special, something even the original novel never fully revealed, leaving it as a lingering foreshadowing. Moreover, if Heaven's will were paying attention to me, things wouldn't be this calm. My path would be full of twists and upheavals. Even so, Lin Yan felt a faint unease. Before heaven and earth, he was like someone stripped bare. Aside from his thoughts, everything else could be seen through. Chapter 31, Human Path Inheritance. Even so, Lin Yan felt a faint unease. Before heaven and earth, he was like someone stripped bare. Aside from his thoughts, everything else could be seen through. He either had to ascend to immortality as quickly as possible, or refine a goo that could erase Heaven's will's perception. The original novel mentioned my will goo, but there was no clear recipe recorded. Even if my cultivation advances quickly, my foundation is still too shallow. I'll need a large number of goo recipes and knowledge of materials before I can deduce it through dreams. Lin Yan exhaled softly. There was no immediate solution, so he set the matter aside and turned his attention to the inheritance. As expected, it did not match the wealth one would expect from a rank 4. On the wood path side, there were only 3 rank 3 goo: iron thorn goo, jumping grass, and grass puppet goo. All of them had appeared in the original novel. The first was a defensive goo, its ironwood body hard as steel and capable of counterattacking. The second was a movement type goo. The third was used to create puppets. By injecting primeval essence, it could, in areas with vegetation, continuously generate vine armor and grass soldiers. The ordinary grass soldiers produced by a rank 1 grass puppet goo were only suitable as training targets, but those created by a rank 3 grass puppet goo were strong enough to kill a rank 1 goo master. But this is the Western Desert, a wasteland for wood path. Lin Yan frowned slightly. These goo could only truly function within oases. The vast desert was the true environment here, which meant their value was effectively cut in half. A normal rank 3 goo would be worth several thousand primeval stones. In the southern border, the 3 together could easily reach 20,000. Here, even 10,000 would already be considered good. Forget it, it's still a free gain. He shifted his attention to the remaining goo, his gaze falling on 3 round beads with a metallic sheen, 1 jade green, 1 crimson red, and 1 bright silver. These 3 goo were far too familiar. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly. Green copper relic goo, red steel relic goo, and white silver relic goo. Finally, there was a blurred goo resembling a curled-up infant, its body folded like a peach, giving off a strange fragrance, almost like a ginseng fruit. It was precisely a rank 3 human elixir goo. Lin Yan's gaze flickered slightly. In the original story, Mo Han had likely used this goo for his first life extension, and later, for his second attempt, he set his sights on Han Li. The 3 wood path goo were average at best, but the remaining 4 were of considerable value. But why are there relic goos here? A rank 4 goo master wouldn't need them anymore. Lin Yan frowned and reread the contents of the bookworm. Soon, he grasped the reason, and his heart shook. The bone herb devil, while researching longevity, actually touched upon the human path. Human path was an extremely special path, on the same level as heaven path. Both were suspected to contain the secret of eternal life. The highest achievement of heaven path was fate goo, while the pinnacle of human path was the sovereign immortal fetus goo, which would appear more than 20 years later. At the same time, heaven path produced lifespan goo, while human path produced relic goo. These were formed in places rich in human kai, and neither could be artificially refined. Both paths were obscure and extremely difficult to comprehend. Lin Yan knew that the true inheritance of human path lay within a book called The Legends of Ren Zhu, something akin to the collection of myths and legends from his previous life. It recorded many methods of refining legendary goo, yet it was also like an allegorical text, filled with profound meaning, truly the book of books in the original work. Everyone who read the same passage of the Legends of Ren Zhu would gain different insights, and these differences often subtly pointed toward their future path. After transmigrating, Lin Yan had naturally read it. At first glance, it seemed full of truth, but when he tried to grasp it more deeply, he found nothing concrete to hold on to. Because cultivating human path was not about attainment, but about experience. In this aspect, the older one was, the greater the advantage. The richer one's life experiences, the deeper the understanding gained. Some things could only be understood after one had personally lived through them. Many powerful figures only truly comprehended the legends of Ren Zhu in their later years, using it to derive killer moves, develop goo, and explore new paths. Lin Yan was still too young. Although he had graduated from university in his previous life and had been tempered by society, even choosing to follow his instincts into danger and explore, it was still far from enough. That kind of experience was too shallow. He turned his attention back to the bone herb devil's inheritance. The man's life had been full of twists and turns, and in his later years, he devoted himself entirely to researching methods of extending lifespan. At first, he believed the human elixir goo belonged to the wood path, but during his research, he unexpectedly discovered that it did not belong to any known path. Its essence was actually similar to relic goo. That realization opened up a completely new direction for him. Afterward, he studied the legends of Ren Zhu and gained some insights, though he himself did not realize that what he had touched upon was the human path. Human elixir goo belongs to the human path that makes sense, Lin Yan thought. Chapter 32, Rank 2 Peak Stage. Human elixir goo belongs to the human path that makes sense, Lin Yan thought. The refinement method first involves planting multiple goo within the human body, allowing them to nurture and merge. As long as the final step is not triggered, it not only causes no harm, but is actually beneficial. In the original story, Han Li's strength in his youth far exceeded that of ordinary adults. This was the reason. Anything involving the fundamental transformation of the human body inevitably carried traces of human path methods. For example, rank 5 human strength goo could forcibly awaken a mortal without goo master aptitude, while rank 5 metamorphosis goo could enhance aptitude without any side effects, and so on. Lin Yan quickly realized that the most valuable part of this inheritance was not the goo themselves, but the refining records of human experimentation and the incomplete goo recipes left behind. Through these, one could step into human path. In addition, there were dozens of wood path goo recipes, along with a relatively complete wood path system, which also held considerable value. It was indeed a complete rank 4 inheritance, but unfortunately, Lin Yan did not cultivate wood path. At best, he could extract the essence and integrate it into his own path. After collecting all the goo, Lin Yan carefully searched the surroundings once more and confirmed that nothing had been left behind. Only then did he leave with his gains, even releasing Mo Han. There was no need to keep him. At most, this trip had yielded rank 3 goo. Relic goo might be very precious, but with his current strength he could protect it. Not to mention, he had a peak rank 3 uncle backing him, someone even rank 4 family elders would treat with caution. He even openly displayed the goo he had obtained in front of everyone and made the details known, preventing others from exaggerating his gains and stirring up unnecessary greed. If rumors spread that he possessed rank 4 goo, the situation would become troublesome, and he might even be forced to hand everything over to the family. Of course, Lin Yan also realized that using a rank 3 Vow goo was far too costly. 6,000 primeval stones was not a small sum. Even so, some ripples were unavoidable. After returning, he immediately sent a letter to his uncle, Shan Sheiyuan, then entered seclusion without delay, preparing to refine 2 red steel relic goo. This trip had exceeded his expectations. He had actually obtained another red steel relic goo. With the one he already possessed, he could directly push his cultivation to the peak of rank 2, saving more than a year of bitter effort. Worse. Within his aperture above the primeval sea, a blazing crimson sun rose, stirring up towering waves across the scarlet expanse. Radiance poured down, spreading through the membrane until it dissolved completely, replaced by a solid stone membrane. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. At the bottom of the primeval sea, strands of dark red, high-grade red steel primeval essence began to emerge, thick and condensed, while the crimson sun above gradually dimmed. In the next moment, a second blazing sun rose, replacing the first. The stone membrane cracked and dissolved, transforming into a clear, crystalline wall. He reached peak rank 2. After about 1 or 2 hours, the primeval sea completely transformed into a vast, condensed dark red sea, heavy and steady. Inside the quiet room, Lin Yan stood up, his aura surging, and he let out a low laugh. 16 years old, peak rank 2, his speed was several times faster than Fang Yuan after his rebirth. Goo Master cultivation had always been like this, relying heavily on resources. With sufficient resources, reaching rank 5 in a short time was not impossible. In the future, after Fang Yuan became a venerable, he even possessed the means to mass-produce rank 8 Goo immortals. Of course, while Lin Yan's cultivation advanced rapidly, his goo, their use, and his attainment also needed to keep up, and this was precisely his advantage. Through dream derivation goo deductions, my flame path lacks a core, so there are very few variations. Lin Yan frowned slightly. At first glance, his offense, defense, and movement were all strong, belonging to a direct and overwhelming style. He was naturally invincible against second-rank goo masters like Mo Han who lacked a proper legacy, but there was an obvious rigidity. In front of experienced family goo masters like Huang Sheiyuan, his fire armor goo could be dismantled easily, and once his defense was broken, he had no backup methods. In short, his goo functioned independently and could not be integrated. At present, all variations were being supported entirely by the 4 elements goo formation. This killer move was far more valuable than the few rank 2 goo he possessed, because it used formation core goo as its core. It could support an entire system, rather than acting alone. This was precisely the key for a rank 3 goo master to establish a complete combat system. Without a core goo, Lin Yan's deductions for flame path killer moves had already reached a bottleneck. Chapter 33, Meeting. Without a core goo, Lin Yan's deductions for flame path killer moves had already reached a bottleneck. In truth, even sandstorm blinds the eyes, and the 4 elements goo formation were inherited wisdom. His own foundation was still too shallow. If he wanted to create his own killer moves, he needed to understand a large number of goo and goo recipes, and more importantly, obtain a suitable core goo. Thinking of this, Lin Yan began to calculate his gains. The 3 rank 3 wood path goo were worth around 10,000 primeval stones in total. The green copper relic goo was about 2,000, the red steel relic goo 8,000, and the white silver relic goo reached an astonishing 50,000 primeval stones. In theory, his total assets could reach 70,000 primeval stones, comparable to an ordinary rank 3 family elder. But in reality, the most important red steel relic goo had already been used, and selling a white silver relic goo would be foolish. If I sell everything else, I'll only have around 12,000 primeval stones. Rank 3 goo usually costs several thousand, rarely exceeding 10,000. I should be able to choose a core goo that suits me. Even so, Lin Yan felt a faint headache. A core goo had to be strong, generally at least rank 3. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build a true combat system around it. Then his gaze slowly fell onto the human elixir goo. This goo was extremely precious. Methods that could extend lifespan were something everyone desired, and its value could easily reach hundreds of thousands of primeval stones. At the same time, after Lin Yan entered seclusion, news of the matter began to spread within the family, quickly causing an uproar. The Gu masters were filled with envy and jealousy. What? Lin Yan obtained the refinement path inheritance. His luck is too good. Even some rank 3 Gu masters could not remain calm, their eyes turning red. White silver relic Gu. Refining it means advancing a small attainment, saving years of effort. Haha, that's nothing, someone sneered. The human elixir Gu is the real key, it can extend lifespan. For a time, after several Aging Gu masters from the Three Lakes heard the news, their dim eyes lit up with a sharp glint, excitement rising uncontrollably. It's actually human elixir Gu, I must obtain it. HMPH, how can a mere rank 2 Gu master be qualified to hold such a thing? Many old Gu masters nearing the end of their lives could no longer sit still. They gathered together and headed toward the center flame lake to meet the family head, Huang Ming. Inside the conference hall, 3 rank 5 Gu masters and more than a dozen rank 4 family elders had gathered, a rare sight. Below them stood 7 or 8 old men, their bodies frail, their steps unsteady, as if they might collapse at any moment. There were naturally more elderly Gu masters within the family, but only these rank 3 peak individuals dared to stand against Huang Sheiyuan and possessed the means to compete for it. Yet they were all seasoned and cunning. They understood that approaching Lin Yan directly would only drive the price higher. And there was no guarantee he would even agree to sell. After all, everyone desired lifespan-extending methods, so they chose another path, uniting to approach the family head, intending to use the family's authority to pressure Lin Yan, seize the Gu under righteous pretense, and then compete among themselves afterward. They were well versed in how to exploit the rules of the righteous path. One of them, Shen Kuang, stepped forward. His aged face bore no trace of kindness. His skin was dark and gaunt, deep wrinkles carved like ravines, and a scar stretched from the corner of his eye. He spoke with a righteous tone. Human elixir Gu is refined using young children, an act of extreme evil. Any family member who obtains such a Gu is obligated to hand it over for the family to handle. Exactly, another old Gu master, Huang Hui, with a stern and ancient face, spoke in a heavy tone. If the younger generation becomes obsessed with longevity and strays onto the demonic path, the consequences will be disastrous. Any related inheritance should be made public. If there is a human elixir Gu recipe, it must also be handed over to the family for safekeeping. These old Gu masters spoke righteously, appearing concerned for the future, making them seem like venerable seniors to outsiders. In the main seat, family head Huang Ming's gaze was deep, a faint headache forming. These elders had all contributed greatly to the family, dedicating their lives to it. He could not easily refuse them, nor could he openly reprimand them. Their influence ran deep. Many juniors had once received their guidance. Among the dozen rank 4 Gu masters present, although most remained silent, quite a few had been cultivated by them. Yet Huang Ming was unwilling to follow the crowd and seize Lin Yan's opportunity. Doing so would wound a genius and hinder his growth. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Shanxia was also present. She frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping coldly over the hypocritical elders, a faint sneer forming. Leaving aside her connection with Shan Sheiyuan, she also intended to win over Lin Yan. A genius like him was far too valuable to lose. So Shanxia decisively stepped forward and spoke. All of you old seniors are accomplished and widely respected. Forcing a Gu from a junior like this is somewhat inappropriate. Why not consider another method, one that preserves your reputation while still allowing you to obtain the human elixir Gu, achieving the best of both worlds? Chapter 34, Meeting End. Shanxia decisively stepped forward and spoke. All of you old seniors are accomplished and widely respected. Forcing a Gu from a junior like this is somewhat inappropriate. Why not consider another method, one that preserves your reputation while still allowing you to obtain the human elixir Gu, achieving the best of both worlds? Hearing this, Huang Ming's eyes brightened slightly, and he followed up. Indeed, we should consider other approaches. We cannot discourage a genius. All of you have already achieved much in your lives. Will an extra 10 years truly bring new glory? Why not let things take their natural course? The father and daughter moved in quiet coordination, their words reinforcing each other. The atmosphere in the hall shifted as several of the old Gu masters gradually calmed, some falling into thought, others showing hesitation. They were all old. What they had sought, they had already pursued. What they wished to enjoy, they had already experienced. Could 10 more years truly allow them to break through to rank 4? And even if they did, what then? Could they reach rank 5? Could they achieve immortal ascension? If instead they tarnished their reputation in their final years, leaving behind a stain in the family's records, would they not become a laughingstock for future generations? While some of the old Gu masters hesitated, two of them, Shen Kuang and Huang Hui, who had taken the lead in this matter, showed no intention of backing down. Shen Kuang shook his head and said, "That is incorrect. We are not forcing Lin Yan. Every member of the family has the obligation to contribute. 30 years ago, during that great sandstorm, I disregarded my own safety and ventured into the eye of the storm 40 years ago." He began listing his past achievements one by one, his tone calm yet heavy, before finally standing on the moral high ground and speaking indifferently. "If I could do such things, I do not expect Lin Yan to reach my level. But if he can achieve even half of it, then offering the human elixir Gu would not be a betrayal of the family's cultivation." "That's right," Huang Hui added sharply. "From what I know, even Lin Qingyao and the other two A-grade geniuses are actively taking on family missions. Yet Lin Yan has remained inactive for quite some time. I believe this person has no intention of contributing to the family." Shan Zia's expression tightened. This was indeed a weakness in Lin Yan's situation, and she could only respond with some difficulty. "He has gained a great deal recently and needs time to consolidate it." "That is no excuse to evade family responsibilities." Clan head Huang Ming pondered for a moment, already feeling that this matter was inappropriate, and had even decided to use his authority to suppress it outright. Unexpectedly, Huang Feng, another rank 5 expert, suddenly spoke up. "Since this matter is difficult to resolve, why not let Shen Kuang take the lead, along with Shan Zia? The two of you can represent the family and speak with Lin Yan to discuss a solution." Huang Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Huang Feng, who appeared refined and at ease, and immediately understood who had stirred this situation. However, Huang Feng was also a rank 5 Gu master. Rejecting him directly was not easy. With Shan Zia involved, the outcome was neither too good nor too bad. At the very least, Lin Yan would not suffer excessive losses. Moreover, one point raised earlier was not entirely wrong. As a member of the family, one should possess a sense of contribution and responsibility. When the first elder had previously proposed focusing resources on cultivating Lin Yan, it was not only Huang Ming who had concerns. Many rank 4 family elders had also opposed it. Perhaps this could be turned into an opportunity. If Lin Yan was willing to hand over the lifespan-related Gu, the family would then have a proper reason to invest more heavily in him. With that thought, Huang Ming chose to tacitly accept the arrangement. After the meeting ended, Shen Kuang wasted no time. Together with Shan Zia, he went to visit Lin Yan. At that very moment, Lin Yan had just emerged from seclusion after refining 2 red steel relic Gu, and soon learned everything that had transpired in the hall. Lin Yan sneered, a trace of disgust flashing through his eyes. A group of old fossils. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of the family's restraint. The older generation always spoke of tempering, but in truth, it was nothing more than suppression, pressing down the new generation, keeping geniuses firmly within a controllable, exploitable position. The internal structure of the family was far from harmonious. Factions were everywhere, deeply rooted. He had won the newcomer competition with overwhelming brilliance, yet 3 full months had passed without any concrete cultivation plan from the family. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao and the other 2 geniuses of the same generation were advancing rapidly under the direct support of 3 rank 5 experts. The contrast was obvious. The only solution was to break through to rank 3 as soon as possible and step out of this layer of constraint. A rank 3 cultivation meant true independence. One could roam the wilderness alone. In a medium-sized family, it meant becoming a family elder with real authority. Even in a large family, one would still hold a significant position, overseeing part of its power or resources. His uncle, Shan Sheiyuan, had also sent word, telling him to cultivate in peace and leave everything else to him. Seeing this, Lin Yan felt a rare warmth in his heart. Since his transmigration, Shan Sheiyuan had supported him without reservation. No one could remain unmoved by such care. When he rose in the future, he would repay it in full. "It's just," Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. "At the council, why would Huang Feng, a rank 5 expert, deliberately make things difficult for me?" Chapter 35, Dispute. "It's just," Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. "At the council, why would Huang Feng, a rank 5 expert, deliberately make things difficult for me?" Lin Yan quickly saw through the situation and vaguely grasped Huang Feng's intentions. His performance had been too outstanding. If he had only revealed a killer move, he might have been drawn into Huang Feng's camp, but being too exceptional meant something else. He could one day replace him. A rising dragon always threatens the one already in the sky. Forget it, I'll choose my core gu first. Lin Yan set the matter aside, wrote a letter to Shan Sheiyuan requesting information on Flame Path Gu, and began to carefully consider his combat system. At the same time, the three A-grade geniuses also learned of Lin Yan's situation. Lin Qingyao felt a deep sense of unease. How is he this lucky? Another red steel relic gu, doesn't that mean he's already at peak rank too? Unlike the others, she paid close attention to his relic gu. She clearly remembered that he had already obtained one when trading his killer move. Meanwhile, she had spent 3 months cultivating painstakingly, only reaching mid-rank 2. Not only had the gap failed to close, it had widened. Back during the competition, she had still been ahead of him. As for Wang Zai, the youngest son of the clan head, he showed no reaction at all. Losing the newcomer competition suited him just fine. Staying low-key and hiding one's strength, that was the true path of a king. Lin Yan had no idea what the three A-grade geniuses were thinking, but to him, if he couldn't even leave those he had already surpassed far behind, then speaking of immortal ascension would be nothing but a joke. At this moment, Shen Kuang arrived at tea. The residents together with Shan Zia. At the entrance, Aunt Liu stood gracefully, surrounded by several maids and servants. Seeing the two approaches, she stepped forward and bowed politely. May I ask who you two are? Shen Kuang's expression immediately darkened. He snorted coldly. These juniors grow more arrogant by the day. I came personally, yet no one came out to receive me. Did you not receive the family's notice? Aunt Liu quickly explained. Young master is not being negligent. He is currently in seclusion for a breakthrough and has instructed that he is not to be disturbed. HMPH, Shen Kuang had not expected to be refused outright. His anger rose instantly as he fixed her with a cold stare. Either Lin Yan comes out immediately, or I will enter myself. Hearing this, a thin layer of sweat formed on Aunt Liu's forehead. The pressure was immense, yet she still held her ground. Breaking into a Gu master's place of seclusion goes against the family's rules. Shen Kuang laughed in anger, his expression turning grim as he stepped forward, clearly intending to force his way in. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Shan Zia sensed the danger and quickly stepped in to stop him. At that moment, a calm voice drifted from the end of the street, carrying a faint chill. At your age, you should be waiting quietly for death. Why come out and make a spectacle of yourself? The moment those words fell, Shen Kuang's face twisted with rage. He turned sharply and roared, who dares? A tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man stood there, arms crossed, his presence steady and unmoving. Shen Kuang's eyes narrowed. Shan Sheiyuan, you arrogant brat. No wonder Lin Yan shows no respect for his seniors. It runs in the family. Both uncle and nephew are rebellious to the core. You old dog, Shan Sheiyuan's voice turned cold as he stepped forward. You fear death, yet you don't consider the consequences. If that human elixir gu recipe falls into the family's hands, how many people like you will start harming innocent children to extend your lives? Would we still dare call ourselves righteous? You're the one setting this precedent. When that happens, you'll be the sinner of the entire family. Shen Kuang's face flushed with fury as he snapped back. Don't twist my words. You're the one hoarding the recipe. I'd say you're the one with ulterior motives. If individuals refine human elixir gu, we can still deal with them. But if the family itself starts refining it, who would dare stop it then? Shan Sheiyuan said calmly. And enough nonsense. The human elixir gu is with me. If you want it, either kneel and beg or we fight. If I win, you take nothing. If I lose, you can have it, but you swear this matter ends here. Hearing this, Shen Kuang's expression steadied, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Good, good, good. I'd like to see what this junior is capable of. Shan Zia rubbed her forehead lightly, a headache forming. She hadn't expected things to escalate this far. Inside the residence, Lin Yan had been observing everything. Seeing Shan Sheiyuan step in, he finally relaxed slightly, a cold sneer forming on his lips. He had no interest in dealing with such a malicious old dog himself. If not for his current lack of strength, he would have already beaten him senseless. Before long, Shan Sheiyuan and Shen Kuang arrived at the training ground, and the news spread rapidly throughout the entire family. The Gu masters were instantly stirred into excitement. What, Crazy Sand is challenging an elder? I heard it's over the human elixir goo, something about extending lifespan. That's perfect, it's been a long time since we've seen a rank 3 battle. Shan Sheiyuan has risen fiercely in recent years, and Shen Kuang is an old generation expert. Both are at peak rank 3, with strength close to rank 4. Let's go watch. Chapter 36, Battle. Most of the Gu masters flooded into the training ground, crowding around to watch the duel. In the arena, Shan Sheiyuan and Shen Kuang stood facing each other from a distance. Without any probing words, both moved at the same time. Pill-fire Gu, doubling Gu, divide into 2 Gu. Shen Kuang raised both hands, and blazing flames surged from his body, condensing into crimson pill fires the size of human heads. With every breath, the pill fires split and multiplied, their numbers rapidly increasing until they filled the sky. Opposite him, Shan Sheiyuan remained calm. Iron Sand Gu, Manipulate Sand Gu, and Rock Wall Gu activated in succession. Rings of black light spread outward as the sand and soil beneath his feet churned and rose. Rumble! In the next instant, countless pill fires shot forward like a rain of meteors, their momentum terrifying. Yet none of them reached Shan Sheiyuan himself. Instead, they crashed into a towering fortress of black sand and gravel that had formed in front of him. Explosions erupted one after another, firelight blazing as the ground trembled violently. The surrounding Gu masters felt the vibrations beneath their feet and couldn't help but exclaim, "Just a probing exchange, and they're already using multiple rank 3 Gu, as expected of peak rank 3 experts, almost stepping into rank 4. On the stage, Shan Sheiyuan's gaze turned sharp. He was never one to passively defend. With a single thought, the swirling iron sand around him shifted, condensing into over a dozen black gold chains that pierced through the arena and shot straight toward Shen Kuang. Seeing this, Shen Kuang stretched out both hands, and 2 crimson flame blades formed instantly, rank 3 flame blade Gu. Clang, clang, clang. Though aged, his momentum remained fierce. The twin flame blades flashed like lightning, cutting through the incoming iron chains one after another. Flames burst beneath his feet as he lunged forward like a hunting beast, breaking through the layers of iron sand and closing the distance in an instant. Shan Sheiyuan did not retreat in the slightest. He activated Stone Fist Gu. Iron sand coiled around his arms, condensing into heavy black iron fists that met the flame blades head-on. 2 clashed at close range, their blows heavy and overwhelming. Firelight burst and stone fragments scattered wildly. A single slash grazing the ground carved deep trenches, while a casual punch left craters in the arena floor. Every move carried hidden depths, their attacks flowing back and forth without pause. They're too strong, both close combat and long range are flawless, and they've already formed complete combat systems. The battle quickly escalated to its peak. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and after a long exchange, both chose to unleash their ultimate moves. Shen Kuang moved first. Age had already begun to affect him. His stamina and reactions were no longer at their peak. Under Shan Sheiyuan's relentless pressure, he had been struck several times, and his defensive Gu were nearing their limits. Very well, Crazy Sand. If you can withstand this, I will admit defeat. Shen Kuang roared. Dark red flames surged violently around him, rising like a blazing tide. 9 crimson flame patterns appeared across his body, while 5 flame vortices spun within him, pouring out endless fire that coursed through his limbs and bones. His skeleton glowed through his flesh, shining with a crystalline, jade-like red light. Killer move, Flame Demon, True Body. In the next moment, he transformed completely. A towering flame demon hovered above the arena, his hair like writhing fire, his eyes burning like twin torches. His aura expanded wildly, oppressive and overwhelming, his strength rising several times over. After such a prolonged battle, Shen Kuang had finally revealed his true foundation. 9 rank 1 fire pattern Gu, 5 rank 2 fire aperture Gu, and most importantly, the rank 3 glass flame bone Gu that Lin Yan recognized at a glance. All of Shen Kuang's strength, both long range and close combat, was built upon this set of Gu. After transforming into the flame demon, he waved his left hand, and the power of his pill fire Gu surged severalfold. A vast sea of flames spread across the arena. With his right hand, he condensed a 10-foot flame blade greatsword, its edge tearing through the air as it slashed forward. Seeing the danger, Shan Sheiyuan did not hesitate. He activated Magnet Gu and Sandstorm Gu in succession, merging them with his previous 3 Gu to form a single killer move. Sandstorm Burial. In the next instant, the ground trembled violently. Endless black iron sand erupted from beneath the arena, sweeping outward like a collapsing storm. It smothered the raging sea of fire and surged upward, swallowing the flame demon whole in midair. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire training ground. The arena shattered, the impact spreading outward in waves. The surrounding goo masters were thrown off balance by the heat and shock, forced to retreat as they cried out in alarm. What terrifying powers! Who won? The disturbance was so great that even the rank 4 and rank 5 experts across the family were alerted. Some rose into the air, while others activated investigative goo to observe from afar. Moments later, the smoke and swirling sand gradually settled. The two figures finally appeared. Shan Sheiyuan stood amid the ruins, his body scorched in many places, his clothes charred black. Not far away, Shen Kuang lay collapsed on the ground, his eyes wide with unwillingness, blood seeping from his wounds. Crazy sand, Shan Sheiyuan won. The surrounding goo masters burst into an uproar, cheers rising one after another. On the ground, Shen Kuang lay motionless, his consciousness fading. A trace of bitterness surfaced in his heart. He had become nothing more than a stepping stone for another's rise, his reputation crumbling in his final years. How had he fallen to such a state? At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Huang Ming stood above, looking down at the two with an indifferent gaze. His voice spread calmly across the ruined arena. Enough, this farce ends here. Shan Sheiyuan, for showing disrespect to a family senior, you will be punished. You are to guard the family caravan for 5 years. You will depart next spring. There will be no delay. Hearing this, Shan Sheiyuan grinned instead of resisting. He cupped his fist slightly and said, Sheiyuan accepts the family head's order. Chapter 37, Plans. At this moment, Lin Yan also received news of his uncle's victory. He played with the image goo in his hand, watching the entire battle that Shan Sheiyuan had recorded and sent over. He couldn't help but sigh. Shen Kuang, that old bastard, really did have some skill. If it were him, he probably wouldn't last even a single exchange. At the same time, a trace of gratitude rose in his heart. Shan Sheiyuan hadn't just shielded him from trouble, he had also deliberately used this battle to show him the future direction of the family's flame path. Lin Yan quickly understood. The Huang family's flame path and earth path each possessed 3 rank 5 peak true inheritances, forming a total of 6 core methods: Flame Demon True Body, Prairie Fire, Flame Extreme Sky Blade, Rock Solid, Iron Bucket Empire, and Sandstorm Burial. The first 3 belonged to Flame Path and were mainly focused on offense. Flame Demon True Body provided full body amplification, barely counting as half a defensive method. Prairie Fire was a large-scale area attack, while Flame Extreme Sky Blade was the strongest single-target strike. The latter 3 belonged to Earth Path and were centered on defense. Rock Solid was the ultimate single-target defense, Iron Bucket Empire excelled in group protection, and Sandstorm Burial combined offense and defense, possessing endless variations and even the ability to trap enemies. Shen Kuang mainly cultivated Flame Demon True Body, though traces of the other 2 Flame Path killer moves could still be seen within it. Shan Sheiyuan, on the other hand, focused entirely on Sandstorm Burial. Of course, whether it was Shen Kuang or Shan Sheiyuan, their killer moves were still only in the early stages of development, remaining at rank 3. There was still a long road ahead before they could truly evolve into complete inheritances. Speaking of which, it seems I'm walking Shen Kuang's path. Lin Yan fell into thought. The 5 crimson flame patterns on his body were only at the rank 1 level, a shallow beginning. At rank 2, he would need 5 fire aperture goo to display initial power. At rank 3, the glass flame bone goo would mark true entry into the core of this path. Beyond that, it was still unknown. This inheritance advanced step by step, naturally forming a complete combat system. It was the result of countless generations of refinement within the family, rigorous, stable, and deeply grounded. Lin Yan's thoughts grew heavier. If he tried to create his own flame path killer moves from scratch, he would lack the foundation, wasting time and effort for little return. It was far more practical to start from the family's true inheritance, absorb its experience, and build upon it. Only then would he have the qualifications to innovate in the future. Otherwise, it would just be a castle built in the air. At this point, Lin Yan finally understood the combat system he needed to construct. However, he still decided to personally visit Shan Sheiyuan to express his gratitude. He also planned to hand over the human elixir goo for him to handle. When he arrived, he saw Shan Sheiyuan sitting upright on a chair like a general on horseback, his presence imposing even while injured. Beside him, a healing goo master was carefully tending to his wounds. Seeing Lin Yan, Shan Sheiyuan's eyes brightened and he laughed. peak rank 2 already. Looks like you haven't been slacking these days. Uncle, I've caused you trouble this time. Lin Yan changed the topic and took out the human elixir goo, a pink worm curled like a ginseng fruit, and handed it over. I'll leave this to you. Shan Sheyun's expression immediately darkened. He frowned deeply and said flatly, "What are you implying? Do you think your uncle is eyeing your gains? We're family, don't talk like that." Lin Yan gave a helpless smile. He had already expected this reaction. "Uncle, if I sell it myself, I won't be able to maximize its value. Why don't you handle it for me? We'll split it 50-50. Hearing this, Shan Sheyun paused for a moment, then nodded. Between families, there was no need to be overly polite. "Fine," he said with a grin. "Your uncle will find the best buyer and make sure those old bastards pay dearly." Shan Sheyun accepted the human elixir goo, then said, "In another month, when spring arrives, I'll be leaving the family. Be careful during this time. Don't let anyone take advantage of you." Hearing this, Lin Yan fell silent for a moment. Although his uncle had suppressed this storm, the aftermath would not be small. Shen Kuang held considerable influence and deep connections within the family. Shan Sheyun would inevitably be pushed out of the core circle, and relying on others was never as reliable as relying on oneself. "I need to break through to rank 3 as soon as possible and complete my combat system." Without lingering, Lin Yan bid farewell and headed straight to the family's goo house. He traded in 3 rank 3 wood path goo and 1 green copper relic goo. Wood path goo were not very useful for most Western Desert goo masters, but for the family, they still had value. Weisis required wood path and water path goo masters to maintain their environment, so the price was not suppressed. In total, he received 12,000 primeval stones. Now, only the white-silver relic goo remained in his possession. As for the human elixir goo, it would take time to sell, and Shan Sheyun would handle the transaction. Even so, Lin Yan was now considered wealthy. He originally intended to purchase fire pattern goo, fire aperture goo, and glass flame bone goo in one go, but the moment he checked the prices, his expression stiffened. 1 fire aperture goo costs 1,500 primeval stones. And glass flame bone goo isn't even for sale. Chapter 38, Shopping. Standing before the goo house, Lin Yan's brows tightened. A mere rank 2 fire aperture goo was priced at 1,500 primeval stones. 5 of them would cost 7,500. As for the glass flame bone goo, the conditions were even harsher. It had to be purchased together with its corresponding killer move, and the buyer had to swear a vow goo not to spread it. In other words, buying a single glass flame bone goo meant paying for the goo itself, the killer move, and the vow goo, easily amounting to tens of thousands of primeval stones. Lin Yan's expression darkened, but he understood the logic. The fire pattern goo series was the Huang family's core inheritance. Naturally, they would guard it tightly and prevent it from leaking. Left with no choice, he purchased 4 fire pattern goo and 2 fire aperture goo, spending 4,200 primeval stones. The rest would have to wait until the funds from the human elixir goo came through. Even so, he wasn't willing to leave just yet. Could something else replace the role of glass flame bone goo? As he pondered, the killer move Flame Demon True Body surfaced in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it felt. Soon, a memory from the original novel surfaced, rank 4 fire human goo. It was a unique method used by an elder from the southern border 100 families. Once activated, it meant certain death, but the user's body would transform into a fire being, and their battle strength would surge dramatically. If a rank 3 goo master used it, even a rank 5 expert would hesitate to confront them. There was more than one type of such elemental transformation goo. It was a complete series. In the original novel, Wood Path had Wood Spirit goo, and Water Path had Torrent goo, all of which were extremely rare and came at a high price. It was likely that the Huang family's ancestors drew inspiration from fire human goo to create Flame Demon True Body, retaining its explosive power while avoiding its fatal drawback. Lin Yan pondered carefully. The function of fire aperture goo was to create a space within the body to store violent flames, releasing them when needed. This increased the power of flame path goo by 50%, while also replacing primeval essence consumption. It could be said to be extremely powerful. With 5 fire aperture goo, the amplification would reach 2.5 times, allowing rank 2 flame path goo to rival rank 3. Even for rank 3 goo, the effect would still be significant despite being reduced. If fire aperture goo represented stored explosive power, then fire pattern goo served as both amplification and restraint, strengthening the body while containing the violent fire energy and preventing it from leaking out. Finally, the glass flame bone was the key. A normal human body simply could not withstand the simultaneous eruption of 5 fire apertures. The body had to be modified to adapt to flame path goo. The more Lin Yan analyzed, the clearer the structure of flame demon true body became. In essence, it was a system built from 3 types of goo working together. Because of that, it could be broken down and understood step by step, instead of remaining an incomprehensible whole. So the replacement I need must be something that strengthens the body. Strength path goo. He immediately rejected the idea. Goo like copper skin goo wouldn't work. The skin was already occupied by fire pattern goo, and the two would clash violently. Iron bone goo and steel tendon goo were also unsuitable. They would likely suppress the explosive output of the fire apertures instead of supporting it. That approach was too crude, a direct confrontation of combat systems, nowhere near as refined as the Huang family's glass flame bone integration. Lin Yan continued searching through the family's flame path goo records, combining what he remembered from the original work with his own deductions. He spent 2 full hours comparing, memorizing, and refining his choices. In the end, he found a barely acceptable option. Rank 3 borrow fire goo, you'll do. Having made his decision, Lin Yan purchased it without hesitation, spending 3,000 primeval stones. Lin Yan had spent 7,200 primeval stones and was left with just under 5,000, which he still needed for cultivation. There was no room to continue buying goo. The borrow fire goo had an unusual origin. It was developed by a Huang family predecessor who drew inspiration from the ancient rank 4 borrow strength goo of the strength path. On its own, this goo had no offensive power, but when combined with heaven strength, earth strength, fire strength, or water strength, its potential became extraordinary. It could draw upon the Kai of heaven and earth, even siphoning power from flames or water. That predecessor had attempted to replicate this concept within Flame Path, intercepting fire seeds from heaven and earth to form an otherworldly flame, creating an overwhelming, near-invincible force. But in the end, the attempt failed. The borrowed fire goo remained incomplete, stuck at rank 3, and its effect was somewhat obscure. It could transfer the power of one flame path goo to another, but at a cost. The goo being drained would become unusable for the duration. Even so, Lin Yan's eyes sharpened slightly. To others, this might be a failed creation, but in his hands, it might just become the missing piece. Chapter 39, Elder Goo. Lin Yan possessed Fireball Goo, Fire Armor Goo, Walking Fire Goo, and Fire Eye Goo. If he used it on Fire Eye Goo, his reconnaissance ability would greatly increase, and if used on Fire Armor Goo, his defense would rise significantly. For ordinary Goo masters, this flaw was too extreme. Strengthening one aspect meant abandoning another, making it highly restrictive in real combat. Lin Yan, however, nodded in satisfaction. But I have many Goo worms. By controlling the rhythm of battle and rotating their usage, I can maintain overall strength. The most crucial point is that I can use the fire aperture goo within my body as a substitute, avoiding any burden. He quickly saw through the essence. Borrow fire goo did not simply transfer power, but borrowed the Dalmark fragments carried by one goo worm and overlaid them onto another flame path goo. The original goo temporarily lost its Dalmarks, which was why it could no longer be used. Although the flames produced by different flame path goo appeared similar, the Dalmark fragments they carried were fundamentally different. In truth, borrow fire goo would be more suitable when paired with otherworldly flame goo, allowing for greater flexibility and adaptability to different environments. However, most otherworldly flame goo were rank 4 or above, beyond what borrow fire goo could utilize. This was also a fundamental limitation, especially since borrow fire goo had no further refinement path. Lin Yan, however, remained optimistic. He planned to gather more flame path goo recipes and see if he could push this path further himself. He immediately refined the borrow fire goo and purchased its required food. The cost was not low. It required provoke fire bamboo, but since the family supplied it, it wasn't troublesome. After returning, he refined the 4 fire pattern goo and 2 fire aperture goo one by one, integrating them into his body. Standing in the quiet room, 9 crimson patterns flowed across his skin, glowing vividly. His body appeared firm and radiant, carrying a faint reddish jade luster. At the same time, a swirling crimson mark appeared in each palm, though still dim, as no energy had yet accumulated. Lin Yan carefully sensed the changes. With 9 fire pattern goo and 2 fire aperture goo reinforcing him, even without activating any goo, his body alone could withstand ordinary blades without injury. Now his core goo had taken shape, and his combat system was finally beginning to form. The next step was rank 3. Borrow Fire Goo was, after all, a rank 3 goo. It wasn't unusable at his current level, but its consumption was too high. Only rank 3 white-silver primeval essence could truly sustain it. His gaze steadied. Sitting cross-legged, he took out primeval stones one after another, absorbing and refining them as the vast dark red primeval sea within his aperture surged violently, crashing again and again against the crystal wall. Time passed quietly, and a month later, Lin Yan had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Winter had ended. With the arrival of the new year, Shan Sheiyuan was preparing to leave Sheijing Oasis to lead a caravan for trade. Before departing, he handed over a goo. It was a peculiar goo worm, round like a crystal sphere, palm-sized and translucent, with drifting clouds inside. Within those clouds, the faint image of an old man holding a staff could be seen, carrying an immortal-like presence. At this moment, his expression was calm. This was Elder Goo, a rank 3 storage goo capable of holding up to 1,000,000 primeval stones. The amount stored could be judged from the old man's expression. Shan Sheiyuan spoke in a low voice. I've sold your human elixir goo. That old bastard Shen Kuang paid a full 1,000,000 primeval stones. We split it evenly. These 500,000 are yours. Use them well. Hearing this, Lin Yan's spirits lifted. Since his transmigration, he had earned primeval stones here and there through small gains, but none of them could truly be called an opportunity. This was different. This was his first real fortune. The reason Lin Yan had reached this point with only tens of thousands of primeval stones was, on one hand, because cultivating Flame Path was relatively economical, and on the other, because he had squeezed every bit of value out of his resources. Now he could finally loosen his grip a little. 500,000 primeval stones was enough to purchase 2 full sets of rank 3 goo worms, and even add a few rank 4 goo on top. Of course, he still couldn't compare to Fang Yuan. After leaving Qingmao Mountain and rebuilding his cultivation to rank 2, Fang Yuan obtained the Bone Legacy and sold over 2,000 goo, earning more than 900,000 primeval stones. And that wasn't all. Later, he dominated the Shang family arena, winning battle after battle and accumulating over 2,000,000 primeval stones. Even then, it was only barely enough to push his cultivation to rank 4 and achieve minor success in his strength path combat system. Lin Yan didn't bother comparing himself to that. Flame Path consumed far fewer resources than the long-declined strength path. By his estimation, this amount was more than sufficient to support him all the way to peak rank 3. Shan Sheiyuan looked at his nephew and said, I'm leaving, be careful in your actions, the family won't go too far. With that, he turned and left. Lin Yan watched him go and let out a quiet sigh. He didn't rush to the goo house to buy more goo worms. Without reaching rank 3, buying more would be useless, and feeding them would only become a burden. More than a month had passed, yet he still hadn't broken through the rank 3 barrier. From rank 3 onward, cultivation became significantly more difficult. Those with lower aptitude often had to rely on demonic methods to force a breakthrough, and even then, it was common to be stuck for decades. Back on Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used extreme methods, refining goo with living sacrifices, to forcibly reach rank 3, paying a heavy price in the process. Lin Yan had sufficient aptitude and a clear future ahead, so he had no intention of taking such a path. Later, he returned to his residence, his resolve firm. He would not step out again until he broke through to rank 3. Chapter 40, Mission Hall. As Shan Sheiyuan left the oasis, time passed quickly, and another 2 months went by. Inside a spacious pavilion of the family, a crystal wall illuminated by shadow goo displayed dense lines of text, constantly flickering and changing. The hall was crowded, with goo masters gathered in groups at different tables, some drinking and boasting loudly, others speaking in low voices, while people came and went without pause. This was the family's mission hall. Lin Qingyao was already accustomed to this rough atmosphere, her expression calm and unchanged. Around her sat several female goo masters of the family, all tall and graceful. They occupied one table, while several nearby tables remained empty. No one dared approach, and even those tempted by their beauty only glanced from a distance. At this moment, Lin Qingyao watched her clan sisters from her grandfather's lineage chatting and smiling, but she felt a trace of fatigue. In the past 3 months, she had completed many missions, which had even delayed her cultivation. leaving her still at mid-stage rank 2, not yet breaking through to upper stage. But this was necessary. She needed to accumulate resources and establish prestige. The small group before her would likely become her core team in the future. Still, I should reach upper stage soon, she thought, her gaze shifting slightly. I wonder what Lin Yan has been doing these past 3 months. He hasn't joined any mission groups. Lin Qingyao frowned slightly but didn't bother thinking further. Taking on missions was itself a way to accumulate combat experience. If time were to turn back, she was confident she could defeat Lin Yan with ease. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the mission hall. Someone rushed in from outside, shouting, "Is there a healing Gu master? Save my brother." The man was burly, carrying a mutilated body, blood pouring from it without restraint. Not only was his body soaked red, but a trail of blood stretched across the ground behind him. Faced with such a scene, Lin Qingyao's expression did not change. Her mental endurance had long since hardened. She had witnessed the deaths of teammates before, going from guilt and grief to anger, and finally to a calm indifference. It wasn't that the sorrow had disappeared. She had simply learned to bury it deep within herself. In the mission hall, a young Gu master stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I am a healing Gu master." The surrounding crowd fell silent, making way for him as they watched, some with sympathy in their eyes. Soon, the young man took out a rank 2 earth milk Gu, a common earth path Gu in the western desert. It gathered earth kai to produce milky liquid used for healing. However, when a few drops fell onto the mangled body in the burly man's arms, the effect was minimal, only barely slowing the bleeding. Sweat covered the young Gu master's face as he said with difficulty, "With injuries like this, even a rank 3 family elder skilled in healing wouldn't be able to save him." As for rank 4 healing experts, they were already renowned physicians, rare even among large forces. The Huang family had none, and Flame Path combined with Earth Path was not particularly suited for healing. The burly man's lips trembled, but no words came out. Grief had already reached its peak. When he carried the injured man back, he had already expected this outcome. Still, he could only try and leave the rest to fate. After several failed attempts, the injured man's life aura completely faded. The burly man stood there blankly for a moment, then slowly turned and left, as if his soul had been hollowed out. Only then did the hall regain its noise, the Gu masters lowering their voices as they began to discuss. How did he get injured? An experienced Gu master took a glance and said, "Looks like wounds from an earth bear. With the new year just beginning, it's their breeding season, and a beast tide is likely forming." Not just that, another person lowered his voice, revealing more. An elite reconnaissance team detected movement from Zen Crossing Hill 1,000 miles away. Most likely, the once-in-a-decade crossing is about to happen again. I heard the same. This year's caravan stopped after passing more than a dozen oases, and is preparing to coordinate joint defenses with nearby oases. Shaging Oasis is relatively far, with other oases acting as a buffer, but even so, casualties are inevitable. The Gu masters felt a trace of unease. Missions were already exhausting: reconnaissance, combat, guarding resource points, each one slowly building their foundation. If a beast disaster arrived, everything could be wiped out overnight, forcing them to start over. That was still the better outcome. Losing one's life was the real fear. Someone sighed, "If only I were a direct Huang family disciple, I wouldn't have to deal with these tasks, and could safely stay behind the beast tide." Chapter 41, Mission Hall, Roman 2. Someone sighed, "If only I were a direct Huang family disciple, I wouldn't have to deal with these tasks, and could safely stay behind the beast tide." SHH, someone's expression changed, and he whispered sharply, "Watch your words. A direct Huang family descendant is right there, the first elder's granddaughter. She even came to take missions." Hearing this, the man sobered slightly, but the recent death still weighed on him. His tone remained resentful as he lowered his voice. "Young miss is naturally different, but there's someone who's been avoiding family duties entirely, and he's supposed to be the number one of the new generation." As soon as those words were spoken, nearby Gu masters immediately echoed in agreement. Since the person wasn't present, their complaints grew bolder. "That Lin Yan, I've invited him to join my team several times, and he refused every time." "Exactly, he's too arrogant." Someone sneered, "It's not arrogance, he just doesn't care about these missions. First he got rewards from the newcomer competition, then stumbled upon an inheritance. I heard the human elixir Gu alone sold for 1,000,000 primeval stones. Of course he doesn't care." The more they talked, the more restless they became. Jealousy, envy, and frustration mixed together, pushing the atmosphere toward agitation. Bang! One of them slammed the table. No, he's been avoiding this for half a year. That's not acceptable. Taking missions is every family Goo Master's duty. I'm going to report this. The others immediately stood up, voices overlapping. Let's go together. At this moment, the dissatisfaction that had built up from Lin Yan's repeated refusals, mixed with the jealousy over his sudden wealth, finally erupted after half a year of brewing. Lin Qingyao noticed something was off, but she couldn't be bothered to intervene. Even she felt a trace of envy. Lin Yan had truly struck it rich. A large group of Goo Masters gathered at one side of the mission hall. Soon, the family elder in charge, a dignified middle-aged man, stepped out. His gaze swept over the crowd. A faint smirk flickered in his eyes, but his tone was stern. What are all of you doing, gathering here like this? The burly man at the front had already cooled down somewhat during the walk and felt a hint of regret, but there was no turning back now. He clenched his teeth and said, Lord Huangmo, I wish to report Lin Yan for refusing to fulfill his family duties. After hearing the situation, Huangmo frowned and spoke in a grave voice. This is indeed a problem. It harms the family's discipline and sets a bad example. I will personally go to his residence and make him join a mission team. You may all come along as witnesses. The Goo Masters present felt their pressure dissipate and were overjoyed, eager to see Lin Yan suffer. With Elder Huangmo taking action, even if Lin Yan is a genius, he can only yield. After all, these are the rules. A large crowd rushed to Lin Yan's residence, surrounding it completely. Everyone, please wait a moment. The young master is in secluded cultivation and cannot be disturbed. He will give everyone an explanation after he comes out. Aunt Liu stood at the door, sweating profusely as she struggled to deal with the many Goo Masters. She could only complain inwardly. The young master had provoked increasingly powerful figures, and everyone present was a Goo Master. How could she, a mere mortal, hold them back? HMPH, Huangmo's eyes flashed with cold light as he waved his sleeve. Lin Yan must come out today. Evading his duties while enjoying the fruits of others' labor is unfair to everyone here. The family rules will not spare him. Many Goo Masters echoed loudly. That's right. Lin Yan has delayed this for half a year, making excuses again and again. He must give an explanation today. The pressure rose step by step. Aunt Liu could no longer hold on and sighed, preparing to send someone inside to call Lin Yan out. Huangmo saw the situation tipping in his favor and felt a trace of satisfaction. He had close ties with Shen Kuang. Since Shen Kuang had suffered a loss as his disciple, he naturally wanted to vent that grievance. This entire situation had been deliberately stirred up by him, using the crowd's momentum to pressure Lin Yan. But that wasn't all. He also had his own motives. Lin Yan's 500,000 primeval stones were too tempting. Under the pretext of contribution, he planned to extort a portion, offering in return the convenience of overlooking mission duties, making it a profitable exchange. At the same time, deep within the quiet room in the backyard, Lin Yan had reached a critical moment. The vast dark red primeval sea surged violently, crashing again and again against the crystal wall riddled with cracks. With a dull, resounding break, the rank 3 barrier finally shattered. Countless fragments of light scattered into the sea as the aperture expanded, forming a brand new rank 3 light membrane at its boundary. At the bottom of the primeval sea, strands of faint silver true essence slowly emerged, smooth as flowing water, carrying a subtle silver radiance. Rank 3 Initial Stage. Chapter 42, Rank 3. Lin Yan, though exhausted, felt invigorated. A great joy surged in his heart. After 3 months of arduous effort, he had finally broken through. In the original novel, Fang Yuan's first advance to rank 3 relied on unorthodox methods, bringing heavy side effects. His second attempt, after recultivating with a great aptitude and using bone-flesh unity goo to draw in rank 3 peak true essence for cleansing, still took considerable time. Lin Yan had no previous life experience, so being stuck for 3 months was reasonable. This obstacle was the greatest challenge he had encountered so far, but fortunately he had overcome it. From today onward, he had stepped into the level of a family elder, capable of retreating safely, even when facing 1,000-beast tide led by 1,000-beast king. After 2 more stages, he could prepare for ascension. He was 16 years and 4 months old, with outstanding aptitude, and there were still more than 8 years before the original timeline began. Lin Yan wanted to laugh, but one concern lingered. His aptitude was no longer sufficient. B-grade aptitude still provided some help for breaking through rank 3, but it would be completely inadequate for rank 4. Only a grade aptitude could maintain an advantage. From this point on, his cultivation would only become more difficult. I have the Bone Devil's inheritance experiment about goo masters' bodies. Can I create a goo that helps break bottlenecks, like how relic goo boosts cultivation? Lin Yan thought for a moment, then shook his head. The chances were low. The Bone Herb Devil was only rank 4. His understanding of human path couldn't be that deep. On top of that, the dream realm created by dream derivation goo still had flaws and couldn't fully simulate the human body. Otherwise, he could have tested everything inside it. For now, he could only wait for dream derivation goo to reach rank 3. First, deal with the people outside. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold. He had already sensed everything happening beyond the courtyard. Lin Yan had barely stepped out of his quiet room when a wave of noisy voices flooded into the courtyard. The moment the goo masters saw him, they shouted, "Lin Yan is here." One of them stepped forward and cursed, "You coward, parasite living off privilege. Everyone is working hard for the family, yet you stand aside and do nothing." Lin Yan didn't react. His gaze swept coldly across the crowd, and in the next moment his aura surged. The pressure of rank 3 spread out like a tide, pressing down on the entire courtyard. In an instant, the goo masters at the front turned pale, forced to stumble back as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fear rising from the depths of their hearts. Lin Yan looked down at them and spoke calmly, his tone carrying absolute dominance. "I am rank 3, what can you do to me?" "Rank 3, how is that possible? 16 years old and already rank 3. Everyone present fell into silence, their faces filled with shock. Rank 3 cultivation, within the Huang family, even if one was not officially appointed, such a person was already regarded as a family elder. Among so many goo masters, only a handful could ever reach this level, yet Lin Yan had done so just past 16. The realization sent a chill through the crowd. A genius like this, someone who could set records in the family's history, and they had just offended him. Did they really have any way out? Huang Mo, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting. In the end, he stepped forward with a forced smile, as expected of a peerless genius of the Huang family, achieving such cultivation at this age. Lin Yan didn't respond with courtesy. His gaze remained cold as he said, "Were you the one who incited them to trespass into my residence? According to the rules of the goo world, disturbing a goo master's secluded cultivation invites endless retribution." Huang Mo's face stiffened. Seeing Lin Yan's attitude, he dropped the pretense and spoke with a cold tone, "HMPH Lin Yan, don't think that reaching rank 3 allows you to ignore family rules. You haven't completed a single mission." Before he could finish, Lin Yan cut him off sharply. "Enough. Come to the arena and fight me to the death." Huang Mo was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to be so uncompromising, directly demanding a fight to the death. He hesitated, not because he feared losing. The other party had just reached early rank 3, while he himself was already at late rank 3. The gap in cultivation was obvious. Moreover, Lin Yan had only just advanced, so he definitely hadn't had time to acquire new rank 3 goo worms or establish a combat system. His actual combat strength was likely still at the 2nd rank level. What Huang Mo truly feared was something else. If he injured Lin Yan, the consequences would be severe. Lin Yan's talent was monstrous, far surpassing the other geniuses, and the family would undoubtedly protect him. If anything went wrong, the backlash would fall entirely on him. But at this point, he had no way to retreat. Once matters reached rank 3, certain rules became absolute, and he had indeed crossed the line. His face darkened as he laughed in anger. "Good, then let me test your strength for the sake of the family. Don't turn out to be all show and no substance." The surrounding goo masters exchanged uneasy glances. Under Lin Yan's furious shout of "Scram!", they no longer dared to stay and quickly dispersed from the residence. The two made their decision and headed straight for the training ground. Chapter 43, Battle. After the news spread, goo masters from various families rushed over to watch. No one expected that just 3 months after the Blazing Sand Flame Lord's rank 3 battle, another rank 3 duel would take place, and one of the participants would be Lin Yan. Ever since Lin Yan claimed the title of number 1 among his peers, he had never left the center of attention. First the inheritance, then the human elixir goo incident, his name kept resurfacing again and again. Huang Ming also received the news, his expression shifting slightly in surprise. The family had still been debating whether to fully invest in Lin Yan, yet in the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into rank 3. From this point on, even he had to treat Lin Yan as an equal or at the same level. no longer as a junior to be overlooked. In truth, Huang Mo's actions were not entirely independent. Huang Ming's earlier indifference had allowed such pressure to build, intending to temper Lin Yan's temperament. The idea had been simple: wait until things escalated, then step in personally to resolve the situation and earn Lin Yan's loyalty in the process. From beginning to end, Huang Mo was nothing more than a pawn meant to be sacrificed. But Lin Yan's sudden breakthrough had disrupted everything. Forget it, there's still room to recover, Huang Ming thought. Challenging a family elder right after reaching rank 3, he's still too impulsive. With that, Huang Ming made his decision. No matter what happened next, Lin Yan had to be protected. At the same time, the first elder, second elder, and other rank 4 family elders all received the news and used various methods to observe the situation. The 3 A-grade geniuses even rushed to the training ground in person, their expressions dark and uneasy. Lin Yan had truly risen now, no longer on the same level as them, but standing alongside the older generation. On the arena, the battle erupted the moment both sides stepped forward. The crowd fell silent, their earlier whispers disappearing as every gaze locked onto the stage. Huang Mo moved first, activating a rather uncommon flame path gu, rank 3 earth fireball gu. Large, dull yellow fireballs condensed and shot forward. They looked less like flames and more like chunks of rock, moving at a slow, heavy pace. Lin Yan didn't even bother using walking fire gu. His figure shifted lightly as he sprinted to the side, effortlessly dodging each incoming earth fireball. He immediately recognized it. This gu carried traces of earth path characteristics. Its projectiles were slow and its direct damage among rank 3 gu was not particularly high, but once it struck a target, it could induce a petrification effect, slowing movement. If it merged into the ground, however, its power would double, erupting into one of the most destructive rank 3 attacks. To be honest, Earth Fireball Gu had too many flaws and was easy to counter. Lin Yan frowned slightly, unable to grasp Huang Mo's intention. Was he simply wasting primeval essence? The next moment, the dull yellow fireballs struck the ground one after another, yet no explosion followed. Instead, they sank smoothly into the soil and vanished without a trace. What's going on? Lin Yan's gaze sharpened as he activated Fire Eye Gu. His vision turned crimson, the world layered in heat. Looking toward the spots where the fireballs had landed, he saw through the thick soil, clusters of orange red heat silently gathering beneath the surface. They hadn't disappeared, they were buried, like hidden traps. Delay Gu. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked toward Huang Mo. The latter met his gaze and smiled faintly, continuing to pour silver primeval essence into Earth Fireball Gu. One after another, the fireballs flew out, filling the arena. Lin Yan understood almost instantly. Delay Gu was a rule-type Gu that postponed the eruption of attacks. On its own, it was rarely useful, but combined with Earth Fireball Gu, it formed a dangerous synergy. Each missed attack didn't vanish, it became a buried threat, gradually sealing off space. The longer the fight dragged on, the more restricted his movement would become, until even activating Movement Gu would carry the risk of stepping into an explosion. Moreover, the arena's space was limited. As more Earth Fireballs sank into the ground, the entire battlefield would eventually be covered. At that point, a single misstep would trigger multiple explosions at once, the damage doubling instantly. Even rank 3 defensive Gu would not last long under such pressure, and defeat would only be a matter of time. It was an open, unavoidable strategy. Either endure the attacks head-on and suffer petrification and constant consumption, or keep dodging until the ground itself became a death trap. An old Gu master watching from the side narrowed his eyes and sighed. Here it is, Huang Mo's signature method, truly troublesome. Chapter 44, Battle, Roman 2. At that moment, Lin Yan made his move. Fire Armor Gu activated, and crimson gold flames surged across his body, condensing into a solid armor. 9 flame patterns shimmered across its surface, noble and imposing, while the vortex marks on his palms lit up as both fire apertures filled with violent flames. At the same time, he silently activated Borrow Fire Gu. A faint, translucent sphere flickered, drawing power from one fire aperture and channeling it into Fire Armor Gu. The armor instantly brightened, its aura surging again as a second layer of enhancement stacked upon the first, pushing it to the level of rank 3 defense. Normally, a Gu master's body could only withstand the output of one fire aperture, leaving the other unused. But with Borrow Fire Gu, that limitation was bypassed, allowing both to be utilized. Combined with the amplification of Fire Pattern Gu, the overall boost approached 2.5 times. Lin Yan might not have many rank 3 Gu yet, but at this moment, his combat system had already taken shape. Borrowing the power of the Fire Aperture Gu, not only resolved the flaw of the body being harmed by erupting fire energy, it also cleverly bypassed the limitation of borrow fire goo itself, without needing to sacrifice key goo like walking fire goo or fire armor goo. Fully armored, Lin Yan chose to take the attacks head-on. Boom, booms, boom. Dull yellow explosions burst one after another against his body, firelight flashing violently as the silver primeval sea within his aperture dropped at a visible rate. His gaze remained sharp. He was never the type to passively endure. With a thought, fireball goo activated, and clusters of orange-yellow fireballs shot forward, tearing through the air toward Huang Mo. The clash intensified instantly, both sides unleashing their methods without restraint as the battle entered a true, heated exchange. Huang Mo burst into laughter as the ground beneath his feet churned and shifted. His body moved swiftly, dodging each incoming fireball with ease. This was another rank 3 goo, flying earth goo. Its unique trait was that the goo master did not move on his own. Instead, a mass of earth carried him, gliding across the ground. It was essentially an upgraded version of earth wave goo. This goo perfectly complemented his tactic. While laying hidden fire mines across the battlefield, he could freely maneuver without triggering them himself, making his entire setup seamless. Rumble! Lin Yan's fireballs all missed, blasting deep, scorched craters into the arena floor. If you want to compete with me in primeval essence, you've already lost, Huang Mo sneered, though inwardly he was shaken. By all logic, Lin Yan was still relying on second-rank goo. He should have been easily suppressed. Yet somehow their power had been elevated to the rank 3 level. It defied common sense. Seeing his first exchange fail, Lin Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Huang Mo was no ordinary opponent. As a long-established rank 3 goo master, his combat system revolved around earth fireball goo, forming a complete and polished strategy that steadily tightened control over the battlefield. With a thought, 5 goo flew out from Lin Yan's aperture. The formation core goo hovered above his head, emitting a steady glow as the 4 elements goo formation unfolded. Streams of 4-colored light intertwined, finally settling into a faint green radiance that enveloped his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An invisible current of wind gathered around him, and the rapid depletion of silver primeval essence within his aperture slowed, even beginning to recover. The flow of primeval essence became smoother, its consumption reduced, while his natural recovery speed was pushed to its limit. This was the wind path variation of the 4 elements goo formation, specializing in sustaining prolonged battles. Huang Mo's expression shifted slightly as he watched from afar. This formation was abnormal on its own. It was already a complete combat system. In a battle of attrition, he wasn't confident he could outlast Lin Yan. And that was precisely the flaw in his own setup. Without a goo that could reduce consumption or restore essence, prolonged combat would only drain him. But maintaining several rank 3 goo was already a heavy burden. He simply didn't have the resources to fill that gap. In the next instant, Lin Yan made his move. Instead of dragging things out, he chose to attack directly. A war of attrition would only put him at a disadvantage. The fire stored within his fire apertures was nearly exhausted, and once that reserve ran dry, he would no longer be able to sustain rank 3 level combat strength. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He shifted the goo formation again, and crimson light surged, covering his entire body. Fire eye goo, fire armor goo, walking fire goo, and the rest were all strengthened at once. This flame path variation focused purely on amplification, pushing all flame path goo to a higher level, one of his true trump cards. After advancing to rank 3, not only had Lin Yan's primeval essence become far more abundant, even his mental strength had increased. Activating 7 or 8 goo at the same time no longer strained him. Sparks burst beneath his feet as he charged forward, his aura rising sharply. As he advanced, Huang Mo retreated, yet the distance between them continued to shrink. The spectators were stunned. Was the movement speed of flying earth goo actually being outmatched by walking fire goo? The watching goo masters exchanged shocked looks. Lin Yan's methods were too obscure. It was impossible to tell which goo formed the core of his combat system. Chapter 45, Battle, Roman 3. As Lin Yan entered the attack range of fireball goo, Huang Mo showed no panic. Instead, a hint of delight flashed across his face. He activated Earth Trap Goo, a rank 3 evolution of Sand Pit Goo. A wave of yellow light spread beneath his feet, sweeping across the arena. Crack! Lin Yan suddenly stepped into empty air, his body dropping into a deep pit. The surrounding earth walls pressed inward with immense force, the soil tightening and locking him in place. At the same time, clusters of earth fireballs condensed above and rained down, turning him into a fixed target. Rumble! Searing flames filled the pit, the explosions echoing continuously. Lin Yan's crimson gold armor, though heavily reinforced, began to dim. The blazing surface lost its brilliance as layers of grey-white stone spread across it, sealing the flames within. Yet he remained calm. This is the 4th rank 3 Gu, specifically meant to suppress close combat. Even while injured, he raised his hand and activated Fireball Gu, blasting the surrounding earth. Amid the violent explosions, he forced his way out of the pit. But the moment he emerged, more earth fireballs came crashing toward him. At the same time, earth trap Gu continued to trigger beneath his feet. If he used walking fire Gu to move, the fireballs would sink into the ground and turn into hidden traps. If he stood his ground, he would face relentless bombardment while being restricted by the earth itself. For a time, Lin Yan was pushed into a corner. Huang Mo's voice rang out, cold and confident. Surrender. Reaching this level with only 2nd rank Gu is already impressive. Noisy. Lin Yan's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he decisively withdrew the borrow fire Gu and the amplification from the 4 elements Gu formation on his fire armor. Stepping on walking fire Gu, he dodged the overlapping traps and bombardment, shifting all enhancement onto Fireball Gu instead. Seeing this, Huang Mo sneered. He calmly continued laying down Earth Fireball Gu, turning the battlefield around him into a dense minefield, waiting for Lin Yan to fall into it. Then his expression froze. Raw. As Lin Yan raised his hand, blazing flames surged from his body and shot into the sky, gathering rapidly above him. A fireball formed, at first the size of a head, then swelling to a millstone, and finally, as the crimson light of the 4 elements Gu formation poured into it, expanding into a massive sphere nearly half a person in size. In the next instant, it shot forward like a blazing sun, the flames tightly compressed, carrying terrifying power, its speed overwhelming. Huang Mo's expression changed drastically. He immediately activated Flying Earth Gu, his body shifting sideways at full speed. He managed to avoid the very center of the impact, but not the blast. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire training ground as the ground trembled violently and blinding light swallowed everything. The arena was engulfed in a rolling sea of fire, and waves of scorching heat surged outward, sending the surrounding temperature soaring. The watching Gu masters were drenched in sweat, their ears ringing as the crowd burst into chaos. Is that really a 2nd rank Fireball Gu? Even a rank 3 lava fireball isn't this terrifying. Is Huang Mo going to lose? Rank 3 defense might not hold against that. This attack is already at the peak of rank 3. A moment later, as the sea of fire receded and the smoke cleared, a massive scorched crater was revealed. Beside it stood a middle-aged man, pale but completely unharmed. The watching Gu masters quickly reacted, their faces filled with shock and confusion. What happened? What kind of defensive Gu could block that attack? Soon, Huang Mo's laughter rang out. Fortunately, I have rank 3 flame body Gu. It lets me temporarily turn into fire and avoid damage. Otherwise, that strike would have decided the battle. At this moment, Lin Yan's primeval essence had been heavily consumed, and the 4 elements Gu formation around him shifted into its green state, rapidly recovering his reserves. His expression grew slightly serious. He had heard of flame body Gu before. It was one of the key materials for refining rank 4 fire human Gu. It had no offensive power and relatively mild side effects. Once transformed into flame, as long as the fire itself was not extinguished, the user would not die, though it was more vulnerable to water path methods. In essence, it was a powerful defensive Gu, capable of avoiding large amounts of damage instantly, and particularly effective against flame path attacks. Lin Yan immediately understood Huang Mo's plan. Once enough earth fireballs were buried across the arena, they could be detonated all at once. The resulting power would be terrifying. Even a rank 4 Gu master might not withstand it. Ordinary rank 3 defense would be useless against such destruction. It was a method that could kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of one's own. The flame body Gu was undoubtedly the best match for this tactic, allowing Huang Mo to avoid the final detonation while pushing the power of the earth fireball Gu to its limit. At this point, Lin Yan couldn't help but acknowledge it. This was the strength of an experienced rank 3 expert. Every Gu fit together, forming a complete system. Nothing looked extraordinary on its own, yet breaking it was extremely difficult. Chapter 46, Battle End. Huang Mo continued laying out earth fireballs, steadily expanding his control. By now, more than half the arena had been turned into a hidden minefield. He raised his voice, confident. Lin Yan, you've done enough. To push me this far with your methods already proves your talent. Surrender. The spectators sighed inwardly. It seemed the outcome was decided, and even Huang Mo believed victory was within his grasp. But Lin Yan's expression remained calm. Enough probing time to end this. His aura surged as borrow fire goo, fire armor goo, walking fire goo, fire aperture goo, and other flame path goo activated together, resonating into a unified whole. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Flames burst outward from his body, engulfing him completely. His figure transformed into a golden red flame form, as if cast from fire itself. 9 flame patterns coiled like dragons, his eyes burned crimson, his hair flowed like molten gold, and every movement stirred waves of scorching heat. Rank 3 killer move, Flame Demon Possession, incomplete. Shock swept across the arena. Even Huang Ming and the other rank 4 and rank 5 experts could not remain calm. He didn't learn the family's Flame Demon true body, so how is he using this move? Boom, booms, boom. At this moment, Lin Yan stood firmly on the arena, his feet submerged in a sea of fire. A continuous surge of immense power rose from within his body, while the silver primeval essence in his aperture drained rapidly. At the same time, the fire energy stored in his 2 fire apertures was also being consumed at an alarming rate. He didn't have much time. The earlier battle had already burned through more than half of his reserves. Now, he only had a few breaths left to maintain this state. But it's enough. Killing intent flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. During the 3 months he spent breaking through to rank 3, he hadn't been idle. After mastering Borrow Fire Goo, he had repeatedly entered dream realms, deducing Flame Path rank 3 killer moves, and trying to replicate the family's Flame Demon true body, replacing the role of Glass Flame Bone Goo. To achieve this, he had studied battle records over and over, even recreating them in dream realms to fight through them personally. With his previous foundation, after countless attempts, he had finally reconstructed 70 to 80% of its power. Die, wrapped in roaring flames, Lin Yan raised his hand and aimed at Huang Mo. Fire gathered from all directions, compressing into a crimson gold vortex in his palm. In the next instant, a blazing pillar of golden red fire burst forth, tearing through the air and twisting everything in its path. Rumble! On the ground, Huang Mo hastily activated Flying Earth Goo, trying to escape, but the blazing pillar of fire chased relentlessly, carving a deep, scorched trench across the arena. Gravel melted into crimson magma, ash filled the sky, and flames spread wildly in every direction. In the end, under Huang Mo's despairing gaze, his figure was swallowed by the towering column of fire. Midair, Lin Yan continued to pour power into Fireball Goo, sustaining the attack. The pillar of fire raged for 3 full breaths before finally dispersing. At the center of the massive blackened crater, a charred body lay motionless. Even Flame Body Goo had failed to withstand the force of Flame Demon Possession. Lin Yan's flames faded, his face turning pale. His silver primeval essence was completely drained, and the aura of his core goo, fire armor, fireball, fire eye, raging fire, and borrow fire had all weakened, some even showing signs of damage. The fire patterns on his palms were dim, the energy within his fire apertures entirely exhausted. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. But the result was undeniable. He had defeated Huang Mo, a late rank 3 expert, while relying on only a single rank 3 goo. Once he fully refined his remaining rank 2 goo and added more rank 3 goo to his arsenal, his combat strength would rise several times over. He looked down at Huang Mo in the crater, his life barely hanging on, his own expression calm and unreadable. He had deliberately held back from delivering the final blow. He still needed to remain within the family. Establishing dominance and proving his worth was enough. Killing recklessly would only provoke the rank 5 experts and bring unnecessary trouble. At the same time, Lin Yan swept his gaze across the surroundings, and the watching Goo Masters immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Even the 3 A-grade geniuses slightly bowed, their hearts filled with complicated emotions. Everyone understood that Lin Yan had completely risen. Without relying on Shan Sheiyuan, he had established his own authority. At just over 16, with such talent and strength, his future was beyond doubt. Lin Yan's lips curled, and he suddenly laughed, his voice filled with unrestrained confidence. This battle had achieved its purpose. What did tens of thousands of primeval stones matter? What if he refused family missions? Who could force him? In the end, relying on oneself was what truly mattered. At that moment, more than a dozen high-ranking figures appeared in midair, their expressions unsettled, all shocked by the fact that Lin Yan had deciphered and even replicated part of the family's true inheritance killer move. This level of talent was abnormal and had to be treated with extreme caution. Huang Ming descended from the sky, his gaze fixed on Lin Yan as he spoke with approval. as expected of the family's top genius. After discussion among the high-ranking officials, we have decided to fully support your cultivation. Chapter 47, Becoming an Elder. As expected of the family's top genius, after discussion among the high-ranking officials, we have decided to fully support your cultivation. The Flame Path True Inheritance will be open to you. You may also select 3 goo from the family's inner treasury, with no restriction on rank. Rank 4 or rank 5 are both acceptable. As for family missions, you are exempt from them. Geniuses deserve different treatment. Exceptional promotion is necessary. Lin Yan was moved. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still surprised by Huang Ming's generosity. He looked at Huang Ming, the stern family head, fully aware that the outcome of this competition was not entirely simple, but this was not the time to dwell on such matters. In the goo world, everyone calculated for their own benefit. If he were in the same position, he would do no differently. Huang Ming continued in a warm tone, "If you have any other requests, you may speak freely." Lin Yan remained silent for a moment before saying, "I heard that within Flame Lake, there is a goo room that stores the family's largest collection of goo recipes and secret manuals." Goo room? Huang Ming understood immediately. His expression remained calm as he said, "Very well. From today onward, the Flame Lake Goo Chamber will be under your management. All goo recipes below rank 3 may be viewed freely without permission." Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. What he lacked most was accumulated knowledge. If he could study a wide range of goo and refinement recipes, he would be able to develop more killer moves and even create new goo in the future. The more than a dozen family elders in the distance showed no reaction to this arrangement. To them, this was a natural level of treatment for someone of his talent. A moment later, Huang Ming publicly announced the appointment. The entire hall stirred with discussion. This was a meteoric rise. Lin Yan looked at the family head, his thoughts turning. To be honest, his request for the Flame Lake Goo Room, although valuable, was likely exactly what the other party had intended to grant. At present, his talent was too outstanding. He was already being treated as the future pillar of the Huang family. This naturally raised a deeper question: who would become the next family head? The family system was common in the Goo world, but the method of inheritance varied. For example, the Shang family of the southern border emphasized direct bloodline succession, with multiple heirs competing, where only one would ultimately remain. The Tai family, on the other hand, valued strength above all, allowing talented members of the younger generation to rise, even if they did not become the family head. The Huang family was somewhat unique. Due to historical reasons, it was divided into 2 lineages, the main Huang lineage and the Shan lineage. The main Huang lineage traced back to a rank 5 Flame Path expert who founded the Huang family in Sheijing Oasis and became its first family head. For generations, authority remained within this lineage, passed down from father to son. However, over time, the family declined and nearly faced destruction. At that critical moment, a rank 5 Earth Path expert from a collateral branch rose to prominence, turned the tide, and rebuilt the Huang family. From then on, that branch family became known as the Shan lineage. Because of this, the Huang family possessed 2 rank 5 true inheritances, one belonging to the main Huang lineage, and the other to the Shan lineage. The Shan family followed a slightly different tradition. While inheritance usually remained within their branch, after learning from past failures, they allowed exceptionally talented individuals to rise, even if they were not direct descendants. If Lin Yan traced his roots, he belonged to the main Huang family. As for the current family head, Huang Ming, his intentions were unclear. His children were all capable, and his eldest son had already reached rank 4. The fact that no successor had been openly chosen suggested deeper plans. Lin Yan did not care about such matters. The present stage was far more important. Once he fully absorbed the Huang family's foundation, he was confident he could reach rank 5 and establish his own true inheritance, even without relying on the family. After the battle ended, Lin Yan returned home alone. No one dared to approach or disturb him along the way, as they no longer felt qualified to even associate with him. He packed his belongings and soon moved to take up residence at the Flame Lake Goo Room, choosing to develop quietly. After his departure, news of the battle spread throughout the entire family. It caused a great stir. At only 16 years old, possessing such strength was already shocking, and his ability to replicate the family's killer moves made his talent stand out even more. Some people had already begun to give him a title. He was called Little Flame King, Lin Yan, a name echoing the legendary Flame King who had once founded the Huang family. Chapter 48, Gu Room. Lin Yan stood by Flame Lake, observing the surface of the crimson water covered by a layer of slowly burning illusory flames, the heat distorting the air. Dozens of golden-red wooden boats floated nearby, crafted from a special plant called iron firewood, known for its hardness and resistance to fire. He stepped onto one of the boats and headed toward the island at the center of the lake, where the outline of a grand city could already be seen. After entering the city, Lin Yan met Huang Ming in the council hall, received a token, and then proceeded to the tallest structure in the inner city, the Flame Lake Gu Chamber. The building resembled an octagonal pagoda and was constructed from extremely sturdy materials. When he arrived, several courtyards surrounded the towering Gu Chamber. 7 or 8 elderly Gu masters stepped forward, each with a strong aura, all at rank 3. One of them spoke calmly, "Are you Lin Yan?" Lin Yan nodded. The elder continued, "My name is Min Jun. All the guards of the Gu Chamber are present. You may choose a courtyard nearby to stay in. Do you have any instructions?" "I wouldn't dare give instructions." Lin Yan quickly waved his hand and said gently, "Elders, you have all worked hard guarding this place. I've just arrived and am not familiar with things yet. So I won't change any rules. Everything can remain as it is. I will rely on you all to manage the Gu Chamber in the future." As soon as he said this, Min Jun's expression softened, and the other elderly Gu masters beside him revealed relaxed and satisfied smiles. After dismissing them, Lin Yan selected a courtyard and settled down. He reminded himself that his purpose in coming here was to accumulate foundation, not to display authority. Soon after, he entered the Flame Lake Gu Room. The octagonal pagoda was divided into 5 floors. The first floor was the largest, covering nearly 1,000 square meters. Tall, thick walls lined the surroundings, filled with dense rows of cabinets storing a wide variety of Gu. They came in all shapes and colors, though most were common types. Lin Yan only gave them a brief glance, planning to study them in detail later, before heading up to the second floor. The second floor was slightly smaller and stored rare rank 1 Gu. Among them were green copper relic Gu and liquor worm, all clearly displayed. There was no need to dwell on the third and fourth floors, which stored rank 2 and rank 3 Gu respectively, with even smaller areas. Lin Yan went straight to the fourth floor to inquire about rank 3 Gu recipes. He already possessed over a dozen refinement methods for his rank 2 Gu, Fireball Gu, Fire Eye Gu, Walking Fire Gu, and Fire Armor Gu, each corresponding to different development paths. For example, combining Fireball Gu with Boulder Gu could produce the rank 3 Earth Fireball Gu. Lin Yan collected all the available recipes, but did not rush to make a decision. He planned to review them carefully after obtaining the Flame Path True Inheritance. He already had a clear direction in mind, focusing on the Flame Demon True Body Killer move, which he intended to fully cultivate, while the other 2 killer moves would serve as support. At present, he had more than 500,000 primeval stones, more than enough to sustain the development of 3 killer moves. The remaining resources could be used to acquire Soul Path and Wisdom Path Gu. At rank 3, killer moves became central, and the number of Gu used in battle increased significantly. Relying on simple thoughts and what would no longer be sufficient, most Gu masters would begin strengthening their souls using Soul Path Gu. At the same time, this stage also marked the threshold for developing new killer moves with Dream Derivation Gu as the core. Soon after, Min Jun retrieved 3 Gu from the secret vault, a rank 3 Vow Gu, a rank 3 Glass Flame Bone Gu, and a rank 1 Bookworm. These together contained the Flame Path True Inheritance. The elder spoke in a steady tone. Although the family is granting you this inheritance, precautions must still be taken to prevent leakage. You will need to make a vow. Lin Yan remained calm. The Vow Gu was a small purplish-red insect with sharp mouthparts. It flew to his finger and bit into it. A sharp pain followed as blood flowed onto the contract. A moment later, the Vow Gu exploded into countless dark purple motes of light, merging into his body. If he violated the agreement, the consequence would be immediate death. He sensed it clearly, but did not dwell on it. He had his own methods to deal with such restrictions. He then took the Glass Flame Bone Gu and the Bookworm, spending a total of 15,000 primeval stones. The cost would have been even higher if the family had not waived the fee for accessing the true inheritance. Afterward, Lin Yan purchased 3 more rank 2 Fire Aperture Gu, completing the basic Gu required for his Flame Demon True Body Killer move set. By this point, he had spent nearly 20,000 primeval stones, leaving him with 485,000. Even with such wealth, it was being consumed quickly. Before leaving, Lin Yan glanced at the staircase leading to the 5th floor. Remembering his right to choose 3 gu for free, he made a mental note to consider it carefully. After returning to the courtyard beside the gu room, he immediately entered seclusion and began refining the 3 fire aperture gu and the glass flame bone gu. Chapter 49, Flame Demon True Body. Inside the quiet room, Lin Yan stood upright. 9 crimson gold divine patterns intertwined across his body, while 5 fire apertures opened within his limbs and bones, like blazing drills of flame. Most striking of all, his flesh and blood had become translucent, revealing a deep red glass-like skeleton within. At this moment, a burning sensation spread through his entire body, as if he were engulfed in flames, accompanied by intense pain and itching. The blood generated from his bone marrow condensed into a crimson glow, flowing through his body like molten lava. Heat radiated from him, and an overwhelming strength surged within. After an unknown period, the transformation brought by the glass flame bone gu finally came to an end. Lin Yan's features remained sharp, his physique refined to near perfection. His muscles were tight and well-balanced, his skin glowing with a reddish jade sheen. When he clenched his fist, the air itself trembled with a faint buzzing sound. Immense strength, solid bones, not inferior to an ordinary rank 2 strength path gu master, and flame path gu receive a 30% boost in power, regardless of rank. He silently assessed himself, both surprised and satisfied. As expected of the Huang family's core inheritance, his raw physical strength alone was enough to tear apart wild beasts. His body felt as firm as metal, his temperature constantly high, and the heat flowing through his blood seemed impossible to cool. From this point onward, Lin Yan's physique had completely surpassed that of ordinary gu masters. The Flame Demon True Body Killer move could now be considered to have entered a deeper stage. After reading the information within the bookworm, he gained further insight. The Flame Demon True Body was built upon fire patterns, fire apertures, and glass flame bones, allowing for flexible combinations. If defensive gu were integrated, the transformed Flame Demon would be covered in armor. If offensive gu were added, it could unleash flames and enhance destructive power. At rank 4, the Flame Demon True Body required a gu known as Fire Heart Gu. Once refined, it would transform the heart, granting extreme resilience within flames, making the user even more formidable. Not bad, this way, no matter how I develop my gu, they can all integrate into the Flame Demon True Body. Lin Yan's eyes flickered with interest. He then recalled the original core gu, Borrow Fire Gu. Compared to Glass Flame Bone, it seemed inferior and somewhat redundant. But he did not dismiss it. The underlying principle of Borrow Fire Gu was different. In his view, it still had potential for development and could possibly be integrated into the Flame Demon True Body, further enhancing the killer move and raising its upper limit. This was something he would consider later, after gaining a deeper understanding of flame path refinement methods. Next were the 2 killer moves, Prairie Fire and Flame Extreme Sky Blade. Both had relatively high entry requirements, needing at least rank 2. At rank 2, Prairie Fire could be formed using the family's improved fire oil, burning wind gu, and any offensive flame path gu, rapidly spreading a sea of flames. Its drawback was a slower activation speed and scattered power. After reaching rank 3 and gaining deeper control, there were 2 development paths. The first was the route Shen Kuang had taken, mainly using rank 3 Sparks Gu, Pill Fire Gu, divide into 2 Gu, and double effect Gu, allowing Prairie Fire to be unleashed instantly with a simple gesture. The second path focused on Sparks Gu, Exploding Fireball Gu, Splash Gu, and Burning Wind Gu, expanding the range of the flames. From this, it was clear that the core of this killer move was the rank 3 Sparks Gu. Its effect was straightforward. It could generate fire out of nothing. Normally, Flame Path Gu relied on combustible materials to ignite flames. However, such fire was weak, easy to extinguish, and lacked endurance. Once rain fell or fuel was exhausted, the flames would vanish. Sparks Gu was different. It could draw upon the free flame path down marks in the surroundings, allowing flames to manifest directly. The fire it produced was stable, powerful, and naturally attracted other flame path Gu, enhancing their effects. It could even burn in environments like underwater. Wait, Sparks Gu feels familiar. Lin Yan frowned slightly and quickly recalled information from the original novel. Sparks Gu had a clear origin. It was widely cultivated by a super force in Western Desert, the Fang family, within a medium-sized resource point known as Sparks Gobi. They made use of Sparks Gu's unique properties to create a large-scale flame path environment, allowing them to raise various flame path goo. Every year, they could produce tens of thousands of different flame path goo. Sparks goo itself was considered relatively high-end, beginning at rank 3, though no rank 6 immortal goo variant had appeared so far. The Huang family had also established a small flame path ecosystem on the central island of Flame Lake. Within it, not only were various flame path goo raised, but many related materials and feeding resources were cultivated as well, such as flame marsh grass, exploding grass, and provoke fire bamboo. However, its scale was far inferior to that of the Fang family, not even reaching the level of a standard small resource point. Chapter 50, Foundation. Lin Yan decided to cultivate the killer move Prairie Fire. Even if he chose not to specialize in it, he would still acquire the rank 3 Sparks goo for its unique ability to generate flames out of thin air. Although water path and ice path cultivators were rare in the western desert, caution was still necessary. If his flame path goo were ever countered, he needed a way to maintain his advantage. There were 2 development routes for Prairie Fire, and he chose the path involving burning wind goo, splash goo, and exploding fireball goo. On one hand, exploding fireball goo possessed immense destructive power, aligning perfectly with his refinement direction. On the other, splash goo of the rule path and burning wind goo of the wind path introduced cross-path synergy. Their effects were significant, and when combined properly, their versatility could not be underestimated. Afterward, Lin Yan turned his attention to the final killer move, Flame Extreme Sky Blade. Its core goo was Flame Blade goo, which began at rank 3. It also required coordination with Intuition goo, Fire Eye goo, and even Blazing Serpent Strength goo, a dual path goo belonging to both Flame Path and Strength Path. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He could obtain Flame Blade goo and study it on a surface level, ensuring his close-range combat was not a weakness. However, cultivating too many paths at once was not sustainable, as every goo required resources to maintain. No one could afford to support dozens of rank 3 goo needed for 3 separate killer moves. After fully comprehending the flame path true inheritance and clarifying his direction, Lin Yan began preparing to refine the goo he already possessed. With the complete set of fire pattern, fire aperture, and glass flame bone, his combat strength had already risen significantly. If he refined a few more rank 3 goo, his strength would firmly reach the peak of rank 3. The 4 elements goo formation was no longer as essential. If necessary, he could sell it to the family in exchange for resources. For the next 2 months, Lin Yan remained within the Flame Lake goo chamber, living in seclusion. He continuously studied various goo recipes and practiced refinement within his dream realm. With dream derivation goo accelerating time tenfold, this equated to nearly 2 years of refinement experience. He thoroughly mastered dozens of refinement methods for the goo he possessed, covering multiple development paths. Although time flowed faster in the dream realm, everything still depended on his own effort. This progress was achieved purely through relentless practice. By the end, he even felt a sense of nausea whenever he entered the dream realm. He had refined to the point of exhaustion. Lin Yan could have saved considerable effort by focusing only on the refinement recipes of the single path he intended to follow, but he understood that if he wanted to ascend to immortality, his foundation could not be shallow. This accumulated knowledge would surely yield unexpected returns in the future. Setting everything else aside, he was now confident that even if he lost all his goo and was expelled from the family, he could rise again in a short time, relying solely on the refinement experience and goo recipes stored in his mind. Another pleasant surprise for Lin Yan was the group of elderly goo masters guarding the Flame Lake goo chamber. They were experienced and perceptive, well-versed in the refinement of many goo, capable of identifying countless goo effects, and had accumulated rich combat experience over decades. His respectful attitude earned their approval, allowing him to seek their guidance at any time. Many of his doubts were resolved through their insights, greatly accelerating his progress. In addition, guarding the goo chamber brought another advantage. He was permitted to borrow any goo below rank 3. He made full use of this opportunity, practicing with not only flame path goo, but also unfamiliar types such as water path, wood path, and even space path goo, broadening his experience significantly. This was also a way to strengthen his foundation, learning to identify different goo, understanding their effects and weaknesses, and even testing details such as attack range, limits, and countermeasures. This would prevent him from suffering heavy losses when facing unfamiliar goo in the future. Lin Yan increasingly felt that coming to the Flame Lake goo chamber had been the right decision. The vast collection of goo and refinement recipes here was rapidly filling the gaps in his knowledge, and building a solid base. By his estimation, it would take at least 2 years to absorb most of the Huang family's accumulated foundation. This period would be his stage of rapid growth, and it was of utmost importance. The process was far from easy. True strength required enduring solitude. Only by persevering through it could one achieve a profound transformation. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to AI Otaku Studio for more stories. Check out my other channel, Infinite Novel Audio, and I'll see you in the next chapter.